Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
Rubber King and Mirror Master by Lonely Wanderer. What if Luffy had another older brother besides Sabo and Ace, one who followed him on his journey to be Pirate King? Between Monkey D. Luffy and Serpents D. Chaos, the Grand Line and the Marines won't know what hit them. Adios.
Sabaody, the One Piece is real. Well shit. A declaration like that is going to rile up all the pirates in the world just like Roger did. Especially given the Whitebeard pirates not only survived their fight with the Marines, but they won. They rescued Fire Fist and now they're on the way out. Even Whitebeard's kid survived being impaled through the chest by Admiral Akainu. He turned into some kind of demon to do so, but he's still breathing, probably. Not sure about his current status, but he did just use his old man's quake power to take out the renegade warlord Blackbeard. Nobody's going to forget that. Marineford, Jormungandr, Pops. I'm sorry for all of this. All those people, our friends, family, and allies, all to save me. I wasn't worth. Ace cries, then stops when the blunt end of Whitebeard's naginata smacks him in the forehead. Enough of this, Ace. We all chose to come to save you, kid, even Straw Hat and Mirror Master. Whitebeard sighs, feeling a little awkward being on this ship again, as well as still processing Sengoku's little revelation now he had nothing else to focus on. Is it true, Pops, that Chaos is your son, by blood? Ace asks, just as Marco lands behind his captain, also curious about the answer. He chuckles lightly, at least you still know that you are all my sons regardless of this news. But yes, if the boy's mother really is Serpents D. Medusa, then it's quite likely that I am his father. But given he's already your little brother, that doesn't really change anything for you, Ace. Just the rest of them. He smiles, getting a nod from Marco, who flies off to assist Zelina in treating his newest brother. FWOOOOSHH. Well shit. Aokiji's taken a break from freezing his allies and has frozen the bay. Again? Alistair groans. Anyone got a plan C? Whitebeard, and Sengoku's woken up from his nap. Just great. Whitebeard sighs deeply. Grima, we're going to need fire. Any chance you can get us out of here while I distract the golden dumbbell? He asks, preparing to jump back to the plaza as the now full-power Sengoku begins stomping over to them. The dragon lady nods, though grimaces. Only side effect of staying in the bay. We still have to force our way out of the damn place. She mutters, then looks up. Keep the Iceman off my ass and I'll get us out of here in no time. Got it, boss. A pep calls from the crow's nest, searching for the missing admiral. And Newgate, don't die on me, or I'm resurrecting you just to kick your ass. Got it, dragon lady? Whitebeard chuckles before leaping off the front of the ship. You want some Sengoku? Well, lucky for you I still have some fight in me after all. Elsewhere on the pier, we're almost there, Luffy. Once we get to a ship we'll get you right as rain. Jinbei assures the either passed out or catatonic rubber boy as he rushes with many other pirates for the navy ships outside. That poor boy is past his limit, physically and with Chaos basically dying in front of him, mentally and emotionally too. Eva thinks, biting his lip as he runs alongside the fishman. When he comes to, I'll tell him everyone's okay. That should raise his spirits and keep him motivated to sit still during healing so he can join them, the Okama Queen decides. Good thing we chose to go around, given the bay just got flash frozen, Inazuma notes, keeping pace with the two. Indeed, wonder how Whitebeard will get out of this one. Dragon breath. Hellblaze, holy shit, she really is a dragon. She ate the Drago no am I. How are you even surprised? Captain Buggy could still beat her. No, I bloody well couldn't. Stop trying to get me killed, you assholes. Is Strawboy going to be okay, Eva? Bon Curry asks after catching up with the trio. I believe they will, provided his heart doesn't give out on us. The lad just needs a lot of bed rest and relaxation. Eva assures the dancer, just before an admiral drops on their heads. Howdy doody, Kizaru waves slowly. Shit, it's the crazy one. Not again. Everyone scatter. A random pirate shouts, orders. Kizaru pouts, oh don't be like that. He hums as something moves beneath his skin. We were just getting to the fun part. The Admiral's body erupts into light, iridescent wings extend and exited, followed by a large sinewy body and narrow hind limbs. What the hell is that? Bond screams, my lovely familiar, Sandira. Kill them quickly, precious, he commands with a clap as a rainbow flare of energy builds in the wyvern's mouth. Locked down only for it to be blocked by the gold-tinged pyramid enveloping man and dragon. Sorry I'm late, you wouldn't believe the traffic. The kid still breathing? Cypher asks, hey Kizaru, nice pet. Section I will rearrange your organs, section, Sandira shrieks. Calm down my dear, he has no grand plans for us. Besides, he has bigger things to worry about, Kizaru says, sounding sane for a change. What's that supposed to? Gah, bang bang bang, kill the pirates. Shot in the back is the death they deserve. No mercy for those who defy justice. See what I mean, dear? The Admiral chuckles as with his focus lost, the construct shatters. They have bigger things to worry about than keeping me contained. Respira as the black fog forms, the wyvern shrieks and with a heavy wingbeat clears the air for a moment before lifting itself and Kizaru into the air. You really had to ruin my fun, Helios. Sorry not sorry, Spotlight, she wheezes, giving a grin with needle-like teeth. But you were in our way. You still kicking, Cypher? She calls out to the blonde. Cowardly bastards, let's see you deal with this. Hydraulic inversion. Cypher growls as a pyramid forms around the Marines, who immediately begin screaming. Damn it, Cypher, what did you do this time? Apep groans as she calls from one of Alistair's dens. Hey, all I did was change the pH of water. The blonde Cyclops shrugs. To what? Bear in mind the normal level is 7. Grima asks. Knowing the idiot would go overboard, as usual, 20 years in impelled down wouldn't have stopped that. One, motherfucker. For once everyone was of the same thought. And with that the old, what the fuck Cypher, Tali has returned. Where is it now? 391. That's actually lower than I remembered it to be, Alistair muses. Whoosh. Hey, over here, yes here, in the sea. The pirates and Candies turned to see a yellow submarine now parked outside Marineford, which was weird, but what was truly noteworthy was that it had a Jolly Roger painted on the side of it, hand over straw hat. And why would we do that, Bonclay asks, because the boy will most likely die without my help. Oh, very ominous, can you back that up? Eva asks. Not really, we lost reception when the polar tang dived, the polar bear mink replies. Don't ask how the visual den loses signal when we dive, Law sighs. Anyway, we saw the first half, and heard the rest, so we know Straw Hat is in a bad way. As a doctor, even if he's my rival for the prize, I have to help him in whatever ways I can. Because I want to see if the man I glimpsed in Sabodi can actually find the One Piece. I like the boy, and if he is as good a doctor as he believes, well, Straw Hat needs all the help he can get. Eva nods and leaps over after taking Luffy back from Jinbei. Here he is, please be gentle. Where's the other one? Johnbird asks curiously. With Marco and Zelina. He's in good hands, just focus on Strawboy for now, Eva answers. You got it. Beppo, take him inside. We dive in a minute and I'll begin work on him once we're at a safe depth, Law orders. Over the other side of the battlefield, impact wave. Tremor pulse. You've got a lot more fight still in you than I expected. Sengoku grimaces as his shockwave attack was once more countered by Whitebeard's quake punches. I've got a lot to live for. Rubbing your noses in it is just a bonus, really, Whitebeard chuckles before spinning Murakorogiri over his head and unleashing a long-range shockwave of his own, tearing up the ground and pushing back the Buddha. He's not going to listen, Luffy. He's finally realized why he's all alone up here, because justice was all he cared about. It's either let his so-called family die than admit he fucked up. Garp stood in the crater Sengoku had slammed him into, those words running through his head. Did they really think that? He just wanted his grandsons to be great Marines, standing for what's right like he knew they could. How could that boy think he didn't care about them? Well, you did tell them the only way they were rescuing their brother was over your dead body. So yeah, a traitorous part of his brain, which sounded a lot like Medusa today, reminded him, and good God he screwed up there. The woman would kick the shit out of him if she had been here to see him do that. Even though she brought in her own sister, it was for being a high-ranked member of the Beast Pirates. She'd have never gone along with Sengoku's plans to kill Ace simply for being Roger's son. Though that may also have been because that would mean her own child would be next, given who his father was. Hell, she might have just beat the crap out of him for even suggesting it. Execute him for being a pirate? Go for it. Execute him for having the wrong father. He could see Kuja rage leading to Sengoku getting drop-kicked out the window of his own office. This just isn't my day, he sighs. Then his pity party ends when he catches something out the corner of his eye. Shit. Kobe. He thinks seeing the boy having a nervous breakdown and leaping toward him. He liked the kid, a good worker, with a good head on his shoulders and a moral heart, and he actually wanted to be a Marine. Though he refuses to say it out loud just yet, he was starting to grow fond of the pink-haired weakling, well, weakling compared to the rest of his family, like an honorary grandson. He was everything he wanted Luffy to be, just not as strong due to having a lot less time to work on him. He should have said something, but Kobe was so eager to please, he was always going to end up out here on the front line. This isn't right, Toshigi grimaces as the Marines advance. It's not even about justice anymore, not really. The pirates aren't even trying to fight us besides firing back when attacked. They're leaving us alone now they have Ace. It's our side who's prolonging this attack, who are more than happy to shoot someone in the back, or one who's defenseless. It makes me sick. They've all gone mad. Smoker growls as he reforms following a barrage of gunfire from a retreating squad of New World pirates. They know they can't turn the tide of this battle, can't kill Straw Hat, Mirror Master or Fire Fist, so they're just killing any pirates they can. It's disgusting, it spits upon the Navy's good name, and worst, it's being broadcast all over the damn world. I think that's enough, don't you, Edward? Whitebeard pauses his next attack, surprised to hear that voice so soon after their last talk. Red-haired Shanks. Sengoku shouts, crap, Whitebeard was bad enough, but if the Yonko are teaming up. This war is over. What, you think you can just stroll into Marineford and declare we're done and be listened to? That's preposterous. Shanks chuckles, probably, but it's also accurate. Nobody else needs to die today. We can all walk away from this battle. Those of us who still can walk at least. Shanks, the bastard who sold Luffy the lie that pirates are anything more than S. Oh come on, I had enough shit to deal with today, I don't need you adding to it. Buggy screams when he finally recognizes the redhead standing behind Whitebeard. Also thanks for showing up after we've done all the dangerous stuff. Real big help you were, he grumbles. Nice to see you again too, Buggy. Been almost 20 years but you're as energetic as ever, the fourth Yonko chuckles. Red-haired Shanks. Not just him, the entire crew are here. That's not possible, the reports said he was fighting Kaido just a few days ago, he couldn't have beaten him that quickly. It's Kaido, he shouldn't have been able to beat him in the first place. Wano, he didn't beat me. He just made a good point that going to fight Whitebeard while he's in that much of a mood over his kid getting captured wouldn't be good for my health. Kaido huffs, while Yamato and Ulti giggle and Jin rolls her eyes. Marineford, hey Shanks. The captain turns behind him to see it was Lucky Roo who called out to him. You know, you could at least say hello to those kids while we're here. It's been about 10 years since we last saw them. Shanks chuckles, really, it's been that long already? While it would be nice to see those boys, it's still too soon, and I wouldn't want to be the reason Luffy broke his promise to me, that would just be rude. Chaos, I doubt he's conscious either given his performance. Speaking of, you got a good kid there, Newgate, cherish him, as much as all the other lost boys you've welcomed into your heart. Whitebeard scoffs, I don't need you telling me shit I already know, Brad. Don't just stand there, take out that sub and either capture or eliminate Straw Hat, Sengoku shouts, seeing a lull in the battle. Ice Age, target acquired, launching suppressing fire. A pep relays before beginning to unload on Aokiji. The Admiral having to stop his attempt at entrapping the Puller Tang once he realized the bullets were hockey infused and therefore needed to actually dodge them. If you want something done you have to do it yourself, Kizaru chuckles, before zipping into the sky as light and crossing his arms to charge one of his biggest attacks. Yasukani sacred jewels. Much like last time, the Admiral unleashes a scattershot barrage of light beams. Though unlike previously there was no Marco to block the shots and the attack destroyed the ice Aokiji formed, and only a mix of skill, luck, and the depth the Puller Tang had already dove by this point that he failed to land a direct or even severe hit on the sub. Well, they're either dead, or the universe is trying to tell us something, Kizaru hums and he drops down onto a ship mast to survey his work. Section that your aim sucks section. Well and that Straw Hat just isn't meant to die today. He shrugs, guess we'll just have to try again tomorrow, and every day after that until we kill him. Meanwhile, listen here you chilled out, red-haired bastard, you think you can miss all the action then stroll in here and be the big hero huh? Not today you hear me? Buggy yells flailing around angrily as his disembodied arms tug at Shanks' cape. I'm glad to see you're still in good health, hadn't heard much in a while and was worried another old friend had bit the dust. Shanks chuckles, grinning widely while Buggy continued to fret and flail. Oh no you don't I'm not falling for a, glad you're still in good health, I've not forgiven what you did, and won't ever do so. Shanks blinked. What did I do? Buggy steams. Don't play dumb with me you prick, if you hadn't snuck up on me that night I'd have never eaten that devil fruit and lost the treasure map. In other words, I'd have my greatest dream fulfilled, rather than on the run from the Navy, the man grouses. Oh, is that all? Curse you and your hip cool attitude Shanks. Even after all this time you're an unrivaled prodigy when it comes to pissing me off. Straw Hat isn't even a blip on my radar compared to you. You've been here what 5 minutes and already I'm sick of you. You're here to end the war. Well you're about to start a new one with me? He's talking to the Shanks like they were friends or something. Well, they were both on Roger's ship when they were kids. Captain Buggy's greatness knows no bounds, even the Emperor's fell his power. I did miss you though, I'm being honest about that much. Shanks smiles then turns to walk away, back over to Whitebeard. Yeah right, Buggy grumbles, before realizing his best chance of surviving this fiasco was to hitch a ride from Shanks. Welp, I'm out of here, Hawkeye. Where do you think you're going? A Marine asks as the swordsman turns to leave. I was told to come here and fight Whitebeard and his crew, and while it's been fun, I'm not going to fight Red Hair, and neither should you. You lost, don't humiliate yourselves even more too at once, Mahawk responds. The continues walking to his coffin ship. Your thirst for battle is your undoing, every blow dealt to your enemies. You land upon your own men, Shanks states, now standing between Whitebeard, Sengoku, and Garp. Through if your hunger for battle is outweighing your sense of reason, then we'll be happy to knock you back to your senses. He declares, unsheathing Griffin, the rest of his crew appearing right behind him, just as ready for battle. Whitebeard sighs deeply, I got what I came for, Ace is safe. I was just trying to keep the Navy off our backs while Grima melted the ice. I have no problem leaving in peace Shanks, nobody else has to die here. Sengoku snarls as he reverts back to his human form. He wasn't dumb enough to try take on Shanks right after his fight with Whitebeard. Accept your losses, honor the fallen, and withdraw, with your dignity intact, Shanks declares, silence filling the battlefield before people began to quietly search for any wounded or dying on their side, as well as recover any bodies for proper burials later, all under the Yonko's steely gaze. This isn't over Shanks Garp thinks with a tight jaw as he lifts Kobe from Helmeppo's arms. The kid needs rest and somewhere to get his thoughts straight once more, somewhere free from the bloodshed of today. Sabodi, I think it's over, one reporter says quietly, but given the relative silence out near the view screens, everyone heard him, and agreed. The war of the best was over, and the pirates were victorious. That's all folks, I bid you adieu, came Alistair's last words, before every den in Marineford shut off, the screens fading to black. Beep, 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 beep. You don't get to die on me, not today, you got that? Rubber King and Mirror Master, double-sided impact, of victors and the losers. Waters outside Marineford, supernovas, Captain Drake sir, the battle is over. The Whitebeard pirates won. The zone suppresses a scowl, though he supposed stopping the Marines from executing someone simply for being born was worth a pirate victory. Both sides took some heavy blows though, both leaving this fight weaker than when they arrived, the Navy just more so. He's bought himself a little time. Beeg hums around his cigar. But those fuckers have made the god Emperor bleed. Pirates will be sniffing around his territory looking for weak spots to exploit. Things are about to get very messy in the next few months, especially in the New World. Blackbeard had balls rocking up to Whitebeard like that, even if the man was weakened from fighting a war at the time. Your rogue chuckles, but he, like everyone else, didn't factor all of Whitebeard's sons into the equation. Especially not the youngest one. Straw Hat's first mate, a supernova like myself, and 2 devil fruits. He's one to watch out for. especially given he sent Blackbeard flying, and his pops made sure the others followed suit. What is he planning? Something wrong, boss. Trafalgar Law is no friend of Straw Hats. Apo explains. So, why is he helping the kid now? Why not just leave him to be healed up by the Whitebeard crew? Why leave with him and Ivankov? This is irritating. Basil sighs. I'm trying to determine if Straw Hat or Mirror Master survived this battle, but the cards, they're not telling me anything. Those D's are always trouble, but this is new even for me. Well, I'll be damned. Kid grins widely. Didn't think the old bastard still had it in him. But Whitebeard can still fight like a real pirate. And Straw Hat and Mirror Master, they're stronger than I expected. Still got their asses kicked a fair few times, but they survived, heralds of a new era. Marine HQ. A few hours later. What do you mean she's still alive? Exactly that, and that certain details were omitted or fabricated from the official reports by order of the higher-ups, Sengoku explains. Garp scowls, muttering, "Fucking Gorosei," under his breath, then sighs. You knew. You've always known. But only now do you say anything. So why now, and why me? Honestly, I thought you deserved to know, and that you wouldn't spread it around just to spite me as someone else would. And I'm telling you now while I still have the authority to share these secrets. Garp looks at him confused. That fiasco in Marineford, I took full responsibility for the fallout, as well as both of the impel down breakouts that occurred the other day. Right, Luffy and Blackbeard. Talk about a shitty time of it. Garp sighs deeply. Please tell me you've at least put out an alert to all bases. Cypher and Blackbeard's goons can't have been the only ones to get out in the chaos. Sengoku slams his fist into his desk. You think I don't know that? If I could, I'd have every unaccounted for prisoner's name and face plastered from sea to sea. But just like with her, the world government has other plans. In this case, keeping things real quiet so we don't lose face even more than our crushing defeat at Whitebeard's hands. Like it won't look bad when these criminals start wreaking havoc on the world and people want to know why they weren't told sooner. So you're fucked either way. I can see why you're not so torn up about getting canned, Garp notes. Not that they'll let you just leave. Sets a bad example. Just like if I were to just up and retire. We're stuck here for life, we just don't know what they're gonna do with us. I always hate it when you're right, Garp, now more than ever. Medical ward, he's lucky to be alive with all the damage that has been done to him, the nurse explains to Aokiji. While cauterizing the wound prevented him from bleeding out after the amputation, the nature of said treatment means there is little chance of a good prosthetic fitting to him. Even less so one that could withstand his devil fruit's power. The Iceman nods. Magma wasn't exactly something that could be worked with easily or willingly. What else? I doubt he'd be on the brink of death with only a missing arm. He's not, it's just the most notable. As you would expect from fighting Whitebeard, most of his wounds were blunt force and pressure based, which did a lot of critical damage to his skeletal structure. He has not less than 20 rib fractures, several damaged vertebrae, shattered collarbones, and a cracked femur, as well as a number of hairline fractures to various other bones, including his skull. Kuzan grimaces. Will he make it? It's possible, but far from likely. Admiral Akainu will need a lot of luck if he's going to pull through, but he could make a more or less full recovery if the fates align. Meaning keeping Borsellino away from him, the Admiral sighs, only half joking. Preferably so. Revenge for a family member is a common reason people are recruited into the Marines, so while we don't want him to, we'd understand if he did. Plus it's who Akainu killed. He's lost a lot of respect amongst the lower ranks for this. Admitting to killing Guardian Serpent, Medusa. That's just below stabbing Garp the hero in the gut in their eyes. Yeah, not one of his best moves. Kuzan sighs deeply. Sengoku is going to be pretty busy in the coming weeks, so keep me up to date on Sakazuki's condition, okay? Yes, Admiral Aokiji. The nurse nods as the man leaves, knowing that even if Whitebeard, Ace, and the others were pirates, his colleague brought this on himself, though he still hoped he'd pull through. They'll need an attack dog like him if the pirates get as cocky as he expects they will after such a public victory. Chaos awoke with a wheeze followed by a heavy cough, his eyes slowly focusing on the wooden ceiling above him. Meanwhile, besides the fact he was able to see this time, he felt like deja vu from when they fought Eneru, as this place just felt like a medical ward. Good, you're awake. Don't try to get up. Marco will have your kneecaps if you strain anything before he can give you a final check. Chaos turns his head and sees Whitebeard on the other side of the room, hooked up to various medical equipment and looking worn beyond his years. Well, besides the almost giddy grin plastered across his face. Also, he did some blood tests while you were out. You're definitely my son, my only son by blood, which I never expected to ever see happen. It was news to me too, Pops, otherwise I'd probably have had Ace call you when we ran into him at Alabasta. Something simple like, I made it, Dad. Sorry, I'm going to help my captain become the king over my father. You know. Something heartfelt and dumb, Chaos says, trying to offset his nerves, and most likely failing to do so. But, given I only learned about Mom a couple of months ago, it doesn't surprise me that Garp never told me about you. I could tell you about her if you want, as well as fill each other in on what we've missed out on since your birth. Whitebeard offers, curious about the boy in front of him. I can skip the boring stuff and tell you I'm already following in your footsteps, finding a lost child and adopting her, even before sleeping with her mom. Chaos says with a half smile. Didn't think the son who made you a grandfather would be your youngest, did you? Gurarara, no kid, I did not. You better be treating them both right though. Artemis seems pretty happy to have me as a dad, like I bet most of your sons think of you. It helps that I helped save her mom before she joined the crew. Robin, she's lovely and has a part of my heart. Hancock was a surprise, but it feels like I've known her a lot longer than a week. The affection and familiarity are soothing. Whitebeard smirks. Even as a boy, you're a Kuja at heart just like your mother. You fall hard and fast, then you cling to them with force rivaling a constrictor's death grip. Hancock understands. She feels it too. And I hope Nico Robin at least understands and has begun to accept it. Chaos sighs. I hope so. I also hope she still needs her mom, even if your kids all survived just fine without one. Myself and Ace not included, as Dayton is the person we think of when we think mom, but Artemis. All she had was Robin until I showed up, so she needs her to come back. All good, you're awake. Save me having to start poking you, or better yet have Ace do it. Marco says as he enters the room. How you feeling, little bro? He says with a teasing wink. Better than my last medical visit, but that might be the lack of being impaled through the eye socket, so anything is better than that. Chaos shrugs. Glad to be allowed to sit up even if the Phoenix's 1,000-yard stare was oddly familiar. I really don't want to know your medical history, do I? The blonde sighs, getting a chuckle from Whitebeard and a tired nod from Zelina, who had followed him in alongside Ace. You just can't help yourself, kid. I thought Luffy was the stupid one. The redhead groans. Chaos, I'm glad to see you're okay. Ace grins, which Chaos returns until he's punched in the jaw. Ace. Both medics scream while Chaos' eyebrows raise, and he spits blood in the fireman's face. I saw that coming, more or less. But like we already said, Luffy and I don't care that you hate us, as long as you're alive to do it, he states coldly. You idiot. I don't hate either of you, but that caring goes both ways, damn it. I'd rather die than watch my brothers fall, and it's my job to protect you two idiots as the older sibling. We already lost Sabo. I can't lose either, or worse, both of you too. Ace explains, eyes misting over with tears. And you think we would fare any better? Seriously, Ace. You just said this was a two-way street. We couldn't just sit on our asses and let them execute you. Even over in Amazon Lily. Chaos growls. The flame Logia finally noticing the slitted snake-like pupils in his brother's eyes. Slam. Then the arguing pair of brothers and their audience heard a loud slam sound coming from the door and turned their heads towards the source of the sound. I now grace you with my prescience. Be amazed but know you are unworthy, Hancock announces as she kicks the door open, Chaos chuckling to himself while Whitebeard rolls his eyes. Don't worry yourself, kid. I've had one love in my life and you're much too young for me. The only reason you'd be appearing in my dreams is holding a small purple-haired kid up to me and saying, say hello to Grandpa Newgate, baby. Or something equally sappy. The Yonko grunts, surprised but also amused when the woman's face turns a deep red. Babies, chaos, grandchild, pregnant, beloved, SX, oh dear. She squeaks before fainting. Zelina managing to catch her the same way she caught Chaos, and noticed despite being unconscious there was a cute smile on her face as she was moved to the empty bed. Huh, that's new, Chaos smirks, before noticing Ace staring at him with a look of shock. Yes? You said Artemis wasn't Hancock's kid. She isn't, technically at least. At best she's a potential future stepmom, Artemis' real mom and first adopted one because none of us knew shit about her origins until Anise Lobby, is Nico Robin. The Devil's Child, the last Oharan, Marco notes, interesting choice little bro. Hope she's as pretty as Olvia was the couple times the O'Harans crossed paths with the Whitebeard pirates. The Phoenix winks. I'll wager she's even better, but I'm biased and never met her mother, just Robin and her daughter. Chaos shrugs. Though if it helps Ace, even Artemis thought there were a fair few similarities between Hancock and Robin, besides a sharp tongue and mind as well as massive breasts. And the issue with Boa and yourself. Robin and I are committed but polyamorous, which I learned on Amazon Lily, is pretty common amongst the Kuja. I'm also the source of Hancock's lovesickness, so it made sense she would join us. Robin and I would have discussed things, were she contactable and confirmed to be alive, so I'll tell her when we find her, and hopefully, that will be okay. Lovesickness, Ace repeats, mostly in confusion, medically sound, somehow, but still bullshit Kuja soulmate stuff. Marco explains, potentially fatal in some cases, only one I know who survived it was Shikayaku, but that's not really important right now. The current Empress is definitely a strange one, switching from succubus to blushing maiden at the snap of her fingers, Zelina chuckles. In her defense, she's only had SX once, and like most Kuja forgot that babies come from pregnancy and therefore SX, and then her brain kind of seized up. Pops. One of our allies is calling you on the den. Izo shouts as he bursts into the medical ward. Great, what happened now? Whitebeard sighs and accepts the speaker, yes. Hello Newgate, shit, what do you want Shala? That's just rude, you're my favorite brother-in-law. Now any chance you can get these assholes to calm down and give me a ride? Shala asks. A pained grunt heard in the background. Do we even want to know what that was? Chaos sighs deeply. Unclench your butt kiddo, Spider-Boy is unconscious, not dead, though you and Grima did try pretty hard to kill the little shit QQQ. Seriously though, all I want is safe passage to the new world. I can make my way from there, I just need to get under the red line. Whitebeard stared at the snail, hoping she could feel his disappointment and annoyance through the animal, before nodding. Fine. To whoever is still conscious on Squid's crew, take Serpent's Shala to the new world and drop her off on the first inhabited island you find. Doesn't have to be one of mine, just has to be in the new world, understood? Yes, Pops, was chorused through the snail, before it went back to sleep. That woman, even now she's a headache. You have a lot of dealings with her? Chaos asked curiously. Not many but a handful. The beast pirates were tough fighters, always have been, and much like Roger, they loved to party too. We'd all brawl from time to time back in the day, then spend the rest of the week drinking and nursing hangovers. Good times. Whitebeard chuckles, then sighs realizing how long it's been since any of those things had happened, over 20 years at this point. Law's sub? Things were not looking good for Luffy. Law and Eva had gotten him into a stable condition, but pushing himself to his limit and then rushing past it multiple times in a row in the same day meant the kid was basically in a coma right now. Luckily Hancock, after regaining consciousness, called the Polar Tang with some help from Alistar, directing them to head to Amazon Lily. Possibly the safest place on the Paradise side of the Grand Line for him to recover at. As well as forewarning her sisters that they would be having guests. Meaning don't kill the menfolk unless they do something stupid besides stepping foot on the island. Upon returning, Artemis latched onto Chaos in seconds, refusing to part with him for any but one reason. When she threw herself at Hancock, headbutting the Snake Princess in the process, and while crying, thanked her for returning with her papa, and this time, Hancock allowed and accepted her hug. She was her mate's offspring, albeit indirectly, and she would have made a strong and beautiful Kuja had she come here sooner. Now though, Chaos sat waiting alongside Ace, both worried for their brother, and unlike Law, neither could do anything to assist. It was honestly lucky Hancock was too enamored over having another little brother, to Ace's embarrassment and the three Kuja's amusement, that he was even allowed on the island, as at least Chaos was of Kuja blood and thanks to the attempted execution had proven himself in the arena. Plus a few of the Kuja pirates jokingly called him Hancock's boy toy, meaning if she wanted to keep him around they weren't going to kick up a fuss. This downtime did allow him to try out something that was stuck in his brain though, involving the Mero no Mi. You didn't have to be all mysterious in order to get me alone. Hancock smiles, though her cheeks were a light pink. It is when I want to do things that might annoy your subja my brother. Chaos grins, though his nerves meant it didn't quite meet his eyes. I put myself in your care. Whatever you desire I will attempt to achieve or comply. Hancock purrs, winking, and then squeaks when hands just above her hips raise her the additional few feet for both to be eye level. Was this important? Depends on how you want to be kissed, Chaos replies. Just before Hancock takes initiative and leans forward, their lips meet and soon part, his serpentine tongue entwining with her human one. An unseen pink mist passing from him to her as they made out. Shinozapin. Seka, kiss of death, petrification. As he opens his eyes he's met with half-lidded marble eyes, the lower half of heart-shaped pupils, and to his future amusement Boa Hancock herself with her face frozen into what would be best described as an ahegao, her tongue extending beyond her plump lips. Kissing her forehead he shuffles them both as gently as he could, moving Hancock into a proper embrace before muttering, Mazamayo, into her scalp. The petrification fading from her in a ripple, before her change in position registered in her mind. What the fuck? I was enjoying that. Hancock whines, less the regal snake princess, less the seductive pirate empress, but more a pouting teenager. I'm sure you were, as was I, but I was also curious about your abilities, and decided the best person to test it with was a woman I loved. Hancock blinks and blushes deep red. Kill with a kiss. You are a kuja at your core, my love. Though, maybe stick to just normal kisses when it's just us. I'd be more than happy to take some time to play with our powers another time. Right now, your empress demands that you kiss her again. And if the empress wishes it, I aim to please. Chaos grins, as Hancock wraps her arms around his neck. Side Bay of Amazon Lily honestly, besides drop-kicking bitchface off a cliff for being herself, aka a massive cunt, around the Heart Pirates, it was a very quiet 2 weeks of waiting for essentially nothing. The Heart Pirates were nice people, and while a little aloof, it was clear Law was a decent guy under his cool dude airs. Also, while only here for the first day, Artemis got to meet her grandfather, and boy could that have gone south very quickly. Besides everyone bricking it when Whitebeard stepped onto the island, even Nyan didn't tell him to leave. Artemis clung to Chaos like a life preserver. Until a large hand gently ruffled her hair and she looked up at a smile she recognized. It was then things clicked in her brain. This towering behemoth of a man, who was able to shut up Granny Nyan and Kikyo just by his prescience, a freaking Yonko, was her papa's dad, that it was his smile projected from an older, more chiseled and weather-beaten face. Are you my grandfather? I believe I am, kiddo. Your papa made quite the impression on me, showed up out of the blue and essentially went, sorry I'm late pops, but I brought a small child with me and even pre-adopted her, as if I needed that to know he was mine. Whitebeard laughs and Artemis grins. You did require a blood test though, the blonde pineapple man mutters. Like I was going to trust anything the Marines told me without checking myself. Besides, you know the entire crew were my sons, so if Chaos wasn't one at the time, he would be by week's end. Bang crash kablam. Memory lane was interrupted by the sheer volume of insanity pouring out of the puller tang, cueing Chaos and Ace that Luffy might finally be awake and that something very stupid may have just happened, as was usual for their little brother. They didn't have to wait long as the rubber boy smashed his way out of the roof of the sub and crash landed on the island several feet from the assembled pirates and Kuja. Ace. Chaos. Where are they? Luffy wheezes, clearly out of it and far from fully healed. The boy was conscious, but in all honesty, he really shouldn't be right now. Luffy, we're right here, please calm down, you need to rest, Ace says as he slowly approaches the near mummified level of bandaged teen. Trying not to spook someone he had a bad feeling was delusional or at least not firing on all cylinders at the moment. Probably a good idea as an arm wraps around his waist and yanks him over before he could phase out of the way with his devil fruit. Ace. Luffy screams in his face before pulling the older boy into a crushing hug. I missed you so much, I'm glad you're alive, please don't scare me like that again. Luffy cries, latching on as if Ace would disappear if he even loosened his grip, never mind actually let go. He's doing better than I expected, and it was a good idea for you two to camp out so close to the sub. Law comments. Approves. Who knows what kind of damage Luffy could have done to himself had he rushed off looking for you two. He may have even reopened his wounds from the battle and bled out in the forest. Yes, that does sound like Luffy. Unfortunately, Chaos sighs before making his own way to his remaining brothers, his now larger size meaning he was able to easily pull both of them into a hug. "We're okay, Luffy, we all survived. Ace, me, Hancock, Shala, and even Pops. We're alive, but we want you to slow down and get better." "Easy for you to say, you nearly died out there," Luffy frowns, as he tilts his head to look at his first mate. "What the hell were you thinking?" he asks, his voice a hoarse painful wheezing sound. "The same as Ace most likely, that I didn't want to let my little brother die if I could do anything to stop it. What I could do was use my fruits in tandem, making a hole to stop the worst of the damage, and then when the heat got too much shattering and using the ungodly stamina and regeneration of a mythical zone to put myself back together, even if it was in my full zone form," Chaos explains, before releasing both of them and Luffy's slumps against Ace. The adrenaline had left his body. Now he could see and feel that his brothers were not only still alive, but right here with him. "Is Luffy okay? I ran here as soon as I heard." Hancock appears at the edge of the forest, panting heavily. "I told you not to do this, Snake Princess. Stop bending the rules for these men. Our traditions are not something you can just trample on when you feel like it," Nyan bitches as she runs after the pirate empress. "Oh fuck you, Granny, she's the queen of this place, not you. Be a buzzkill somewhere else," Chaos scowls. "No, I will not be spoken to like that, especially by a man." "Enough," Chaos shouts, and while Haki was still just out of conscious reach, the immediate area instead was plunged into a chill of death and despair, his eyes blazing in rage. "Chaos, Papa." A low hiss like a leaking pipe fills the air before the pressure and chills faded and Chaos sighs deeply. "That new?" he mutters, then returns his focus to Gloriosa. "Get the fuck out of here, you old crone, or stay. I'll just move Luffy to my quarters." He frowns before lifting Luffy from Ace's arms and walking into the forest, the fire logia rushing after him. Where does he think he's going? There is no place for him on this island, Nyan scoffs, spine realigned now he was gone. Actually he does. Shala made sure to jump ship the first chance she got, so should be in the new world by now, meaning Chaos is the only one legally allowed in the Serpent's family compound, besides Arachne. And if she decides to kick them out, I already offered a room to my beloved and his family. Technically a wing of the palace, but semantics, Hancock responds. "What? You go too far, Princess. You can't just trample on tradition and expect everyone to follow." "I can and I will, and who are you to defy my authority, you old crone? Your days as empress are long gone. You have no power in this land anymore, nor will you ever again. The people will follow me because I am beautiful, and I am beautiful because I am strong," Hancock responds. "You're a very angry old lady." Nyan turns to see the person who just spoke to her was a blank-faced Artemis. "Have you ever tried not being a bitch? Or is it the default state of empresses?" She wonders aloud, then runs off to find her father, and Kuja was left speechless, and now on her own at the edge of the forest. Mount Corvo, Kalubo, Dawn Island. "What's wrong with being king of the pirates, Grandpa? Pirates are cool," Luffy whines as he's dragged up the mountain by the side of his face. "And what makes you think I care?" Garp bellows, reminding the entire mountain the man has no inside voice. "The fact you punched him through a window the first time he said it may have given us the impression you both cared and disapproved," Chaos mutters, following the two rather than being dragged like the younger boy. "Snarky brat," Garp mutters, then turns to Luffy with a sigh. "Seriously, Luffy? Eating that devil fruit wasn't enough of a hassle. Now you want to be a pirate? You and you big brothers Ace and Chaos are going to be upstanding Marines when you grow up, just like your old man," he grins. "Did any of our fathers grow up to be upstanding Marines, or just you?" "We don't speak about those men." Garp speaks hoarsely. "Instead look at me, the perfect role model. Ah ha ha ha," he cheers. "Oh wow, let go of me, you old bastard. I thought being made of rubber meant this shouldn't be hurting anymore." Luffy cries as he squirms in Garp's grip. "I thought leaving you in a nice village would keep you boys safe," Garp monologues. "But pirates clearly won't stop until they get their greedy mitts on everything. So instead you're going to live up here." "Da fuck?" About an hour later, bang bang bang. "What's this dump?" Luffy mutters as he goes exploring. Chaos choosing to wait and see before running off. Mostly because he's watched Garp chase Luffy enough today to know he didn't want to experience that anytime soon. "What do you want? We're not buying whatever you punks are selling," shouted the large, gruff-looking woman who flung open the door to the house Garp had just been banging on. "Dayton," Garp growls, startling the woman who shuffles backward and nearly drops her cigarette. "Garp, what the hell are you doing here?" she gasps, two scruffy-looking men peeking out the doorway at her declaration. "Charming as ever," Garp grunts. "Sorry about the less than warm welcome, Garp. But I really hope you're not here with some other ridiculous favor you want me to do for you." Dayton half apologizes, half snarks, while her subordinates panic behind her. "You do realize Ace is already 10, right?" "Oh, he is, and how's the little scamp doing?" Garp asks, sounding genuinely curious. "Well, he's a handful of course, and we've been watching over the brat long enough, so just take him away," Dayton's shorter minion, Dogra, complains. "Never mind that, I've got two more for you," Garp chuckles, pointing to the energetic Luffy running all over the place before being picked up by the Marine, and the quiet Chaos, with a dangerous-looking Kopesh strapped to his hip. "Say hello, boys." "Yo," Luffy waves. "Hello, Miss Dayton." Chaos nods his head, "And whoever you two are." "Wait a minute. Who are these kids?" Magra, a larger man with a red mohawk, asks. "This one," Garp waves Luffy around like a rag doll, "is my grandson, by blood. The other is basically my grandson, but he's Medusa's kid and I want him to grow up safe. For both of them to be safe," he explains. "You what? I never knew you even had a kid, never mind a grandkid." And Medusa having a kid, that wasn't something people ever mentioned either. "And you want us to look after the little brats, huh? Well, fuck you, Garp. Ace was bad enough," Dayton bellows. Garp smirks. "Then I'll give you two choices. You can raise these two boys alongside Ace, or you can all come with me as I arrest you for the various crimes you've committed and lock you away for many years." "No fair, you bastard." "Well, I personally would like to avoid the slammer," Magra says, voicing his opinion. "Depending on the day, really, it can't be worse than Ace on his worst days," Dogra mutters. "You want us to mind three brats now?" "Yeah, not going to happen, Garp." Dayton decides. "That short one, I can tell is yours as a glance. He looks like a real charmer." "Like your face?" Luffy laughs, then runs off before the woman could beat his face in. Garp sighs. "Chaos, try to keep Luffy out of trouble while I have a chat with some old friends, okay?" Yeah, got it, Gramps," the 9-year-old says with an eye roll before following after Luffy at a much more sedate pace, finding the boy yelling at someone in a tree after they spat on him. "You jerk, apologize," Luffy demands, getting a deadpan, irritated look from the older boy. "Oh good, you boys found Ace. Hi Ace, these are your new brothers," Garp greets like it was an ordinary Tuesday. "Get lost, old man, I don't want new siblings, younger or older ones," Ace sneers. "That's great cuz I didn't bring any," Garp grins, then notices everyone but Chaos and Luffy point at the purple-haired boy. "He's 9, he's just a lanky fucker." "He's what?" "Yeah, takes after his dad. Well, he's less lanky and more built like an oak tree. But same difference when you're 9 inches," the Marine laughs. "Anywho, get used to these ruffians, this is your new home from now on, kids," he adds, ruffling the boy's hair even as Luffy and Ace continue their staring contest. "Bye kids. I'll be back whenever, I guess. Try not kill each other or whatever," Garp says as he walks off, at which point Ace huffs and walks into the house, shoving past Luffy as he does. "What a jerk," Luffy huffs. He is, eh? But given they're all mountain bandits like that Higuma guy, did you really expect anything better? Chaos asks, getting a shrug from Luffy as he adjusts his hat and both follow Ace into the house, only to end up in the middle of an attempted mugging. "Give us all your money." "We don't got money, we're just kids," Luffy shouts. "Well then where are your parents so we can go steal all their money?" "Hey, this kid's got a pretty fancy piece of gear on his hip, think it'll sell for much?" "I don't got's parents and neither does he, but we have a grandpa." "I'd recommend you not try," Miss Zelina said. "She tends to kill things all by herself if left alone," Chaos says, partly as a joke, but mostly as a warning. "We got ourselves a comedian here. We'll deal with him after we shake his old man for all the money he's got. What's his name?" "Garp," Dogra reveals, interrupting the incident. "Also those kids will be staying with us, and yes, if you touch that thing you die," It's cursed or something. Garp was as vague and unhelpful as always. The man adds with an irritated scowl. What? How could you agree to this? We're not running a daycare here. Ace is bad enough. Never mind 2 more of them. Quiet down, Dayton bellows as she re-enters the building. Now eat up and stop complaining. What came next was a mad scramble as about 20 men trampled each other trying to eat as much of the large stack of meat as they could as quickly as possible. Which also meant the 2 boys were unable to get to the pile until there was basically nothing, the last piece being picked up by the dog, until it took a mallet to the face. Is it dead? Luffy asks before ripping the meat from its jaws and beginning to eat it. Its belly is still rising and falling, so he'll be fine, Chaos shrugs, unless dogs can get concussions. When everyone finally calmed down, and small bowls of rice were handed out to those who failed to get their own meat, Luffy decided to be his usual self. Old man, can I have more? He asks, poking at Dayton's knee. I'm a lady, you little brat, and do you know where you are right now? A hut in the forest? Chaos asks, as that was pretty much all he knew about this place besides them being on Mount Corvo, and these scruffy-looking people probably being bandits as they reminded him of Higuma and his goons, except maybe a tiny bit smarter. No, well yes, but anyway. This is the house of the Dayton family, a group of mountain bandits who rule over Mount Corvo. Mountain bandits? Lame. Luffy whines. Well, too bad. You punks are stuck with us. Or more, we're stuck with you because of that damn grandfather of yours, kid. But if you don't want to stay, that's fine by me. Go get eaten by a bunch of wolves for all I care, you dirty punks. Easy there, Dayton. Remember your blood pressure. My blood pressure is fine. I just want rice, then starts shuffling his way over to the plate of meat Ace had in front of him. Probably best not to do that, Lou. Kid would probably beat the shit out of you, Chaos whispers. Of course he would. All this meat came from the bison Ace brought back. He's only a couple years older than you two and he still has to work for his keep. The bandit life is tough and starting tomorrow you'll earn your keep just like Ace, in blood, sweat and tears. That fancy knife of yours better be good for more than tenderizing my pooch, you get me? Hubby will behave, she's just temperamental, Chaos assures her. Huh, never heard someone call their weapon a girl. Their ship, that I've heard, Magra hums. Anyway, you boys get 1 glass of water and 1 bowl of rice a day guaranteed. Everything else you get for yourself. Understand, because if either of you pussies go and complain to Garp. K? Luffy nods with a grin. That was easy, Dayton thinks aloud out of surprise. You forget Garp attempted to raise us. We've had to rough it in the forest before. A fair few times at this point, Chaos nods. Yep, there's plenty of water and we've learned which snakes, frogs and bugs are edible after some trial and error. Luffy adds with a wide grin. We're gonna be pirates one day, so we've gotta be strong. He adds with a fist pump. This might actually be kind of fun. Or at least a vacation from Garp, so not technically fun, but better than the alternative, Chaos argues. Aw damn, he's run off again. He do that a lot, Magra asks, Dayton still processing the new information, as well the surprising non-reaction from both boys. Also, he ran after Ace, don't know where, just that way. Yes, he's a boundless well of energy, meaning we'll all be chasing him for the next decade or so. Chaos warns the man before getting up and following Luffy, catching up to the boy mid-chase of the grumpy older boy, Ace. Hey, wait for me, Luffy shouts, ensuring he wouldn't be lost anytime soon, and eventually managed to at least get Ace to pause in his clear retreat, ignoring of the loud rubber boy. Hi, my name's Luffy. Everything's cool now, I'm not mad about you spitting on me earlier, Luffy says with a wide grin. It's not worth getting bent out of shape, I'd rather we be friends. So can I come with you? Ace stares at him for a minute, before in a surprising show of strength, kicked a tree until it fell down, and rolled toward the brothers. Ah, clang, yeah, this Ace guy is a huge head, Chaos sighs, hubby in her greatsword form having slashed through the tree and pinned it to the ground. You sure you want us to be friends with him, Lou? Yup, alright then, onward after the boy with the pole, Chaos sighs, managing to catch up to Ace on a rope bridge. Not much of a people person, are you? I'm back. Can we be friends now? Luffy pants, having to sprint to keep up with Chaos' longer strides as he ran. Ace's response was to smack the rubber boy off the bridge with his pole like he was a baseball, sending Luffy tumbling into the ravine. Chaos conflicted between at least knocking Ace in after him or following Luffy, before deciding his brother was more important than revenge, for now. The asshole would get what's coming to him eventually. Evening time, Ace is back. Food, but he's alone, shit, Dogra hisses. Hey, didn't those two other boys go out with you earlier? Where did they go? Magra asks. How should I know? Ace shrugs as he enters the building after dropping off his haul, this time a large pile of various sized fish. Later, come on, where did you two little fuckers go? Think they died out there? Magra asks with a twitch, putting down his telescope. If they did, we're next once Garp hears about it. Dogra shivers. One day and Ace has already killed them. 1 week later, bark bark bar. Uru thump, shit, what's gotten Pochi so worked up this time? Dogra whines as the barking wakes him up, though the thump did make him rush over to the door and fling it open. Oh my, boss, wake up. God damn it, Dogra, what now? Dayton grouses as she pulls herself to her feet and waddles sleepily to the door. Oh. Well damn, they're both still alive. Beat to shit but alive. Huh, maybe they will make good bandits after all, Mogra muses aloud as the other bandits, and Ace, begin to stir from the commotion. Do you know how many dangerous animals there are on this mountain, beside you people? Chaos asks, hubby wrapped tightly around his arm. Blood dried on the jagged edges and bite marks on his arms and legs. Too fucking many. Luffy shouts, his clothes shredded and various parts of him bitten or clawed. You little brats made me worry, where the hell were you? Bottom of the ravine, got lost, and attacked by wolves, Luffy answers. And why did you go and do something that stupid in the first place? Dogra asks with a tired sigh. Because Dayton's son is an asshole with a bright future for beating people's skulls in, Chaos snarks tiredly. The fuck does that even mean? Do you care? Dayton scowls. Not at this hour of the night. Get to sleep, you little ingrates. You're up bright and early tomorrow to start working. Whatever, the brothers nod and follow Dayton to the storage room where both collapsed and fell asleep quickly. Meanwhile, Ace just scowls at both of them. The next day, boss, he's running after Ace again. For fuck's sake, get back here, you little brat, you still have chores. Dayton screams as Luffy runs after an almost fearfully fleeing Ace. Sorry miss, my only chores are to keep my idiot brother alive. See you hopefully tonight, or else next week I guess. Chaos waves before chasing the other two idiots, and Dayton wonders if this was really worth not going to prison over. The unofficial game of tag continued until they reached a river which Ace easily crossed. Ace, wait up. Luffy shouts, come on, I just want to be friends with you. I don't, but you giving up and being Luffy's friend will make all of our lives easier. So please be his friend. Chaos mutters as Luffy decides to follow Ace again, jumping onto some gators in the process. Still an idiot, Chaos thinks as Ace abandons them like and Chaos has to save Luffy, getting some unintentional devil fruit training in the process as gator skulls don't fare too well against reflect armored fists. This began a pattern that lasted for about 4 months. Luffy chases Ace. Chaos chases Luffy. Ace either abandons them in a dangerous situation or causes said situation. Rinse, repeat, etc. The only reprieve the day they fell into that snake pit, because Chaos told them to back off and they surprisingly did. Also the time Ace fell into a patch of marigolds and Luffy started laughing at the boy covered in yellow flowers long enough for the older boy to lose both of them. Honestly, all 3 of them should be dead or at least severely injured at this point, but never mind. What does that little dumbass think he's going to accomplish chasing Ace day in and day out? Dayton sighs one evening. He's getting pretty banged up every time too. You'd think the kid would lose interest after so many failed attempts, Dogra argues. He better cut it out soon, those punks are really stressing me out, the bandit chief screams. Dogra smirks as he sips his tea. You're worried about them, boss. Admit it, you've gotten attached. No, I haven't, those kids are just trying my patience is all, Dayton denies with a deep scowl, just before the 2 problem children once more return. Chaos coated in reflect armor and Luffy puffed up like a swollen balloon due to the beehive Ace dropped on his head. The next day, Ace, I'm not giving up, not now, not ever, so be my friend. Luffy shouts as he chases the older boy. He might actually believe that, and he is harder to lose this week than the last one, Ace mutters aloud, before movement to his left has him tense. Crap, too far. Ace, damn it. Where did he go now? Luffy whines. You think one of these days he's just going to beat the shit out of you and tie you to a tree and be done with it? Chaos asks with a frown. Nah, cause you'd set me free, then beat me up and Luffy argues, and Chaos sighs because the boy is 100% right. Anyway. Oh, something over there. I bet it's Ace. Luffy cheers. It wasn't, it was a huge tiger instead, phewick. Luffy and Chaos think as the beast stalks toward them, both knowing they weren't nearly fast enough to outrun the big cat. That's gotta be the nastiest monster in the forest. Even I can't beat that thing, Ace thinks, feeling a momentary flicker of pity and sympathy for the two about to be dead boys just below him. Luckily fate had other plans, as to counter the huge fuck-off tiger, an equally massive bear entered the clearing and decided to pick a fight with it, distracting the animal from Luffy and Chaos so they could scramble away. I think that might have been too much, even for you, Chaos pants as they both lay down and gaze into the sky a safe distance away from the beasts. Maybe, but we're getting stronger from it, Luffy winks, getting a light punch to the face from his brother, though he knew Luffy was right for a change. The next day, we made it to the end of the forest. Now what? Luffy wonders as they gaze into the wasteland, trash heap known as Grey Terminal. Explore? Chaos asks with a shrug, getting a nod and a grin from Luffy before leaping to the now metallic landscape. Ace, you out here? Luffy calls as he bounces and then crashed through one of the many piles of junk, Chaos skittering and sliding across the piles as he follows him. Given he almost never responds, I doubt he will just because we're in this shithole rather than the forest. Chaos mutters, knowing Luffy wasn't listening, but he liked talking even if only hubby was actually listening or willing to respond to him, until some asshole crashed into him. Oi, move it, brat. The lumpy-looking man shouts, while Chaos just slowly blinks. You fucked in the head or something? Considering you're the one who looks like he suffered a head injury, that's a stupid question. Chaos hums as the slightly less scruffy man chasing him began to catch up. Never mind, I'll teach you manners next time, punk. Lumpy man says as he rushes off, looking for a place to hide. Huh, what a weirdo, Luffy notes, popping up beside Chaos like a shadow. Well, time to find Ace. Section were surrounded by idiot section, and search they did, finding nothing but trash and junk, until they caught a glimpse of someone about their age, slinking off into the forest. Assuming it was Ace, Luffy lead the charge, Chaos following simply to make sure Luffy didn't find someone else who wanted to murder him. Luckily, it was Ace, who stopped at what could be any other tree and began shouting up at it, "Hey, Sabo, I'm sorry I'm a little late." More than a little, another boy responds, a blonde about Ace's age in a top hat, grinning down at him exposing a missing back tooth. I've already been out and made a killing. Ace smirks, oh really, well maybe I did too, he boasts. Let's see then, Sabo says as Ace climbs up the tree. Then both open their bags to reveal their haul. Holy, that's way more than I got. How'd you do it? He gasps. Robbed some chumps down by the gate, didn't stand a chance against me. Ace laughs waving his pole around. Well, crap. Guess you win this round too, bud, Sabo mutters, as he begins to count their current funds. Doesn't matter if you win or lose, we've got 5 years of pirate savings stashed away up here. We should both be happy about that. Ace argues, a lot less of a grumpy brat with Sabo than when around Luffy, Chaos, or the Dayton family. We worked pretty hard. Yeah, we did. We'll get off this rock one day, and go see places those losers couldn't even dream of. All these years, all this work, it'll all be worth it in the end. Believe it, Sabo cheers. Ace sighs as the two start fantasizing, best put that away, can't have anyone else know about our treasure, he orders. So how much even is a ship? I want a decent one, that's for sure, but we seem pretty rich at the moment. Sabo wonders aloud as he packs away their money. Could be 10 mil, maybe more. We don't want to rush it and wreck everything for ourselves, Ace says with a shrug. Did you say ship? Luffy bellows from the bottom of the tree, startling both older boys. You're gonna be pirates, he cheers. Luffy, I think they were having a moment, Chaos sighs, though it was interesting to see Ace acting like something besides a cold-hearted for once. And you have hidden treasure already, so cool, I'm gonna be a pirate too when I'm older, Luffy continues, enthusiasm at 11 as always. Seeing a threat to their booty, Ace and Sabo scramble down the tree and breakneck speed and clobber both boys, mostly Luffy, but Chaos because he now knew their secret and needed to be shown why he must keep it as such. Which is how both of them were tied to separate trees waiting to see what happens next. You know the best part? Now I know where you go every day, it makes following you all that easier, Luffy cheers. Oblivious as usual to how much trouble he was probably about to be in. So, this is Luffy, and the other one is Chaos? Also, why didn't you let me take away his weapon? Sabo asks. You don't want to touch that thing, bad things happen, Ace says ominously. He means Nameless Bandit 17 died, Luffy explains. What? Not important, I'll explain later, Ace sighs deeply. These are the idiots you've been telling me about. Sabo continues, allowing the previous subject to drop, for now. You tell all your friends about us? Awesome, Luffy beams. I told my friend how annoying you are, mostly you, Ace clarifies. He also said you were dumb as a rock and keep needing the lackey fuck to save your ass, Sabo adds. I mean, he's not wrong, at least sometimes I need Chaos help, other times we both could have used a hand, and other times I can handle it fine on my own, Luffy declares. You do know we're insulting you, right? Sabo asks, genuinely curious about if Luffy was too stupid to be insulted. He knows, he just doesn't care, Chaos responds, currently using hubby to cut his bindings while the focus was on the loud as hell rubber-brained future pirate. The route I took here today wasn't an easy one to follow, you two are stubborn brats, but this takes the cake. It's nice Ace has other friends, the bandits we live with are so mean. We're gonna be the best of friends, Luffy chirps happily. I'm not your friend dumbass, you don't know a single thing about me, not even my name, Sabo scowls. K. What's your name then? Luffy asks. Oh, it's Saw, it's a secret, that you're not going to get out of me, the blonde says, catching himself before answering the question. Hi Sabo, Chaos greets, now free from the rope, to the other's surprise. Ace is louder than you both think, I'm honestly surprised Luffy was able to remain quiet for as long as he did. Shit. This is why I wanted to disarm him, he's free already and we hadn't even finished discussing what to do with them, Sabo shouts. If you want to die so badly, take her, I'm not touching that thing with my pipe, never mind my bare hands, Ace defends. So, are we done playing? Luffy wonders, getting a shrug from Chaos while the other two calm down. Okay, they know too much, and I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. So, we have to kill them, Sabo decides, getting a nod from Ace. What? No, Luffy screams, I'm scared, I don't want to die, somebody help me. Can it, you little shit? Seriously Ace, you bring the worst guests, Sabo groans, slamming Luffy's head against the tree. Just kill him already, Ace orders, he's your problem, why don't you do it? Sabo shouts. Because I've never killed anyone before, neither have I you bastard, I don't know how this stuff works. I have, Chaos says, causing Ace and Sabo to blue screen for a second, mostly Ace is unlike Sabo who assumed the purple-haired boy was at least a teenager, knows Chaos' real age, a few months back, before Luffy and I were hauled into the mountains to live with Dayton and Ace. It was a bandit and an accident, but I still killed him, Chaos admits, rolling up his sleeve before coating his arm in reflect armor. He was attacking me, Vil Fruit activated, and next thing I knew my fist was in his chest and he was gone. Please can we stop talking about killing, I really don't want to die today, please don't throw me in the water. That was a strange request, Sabo notes. What did I tell you? He's the dumb one. Now if only we could get him to stop squirming for long enough to reach the river. Ace's thoughts were interrupted by a commission nearby. Shit. They must have heard your bellowing, Luffy. Guess we have to set him free, if only to stop people from snooping too close to our treasure, he decides, letting Chaos cut him free with a swipe of hubby in its default form, before all four of them slipped into the undergrowth as the group passed them by, overhearing their conversation. Shit, those guys were blue jams. I'd have never robbed them if that were the case, Ace mutters. They big news or big talk? Luffy asks, being quiet for a change. Big trouble, especially the big guy, Porkamy, Sabo says, referring to the buff-looking guy with long blue-gray hair and a large cutlass-type sword. He's ruthless and crazy. Lose a fight with him and he'll scalp you alive, just to hear them scream. He explains, then turned to Ace, and you managed to piss him off. I never even saw the bastard, I just beat up and robbed one of his goons. That blonde one over there, Ace whispers, pointing to the blonde who was beaten to hell and partially bandaged up. They're right on our tail. Sabo hisses. If they even look in this direction we're fucked. I have an idea, Chaos offers, kill them? Ace and Sabo ask. Chaos' response was a slow blink that A. The blonde was sure he'd seen cats do. Which was weird as the lanky teen made him think of reptiles, and B. Ace was beginning to learn med confusion, given the purple teen was almost Luffy's polar opposite in terms of outward expressions, from what little he'd seen of the kid. What? No, I'm not going to kill anyone, Chaos denies, looking oddly flustered. Well sorry, you're the one who bragged about killing a guy to us two non-killers, Sabo snarks. Because I panicked, okay? I wanted you and Ace to calm down and shut the fuck up about killing Luffy, and I blurted it out. Chaos groans, running his fingers through his short hair. Ace hums, I mean, it worked. Even living around bandits you don't hear many people claiming they dropped their first body age 9 inches, he agrees. Then the penny dropped for Sabo. Wait here, he screams, not helping their situation, before being muffled by both Ace and Luffy. Shut up, shut up, shut up, both hiss, in sync for once since the two boys' arrival. But yes, Luffy's 7, Chaos is 9, he's just freakishly tall for his age, Ace explains, getting a confused, and also worried nod from Sabo. So, what's the plan? I can use my fruit to blind them like a flashbang, and then we all make a break for it in the confusion, Chaos explains, the silver material covering the inside of his hands and shimmering lightly. Huh, not a bad plan, if it works, Sabo nods, but how do we make sure they get caught in the blast? Hey assholes. Oh come on, Ace and Sabo think as Chaos stands up and shouts at the group of pirates. You talking to us, you little punk? Porkamy sneers. Well, there's nobody else here, so yeah. You picked a bad day to mouth off to me, kid. I'm having a shitty day, and now I'm going to take it out on you, the man shouts, raising his sword. Flashbang, the reflected sunlight flash all 4 pirates square in the face, giving the kids a chance to run away. Only one problem with this plan, they lost Luffy. Goddamn idiot. How do you get lost when we were all running in the same direction? Ace scowls, punching a tree. Hey, let me go. Ace, Chaos. Help me, for fuck's sake, Ace, Chaos and Sabo groan. Well, that plan was worth, basically nothing. Figures, the taller boy groans, reaching for hubby and beginning to spin it in his hand. What now? Give me a minute, Ace sighs deeply a little later, Porkamy's base. You're gonna tell me everything I want to know? The man scowls, hefting a large mallet onto his shoulder. I'm not telling you nothing, Luffy yells defiantly. Stubborn brat, guess we're doing this the hard way, he scoffs, before slamming the mallet down on the kid. His men panicking for a second as they think the boss killed him, until he popped up like a cartoon character and sent the mallet flying backward. The Gomu Gomu no Mi made me rubber, stuff like hammers, even huge ones don't do a thing to me, Luffy smirks. Calm down, Porkamy barks, then turns to Luffy, a devil fruit huh? Rubber, so blunt force is out, but I have more than one way to make you talk. Bring me my pair of gloves, he orders. One of his men panic but rush out to retrieve said item. Meanwhile the other guys string Luffy up like a piñata. I'll explain this to your simply kid. The money Ace stole isn't some chump change or grocery money, it's a matter of life or death. As in if you don't tell me where the money is, you die, and then I die, you get me? He explains, his minion having returned with the gloves during his explanation. Luffy now seeing they were spiked like the outer shell of chestnuts, or a sea urchin. So tell me where it is. No way. You'll get nothing from me, Luffy shouts. Porkamy growls before sending Luffy swinging, then punching him straight in the face with his spiked gloves. Oh, that looks bad. I'm telling you this now, kid. You don't piss off a pirate if you want to keep living, and that's exactly what you're doing, keeping quiet on me, because by doing so you're just ensuring Captain Blue Jam kills you, me and everyone you hold dear, so talk. Let me go. You're hurting me, Luffy cries and flails, bouncing around on the rope erratically. Somebody help. Guess we keep going. Can't take that many hits to break a little crybaby like you, Porkamy sneers. You idiots get out there and look for Ace and Sabo while I deal with this one, we need that money. Smack smack smack. A good while later, Other side of Gray Terminal. They're looking for us. But why? Surely Luffy would have blabbed by now, Sabo mutters. You clearly underestimate how stubborn Luffy is, Blondie. Now if you don't mind, I'm going to do a very Luffy thing and charge straight for those idiots. Chaos sighs deeply before pulling hubby off his hip. You're kidding, you can't fight Porkamy by yourself, Ace shouts. Well, there's not exactly a line of people offering to help, and who knows how Luffy will be in the time it would take me to run back and explain everything to Dayton. The purple-haired kid mutters as he lets the blade spin. You know what, fuck it. Maybe he's not as bad as I thought. Maybe he's worth risking our treasure for, Sabo declares. Knuckles white as he clenches around his pipe. You're serious, aren't you? Ace sighs before he nods. Yeah, we should probably go rescue that little brat. Great, now we're all in agreement, Chaos grins, as hubby latches onto his arm. The blade expanding and extending into what would best be described as a spiked bat. Now, where are we going, exactly? Porkamy's base. Come on, kid. Spit it out, Porkamy snarls, beginning to get tired of smacking Luffy around like a punching bag. But he can't stop until the kid spills his secrets and he gets Blue Jam's money. Boss, you need to stop, I think he's broken. Yeah. He's not even crying out or calling for help anymore. Exactly. If he was going to talk, he would have hours ago already. Porkamy scowls. Even if he agrees with them, he couldn't go back to Blue Jam empty-handed, not if he wanted to still be breathing tomorrow, so he kept punching. Tell me where it is, you little shit. I won't talk, Luffy wheezes, head spinning and vision blurred from pain and tears. Just let me go. I'm not telling you anything, he cries, pissing off the pirate even more, though he seems to finally believe him. Fine, enough of this, Porkamy sighs, removing his gloves and walking over to the wall to retrieve his cutlass. You're a stubborn kid. But we're done here, he states, raising his blade to deliver the killing blow. I am go. Ace, Sabo, and Chaos scream, smashing their way through the wall, the tallest one skidding to a halt right in front of Luffy, catching the blade against hubby, or more importantly the spikes of the bat, mace, canebow. It was a large blunt object with spikes. Even he didn't care what it technically was. That's him, Porkamy, that's the kid who stole the money, one of the minions shout. Ace, nice of you to come to me. If I'd known that I wouldn't have beaten your little friend half to death. Porkamy laughs, catching Ace out of the air as the boy leaps at him, attempting to slam his pipe into the man's smug face. Section kill him, section, shut up, Chaos scowls as he tightens his grip. Let Ace go. Not without my money, brat. Sabo now, Ace shouts, and with both arms occupied, there was no way for Porkamy to block the second attempt to slam a pipe into his face, at least managing to free Ace and break the deadlock, even if he was able to maintain the grip on his cutlass. That kinda hurt. Which of you punks hit me? Porkamy sneers, then looks down at the slightly shaking kid. Aw, there you are. You kids really have no idea who you're messing with. He raises his arm to slash, only to get a pole strike to the throat, causing him to lose concentration as the disrupts his breathing for a second. Sabo, get Luffy free, we'll handle this ugly fuck, Ace yells, nodding to Chaos, who was already starting to spin his current weapon, a smirk starting to form on his face even if his eyes burned with rage. You brats think you can take me, Porkamy bellows, lunging for Ace, who dodges then has the blade edge glance off Chaos' bat, leaving him open to another blow to the head, this time a successful one from Ace. Meanwhile, Sabo managed to snatch a knife from one of the goons and cut Luffy free, hefting the semi-conscious rubber boy onto his back. He turns to flee. I got him, let's go, he shouts. You can go, Ace, don't be stupid, Sabo yells. I don't run from my enemies, ever, Ace declares boldly, his eyes locked onto Porkamy, which was why he didn't see the blow to the back of the head coming. You weighed a fucking ton, you know that, Chaos grunts as he hefts Ace onto his shoulder, similar to what Sabo was doing to Luffy just behind him. You're just making my job easier. Now tell me where that shitbag hid my money, and I'll let you walk away with only a beating, Porkamy threatens, waving his sword at the currently dead-eyed Purplet. No, I'm not going to. Instead, we'll be leaving now, Chaos shrugs as best he would with Ace on one shoulder and a canebow on the other. If you won't talk either, I'll just cut you down and beat the answers out of Ace instead, Porkamy bellows as he lunges straight for the lanky brat. Clang, the sword hits center mass and shatters like glass off the boy's armored skin, Chaos taking the moment of shock to pull back his arm, as hubby melts back into her normal form, and slams a reflect armored fist right between Porkamy's eyes, sending the man backwards into the opposite wall, the crunch a mixture of his nose, and two of Chaos' fingers breaking in the exchange. Section, he's still breathing. Section I know. But he's not my problem anymore, so long as Ace and Luffy are okay. Section. Chaos hisses, getting a sense of approval, maybe before the prescience fades. Holy she, I can scream later, we need to get out of here now. Sabo shouts, pulling Chaos out of his own head long enough for him to turn on his heels and run, following the blonde out of gray terminal back into the forest. Ace and Sabo's new hideout. What the fuck, you lanky bastard? You knocked me out, Ace yells once he comes to. Good thing he did, your stupid policy nearly got you killed, and possibly the rest of us too, Sabo snarks. Oh yeah, then how did you and him escape? Ace scowls. He didn't know I had a devil fruit, or that it could break his sword. Also, I may have broken my hand on his face, Chaos answers as he wraps his fingers now they were done wrapping up Luffy's injuries as best they could. Thank you guys for coming to rescue me, it was so scary I was sure I was gonna die, Luffy cries. Shut up already, Ace shouts, already pissed off. Calm down, he's just saying thanks, between all the blubbering, Sabo says, trying to play peacekeeper. Whatever. Though I have to ask, why did you keep your mouth shut? Ace asks, causing Luffy to stop crying and stare at him. You think they'd let you live just because you're a kid? No, they'd kill you once they got what they wanted regardless of your age. I was afraid that you wouldn't be my friend, Luffy admits, his voice low and empty for possibly the first time since Ace had met him. That's it, seriously. That's still better than dying, dumbass. Besides, why do you want to be my friend so badly? You've chased me across this mountain for months now. Because, it's not like I've been nice to you or anything. Hell, I'm probably just below Porkamy in terms of how I've treated you, and that guy beat the crap out of you for nearly half a day. Because people shouldn't be alone. Chaos and I are all each of us have, but if we can't go back to the village, and the mountain bandits are almost worse than nothing, why can't we get along with the only other person on the mountain? I can handle pain, been doing it all my life, but the loneliness, it eats away at you. Unfortunately, he's right. Why are you so determined to shoo away everyone else? Well, actually that question is wrong since meeting Sabo. But still, why do you seem so determined to keep Luffy and I away from you? To the point at least one of us should be dead by now? The question strikes a chord in Ace's mind and he frowns, head bowed in contemplation. Do you think I deserve to live? The two boys look confused by the question. What? Of course, you do, you dummy, Luffy states bluntly. Does explain why you're so reckless all the time if you don't think you should be alive. Still stupid though, Chaos agrees. I see, Ace mutters, then turns away, but you're still annoying, weak crybabies and creepy weirdos like you two piss me off. Given until an hour ago all I've seen you be is a grumpy asshole, that's progress, I think, Chaos hums as Luffy jumps to his feet. I'm not weak, I'm really strong, Luffy argues angrily. Ace scoffs, yeah, real strong. I bet you were crying like a whittle baby the whole time you were tied up, he says mockingly. Have you ever been beaten by spiky things that big before? Luffy shouts, I'm only 7, just wait until I'm 10 like you and then I won't cry over anything. Age has nothing to do with it, I was tougher than you or when I was 6 never mind 7 inches. Oh yeah? Yeah, they're going to be at it for a while aren't they? Sabo groans. Himself and Chaos sitting down and watching the two butt heads. That's what it looks like, but it is technically better than what came before, so again, progress, Chaos shrugs. Still, probably best we break them up before they come to blows, Sabo argues, getting a nod from the younger boy. That's it guys, calm down. We have bigger problems than, well, this pissing contest. We do? Luffy asks in confusion. Yeah, we do. Those guys we just rescued you from and Ace stole money from. They work for a pirate called Blue Jam. And as Ace already mentioned, they'll kill us if they find us, regardless of the fact we're just a bunch of kids. True, they don't seem the type to let this thing go, Ace nods. The thing is, this part of the forest I've been living in is awfully close to their main hangouts, the den of pirates. What if one night I'm a little more tired than usual, sleep a little deeper, and they catch me? Then you're dead, possibly before sunrise. Chaos frowns. That's about the gist of it, unless Blue Jam drags it out to make you suffer. Ace agrees. Then you just wish you were dead. Luffy nods. That's why I need your help, because I have a plan, Sabo says with a devious grin, which was soon mirrored by the others as he pulls them into brainstorm. The next day, Dayton family house. Shit, what happened to those brats? They finally dumb enough to try fight the M thing? Dogra groans, pinching the bridge of his nose as he sees the sleeping kids. Mogra shakes his head. That's not the problem. Count the kids in this room. Seriously? That's easy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a minute. Why are there 4 of these brats? The man groans. Boss, we have a problem. What now? It's too fucking early. Dayton groans as she stumbles into the storeroom the kids sleep in. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not right. Ace, Luffy, Chaos, huh? She thinks as she scans the room and finds the kids curled up, practically on top of each other. Only there was more than there were supposed to. Okay, wake the fuck up and explain yourselves, Dayton shouts. Too tired, recovering from getting the shit beat out of me, Luffy groans before rolling over back to sleep. Too early for questions, Ace mutters sleepily. He followed us home. Can we keep him? Chaos asks with an only semi-conscious expression on his face, before his eyes droop shut again. Meh? Sabo grunts, not even opening his eyes. Jesus, these brats are multiplying. Who the hell are you? Dayton scowls. Who, me? Sabo asks, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Oh right, forgot to introduce myself. Hi, I'm Sabo, he smiles. Ace's friend. Well, at least I know have a face to match to the name, Dayton mutters. Oh great, it's like I already live here, and you must be Dayton, right? Hiya? He greets, trying to shake her hand only for it to be yanked away. What's this crap about living here? I have a hard enough time with these 3 worthless brats. I don't need a 4th. Yeah, that tracks given I'd heard what a grumpy old hag you are. Sabo nods, causing Dayton to scowl. I've also heard from Ace you're a nice old hag who wouldn't let a kid like me die in the forest, and that you're a tough old hag, so I should mind my manners while I'm staying here. Well, the tough part is true. The nice part is a rumor I'm going to have to crush before it spreads, and I'm not a hag. She scowls before sighing deeply, knowing he was right about one thing. She wasn't going to just drop kick him and leave him to die in the woods. Who did he think she was? Garp? Luffy, Chaos, Ace, Sabo. She lists off, getting all 4 boys' attention. There are no free rides, especially not in my house. You boys better pull your weight around here. Understood? She asks, orders, getting various forms of yes or nods from the kids. Good, now get moving. 1 hour later. Bye Dayton. Luffy. Get back here, you're supposed to clean this place. Cleaning is boring. Luffy calls back, sticking out his tongue. Hey Ace, what are we gonna do today? Sabo then freezes, causing Luffy to run into, and Chaos to scuttle around him. Knew I forgot something when we came in. He mutters, then turns around. Hey Dayton, you might be receiving some guests later. We pissed off some of Blue Jam's men and they probably want to kill us, so play it cool, okay? Please tell me that little brat is joking, Dogra groans. Nope, 100% the truth. We beat up some of his crew and now he's really mad. It's why I had to move in with you guys. It wasn't safe to just live in the woods anymore, Sabo confirms. Fuck, and I can't even blame this new headache on Garp, Dayton groans. Technically you could, as Ace living here is Garp's fault. Therefore his friend moving in with him is Garp's fault, because if Ace wasn't here he wouldn't have brought Sabo along with him. Mogrid tries to argue, but Dayton just stopped caring at this point. It's cool, Dayton just lets us do what we want. It's like before, but with an actual place to sleep. Sabo grins as the 4 run through the woods. She's still a grumpy old hag, Ace argues, and ugly, like a butt. Luffy giggles. Kind of surprised she hasn't beaten us black and blue yet, Chaos hums, as like Luffy his only actual caretaker, parental figure so far had been Garp, and to a lesser extent Shanks the previous year. Hey, don't worry about it, now to figure out what to do today. Food. Luffy shouts, getting an eye roll from Ace and Chaos, but Sabo nods, deciding that was as good a place as any to start the day. A little later. So, you 2 ate devil fruits, right? Meaning you can't swim? Sabo asks. Yep, Luffy nods, munching on the fishtail. I was a bad swimmer anyway, so it's no great loss, Chaos shrugs. Still, so what fruits did you eat? Gomu Gomu, Luffy grins. Suru Suru. Chaos answers, okay. What the hell does that mean? Ace now asks, joining in. I'm made of rubber, Luffy cheers. Lame? It's not lame, I'm all springy and stretchy and have all these cool secret moves only I can do, Luffy argues. I guess that's cool or something. Ace shrugs, and Chaos. What's the Suru Suru do, besides make weird goo? Reflections. Mostly just light and impacts at the moment, which was how I blinded those goons and broke Porkami's sword, but I think I can do more, just need to tinker with it a little, Chaos explains. This is very interesting, Ace says sarcastically, but unless either of you can get us some more food, I don't care, freeloaders. He sighs and lies down, missing Luffy's attempt to beat him up as Sabo and Chaos grab his cheeks. Wow, he really is made of rubber, this is so weird. Let go of my face now, Luffy groans, then falls over when they comply, plus I made a super cool new move. I call it the Gum Gum Balloon, Luffy announces, bouncing back. Oh, can you show us? Sabo asks, are your injuries going to allow you to? Chaos wonders, not that Luffy was listening. Yep, private showing just for you guys, not this jerk face, Luffy huffs, then begins to suck in air and expand. Gum Gum Balloon. Wow, he just keeps getting bigger and bigger, hope he doesn't pop, Sabo gasps. Hopefully he'll lose focus on holding in the air, before he stretches himself to the point of exploding. Ace chuckles as he rolls over, huh, guess it's pretty cool, as a ball. He laughs as he kicks Luffy into the air. Sabo kick it back. Unfortunately, the blonde panicked when a giant Luffy balloon was coming straight for him, and kicked him sideways, into the river, where a crocodile managed to catch and swallow him. Oh come on, we better go save the dumbass, shouldn't we? Ace sighs, getting annoyed. Yes. From the other two, mostly Chaos. Fine, fine, no need to yell, he mutters, before the trio leap into the fray. Later, well, that happened. Sabo shrugs. Don't try to play this off, I nearly got eaten. Luffy cries as the foursome heft the crocodile through the forest. Oh quit complaining, we got you out and we have plenty of crocodile meat for everyone wins, Ace argues. Good point. Luffy nods, already salivating at the thought of crocodile meat, Sabo starting to realize what a madhouse he'd invited himself into. Hey guys, before dinner, I need to check something, want to tag along? Sabo asks, getting nods from all three of them. Well, I guess helping you guys move all that stuff was worth it after all. Whispers from the bushes as Blue Jam's men swarm the tree him and Luffy had first met Sabo in. Yeah, those idiots will never find the new place. Though we should probably have a peek at Grade Terminal while we're out, just to see how bad things have gotten. That turned out to be a bad idea, as Blue Jam had put a bounty on all four of their heads, meaning that once they were spotted, what felt like half of Grade Terminal were on their asses, chasing them from one end of the scrapyard to the other until they finally managed to lose them in the woods. Well, that sucked, Sabo groans, lying against a tree. I don't see why we have to run, if they catch us, we'll just beat them up like Blue Jam's goons, Ace argues. That doesn't mean we should go looking for a fight, the sole voice of reason counters. It just means that if worst comes to worst, we aren't completely screwed, Chaos agrees. Sorry Ace, Sabo and Chaos are right, Luffy giggles as he swings from a branch. Luffy, shut the hell up, Dayton family home, boss, Ace, and the other kids are back. The lookout calls down, the bandits surprised, and maybe a little impressed by the three grinning dumbasses, and the perpetually scowling Ace had bagged such a huge crock for dinner. You know, if that had been on purpose, it would probably have been rather impressive. Chaos notes as Luffy punches himself in the face while trying to hit Ace with a gum pistol, using the extension aspect of his devil fruit to add range, speed, and force to his punches. The problem was that he couldn't focus the attack long enough for it to complete its punch, instead ricocheting off the ground and coming right back at him. Dumbass, why do all your moves suck? Ace shouts as he kicks Luffy into a tree. Score 1 for Ace, your turn Chaos, Sabo announces as he finishes adjusting the scoreboard. Both boys nod and begin their brawl, while Luffy pouts in the corner. You can really tell your age when you fight, Ace notes as he barely has to dodge a punch from the younger boy. You're unsure, jittery, and quite frankly don't seem to know where the end of your arms are. He finishes by slipping past Chaos' minimal guard and kicking him in the sternum, shoving him against the nearby tree, and that's number 2. My turn, Ace. Sabo smirks as he enters the battlefield, having marked up a 2 for the other boy. Their brawl much more evenly matched than Ace's 2 previous fights. I won't lose to anyone, that includes you, Sabo. Sorry, not sorry, Ace thinks as he sidesteps a kick. I'm still not strong enough. I can't stop till I'm stronger than Ace, till I'm the strongest in the world. Sabo scowls as he rolls away from a punch to the face. Then both leap at each other for the final clash. Sabo's punch just barely missed, while Ace's sends him flying. Damn it! Why do their fights always look more evenly matched? Luffy whines from the ground. Because they're both older than us, and the same age as each other, Chaos answers. Also, you haven't quite figured out how to use your fruit offensively or defensively, no offense. Screw you. You think you're so great because your fruit makes actual armor. Kind of, yeah. But on the other hand, it does make a different game much more interesting. You're doing that weird grin again, Ace. Sabo. Yeah? What now? Flashbang. You bastard. When I can see again I'll wring your scrawny neck. Ace shouts as he flails around. You know, you're supposed to ask if we want to play before tricking us into blind man's bluff. Sabo groans, having walked into a tree. Why is everyone yelling? Luffy screams. Luffy, only you're yelling, Sabo retorts. I think his hearing has just become more sensitive, given his loss of sight, Chaos says with a shrug. Must be affecting me too, given I can hear your smirk from the other side of the clearing. Ace scowls, before turning in Chaos' direction. I can also smell the smugness, you lanky fuck, so don't think you can beat me just because I'm seeing stars, he declares, boasts. Wouldn't dream of it, Ace. Chaos nods, then throws a pebble, hitting the older boy straight in the forehead, but it was worth a try anyway, says Hazy. We missed something cool, didn't we? Luffy asks, whines. Probably, but my vision is clearing up so it doesn't matter. Who's hungry? I am. You're always hungry, dummy, Ace sighs, rolling his eyes. Meaning the question was pointless from the start. Onward I guess, Chaos shrugs, before the foursome make their way to the river. Crocodile meat on the menu once again. That sure looks tasty, Ace grins, pipe resting on his shoulder. I could eat crocodile meat every day, Luffy chuckles, already starting to drool. Well, try not get eaten, or else we're going to have to save you, and probably scare all the other crocs away in the process. Chaos sighs. Hubby taking the form of a spiked bat today. No fair, that was Ace and Sabo's fault, Luffy argues. And yours for not deflating fast enough, Sabo counters. Enough, at this point the crocs will die of old age before we catch one, Ace shouts, before they all leap down and begin to beat their future dinner into submission. A few days later. Gray Terminal. What's in that sack? A guard wearing what looked like a hazmat suit asks the hooded man lugging it through the archway into the city. Crocodile skin, you can check if you want, the man answers, pulling back some of the tarp to reveal the dead animal, to the guard's shock, who lets him pass through the gate and into Edgetown, marking the beginning of the city. Hey buddy, want a little help with that package? A thug asked as he approached the hooded man, who looked like he didn't even react to the gang beginning to circle him. Hey, I'm talking to you. The man shouts, until there's a blade pressed against his throat. Buzz off, all of you. You're dead, you bastard, the shade-wearing thug shouts. Not today, punk. Pick your marks more carefully, buddy. The man smirks before removing the cloak, revealing Ace on Chaos's shoulders, while Sabo and Luffy clung to his back, the purple hair's teen shaking from the strain, and happy to be free of the disguise as the other two quite literally get off his back. You might get more than you bargained for. Shit, it's them. Not these brats again. They're multiplying. No mercy for street thugs. Ace shouts as a war cry, the other three taking it as an excuse to kick ass, so did precisely that. All right, later. I told you we'd make easy money with that crocodile skin, Ace croons. This time the head of a three-man tower. Chaos having just stolen a cloak from one of the goons they beat up and tagging along as another anonymous traitor. Our pirate savings are really adding up, Sabo agrees, smiling under the coat. That's nice, but I'm hungry and tired, Luffy whines, for some reason the bottom of the totem pole this time. I have to agree with Luffy here. Hauling that crocodile and you three all the way here was exhausting and worked up quite an appetite. Chaos hums, lightly flicking Ace in the back of the head. Relax, just up the street is a place that apparently has the best ramen noodles you've ever tasted, Ace assures them. Not saying much given I get the feeling Luffy and Chaos have never had ramen, so any kind would be the best they've ever tasted, Sabo snarks, getting a soft chuckle from the purplet. Hello. The restaurant owner greets, then gasps taking in the ragged appearance of their cloaks. I'm terribly sorry but, we don't serve your kind in this establishment. The VIP room please, Sabo requests, pulling out some kind of medallion from the cloak to show the man, who pauses and blinks in confusion. That mark, but your appearance, my mistake, please follow me my good fellows, we'd be happy to allow nobles of your standing to enter our humble establishment. He bully lowly and allows them in. Well damn, who'd you steal that from? Chaos grins as they were left to their own devices with 4 bowls of ramen, because it's a pretty handy trinket. Nobody, I just found it on the street is all, Sabo chuckles awkwardly, luckily a better liar than Luffy was at least. Less yapping more eating. I brought you here to Aya, of course, he is, Ace chuckles lowly as Luffy already had his head shoved into his bowl, practically inhaling the food. You're at least able to taste the food right Luffy? It's good, the rubber boy cries, which Ace took as a yes. Seiko, SBNFJ. Luffy tries to yell only for his head to be slammed into the table to stop him from giving the game away. Seconds please, 4 more bowls post haste. Sabo orders through the door, the boys hiding under the jacket and Chaos pulling back up the hood as the waitress returns with their orders. It was actually surprising how long they were able to keep this ruse going. Less so that it was Luffy who got them caught. Snatching their 8th helping with a rubber arm was apparently the moment they decided something was sus with their VIPs. We've been caught, out the window, Ace shouts as the manager throws open the door, the 4 kids following him as they leapt into the street once more. We've got to dine and dash. Catch those criminals, the manager bellows. Criminals, but they're just kids, some of the people on the street mutters. Not again. How do you keep getting past the gate? The police of the region groans. Seeing it was Aseo's, again. I don't care that they're kids, those little hellions belong in a jail cell. A man in a top hat was wandering down the street, minding his own business, when 4 kids rushed past him, one of which looked hauntingly familiar to him. It can't be, can it? He wonders, and now had to be sure. Sabo, is that you? He calls out, and as the boy tenses and freezes he smiles. He was right. I'm so glad to see you're alive. Let's go home. What's going on? Do you know that Moneybags? Ace asks, noticing Sabo's deep scowl. I think he knows you, Luffy hums. He's clearly got me mixed up with someone else. Let's go. Sabo growls and takes off at full speed, the other 3 following close behind. No, Sabo come back, the man shouts and begins to give chase. Shit, we gotta lose him. Chaos flash him, Sabo orders. Fine, no need to be snippy, Chaos mutters, but goes through with it, flashbanging not only the man following them but most of the street as he used to reflect armored, ta-da, motion with his hands, cackling madly, before reuniting with the boys in the chaos. The forest hideout. So, going to explain what just happened now, or the far side of never? Chaos asks, watching Sabo squirm as he tries to come up with a denial. I'm not hiding anything from you guys, nothing's going on, Sabo argues. Okay. Luffy nods with a smile, till both Ace and Chaos punch him in the back of the head. You're full of it Sabo and you're lying to us, right to our faces, Ace shouts angrily. We can't keep secrets from each other. So talk, all 3 of them shout, ganging up on the blonde kid. Ah, fine, Sabo sighs, the pressure too much for him. I'm the son of a noble. That noble we ran into in particular, he confesses. So, all the ask, Luffy and Ace picking their nose, while Chaos just looks bored with his eyes half closed. If you didn't care, why did you pressure me into answering? Sabo screams, then sighs and drops down to lean against the tree. The truth is, both my parents are still alive. I'm not really an orphan like you 3 inches, he groans. I didn't grow up in Grade Terminal, and that guy who was calling to me, he was my dad. Sabo confesses, I'm sorry I lied about everything. He said he's sorry, so it's all good right? Luffy asks with an innocent smile. I'm not forgiving him until we get the whole story, Ace huffs. I'd also like to know how you went from being a noble's son to sifting through trash alongside Ace. Chaos wonders, now sitting against another tree to Sabo's left. Exactly, if you're the son of some noble, why do you want to live in a junk heap like Grade Terminal or the woods like us? Ace asks. Because I ran away from home, okay? Sabo growls, surprising the three boys. And with that, the cracks turned into a deluge as Sabo unloaded everything on them. The weight of expectations, needing to be perfect at everything, this annoying little shit who thought he could push him around for having royal blood, and it somehow being his fault for defending himself when the fucker tried to shank him. How the only thing his parents cared about was their image, and how his existence continued to ruin it. I realized, they loved their money, property, and status, but not their son. If I couldn't marry a noble woman, I was useless to them. I studied culture, literature, and everything they gave me, but I guess, I wasn't learning fast enough because they were always getting mad. That family had no place for me, so I decided to leave, as there was no point staying where I wasn't wanted. Sabo finishes, his entire body tense like a coiled spring, then sighs deeply. At least the people in Grade Terminal know what it means to be free. If the nobles in Hightown would get their heads out of their butts and stop licking the king's boots, maybe they'd see there's more to the world than their money and status. Well, damn. You've really had it rough, Sabo, not the same as us, but enough it doesn't really matter the differences. Ace nods. Ace, Luffy, Chaos. We're going to get off this god-forsaken island one day, see the world and be pirates, Sabo declares. And when we've done it all, I'm gonna write a book about it, for kids like me. Great, you can read and write though, right Sabo? Luffy asks, getting 3 punches to the face for the question. Dumbass, Sabo groans, but the smile returns as his dream is finally out there for his friends to hear. You don't gotta tell me twice, I'm gonna be the strongest pirate that ever lived, and one day, pirates, marines, everyone will bow at my feet in marvel of my power. Ace declares, tapping his pipe against the ground like a staff. Everyone in the world will know my name, that's the legacy I'll leave behind as I die. States the future, Fire Fist. I don't care if people hate me. I don't care if they wish I'd never been born, but they won't ignore me, that is what it means to be strong in this world. I won't ever lose, I won't ever back down, I swear it here and now. Then I know what I'm going to be too. Luffy grins as he runs to the edge of the cliff and sucks in his breath. The king of the pirates. Damn it, Luffy, you were supposed to let me go next. Chaos sighs as Ace and Sabo stared at him in shock. Wanting to unravel the secrets of the devil fruits is much less impressive after a declaration like that. He mopes, Sabo and hubby trying to comfort the lanky kid. I'm surrounded by idiots, and Sabo, Ace thinks, pinching the bridge of his nose in annoyance. Hey, we all want to be pirates, but we're only saving up for the one ship. So what if all 4 of us want to be captain? Sabo asks, his brain going off on an odd tangent. Huh, hadn't considered that. Ace muses, honestly, I'd assumed you'd be my navigator, sorry about that. He shrugs. You're both welcome to join my crew, Luffy pipes in. No thanks, does it help if I point out I'm fine with not being captain? Chaos asks. A little, but that just means there's 3 of us instead of 4 gunning for the position. Ace admits. Anyway. Not like it matters today. Maybe we'll leave on 1 ship. Maybe we'll leave on 3. Maybe we'll sail out into the world and split up on the way to the Grand Line. He says as he slips into the hideout and returns with 4 sake cups and a bottle. Oh, Dayton's not going to like that you stole from her secret stash, Luffy whispers. Let me tell you boys a secret, Ace smirks as he uncorks the bottle. All it takes to become brothers is to share sake. This seems more complicated than the last time we adopted someone. Chaos chuckles as Ace passes him a filled cup. Yeah, but there was no way Shanks or Makino would have let us anywhere near the sake, Luffy argues. Plus maybe it's just brothers. Sisters simply need to be declared as family and you're done, he shrugs. In that case you and I need a double shot, to make up for lost time. Chaos winks. Need to make our brotherhood official and all that. You're both idiots, Sabo chuckles as he takes his own cup. We may sail on different ships, on different crews and different seas, but one thing remains true. We'll always be brothers and nothing can take it away, Ace announces. All 4 raise their cups and down it like shots. In hindsight, only the second dumbest thing Chaos and Luffy did after eating a devil fruit. But probably the dumbest thing Sabo or Ace had done in the last few years. A few weeks later. What a lovely morning. Things are sure looking up for a change, Deiden hums as she stretches, stepping out of the bandit base, and into a pitfall trap. Huh. What moron dug a hole outside my doorway? The kids did it. They said it was to catch wild boars. Mogra answers from outside the hole. You idiots. Get me out of here, Deiden bellows. The men sigh before helping heave the woman out of the hole. Also, next time warn a lady G's. She groans. Meanwhile, another bandit falls in a different hole. It seems the boys had been busy that morning. Edgetown, Sabo. Some thug yells. This is our turf. You know we don't take kindly to you punks hanging around here. Your turf? Man, you punks are delusional. But how about we skip the chinwags and get straight to the ass-kicking? Sabo taunts his shoulder. You cocky little twerp, flying Ace special, crack. Shit, it's Ace. The gang leader grimaces as Ace swings in like Tarzan and knocks one of his goons to the ground. Meanwhile, Luffy's leg snaps back to him and sending him flying into the air. Drama queen, Chaos sighs as he jumps over the wall, landing on a guy's back and bringing him to the ground. Now take your beating like a man. He smirks as he slams his armored fist into the back of the guy's head. Great, another one, a thug groans, just before Luffy enters the battlefield, taking too long to wind up his swing and getting punched in the face for his trouble. Then came shrill whistles as the local law enforcement become aware of the scuffle. Now you show up. Come on, we better bail, Ace orders, Sabo and Ace leaping over the wall, while Chaos tosses a still-face-mashed Luffy over before following the others. That was fun. Oh, maybe we should catch a deer for dinner, Sabo suggests once they were back in the forest. All right. I can taste it already, Luffy cheers and runs off, his brother's facepalm, but follow to stop him doing something too stupid by himself. As night fell, the boys returned with their catch, throwing it to Deiden, and once food was done the true battle began. It would probably have been fun to watch from an outside perspective as everyone fought for every last scrap of deer meat. But alas, everyone in the house was also fighting for the food, and therefore, it was just a hellscape of men and boys being tossed around left, right and center. No pattern or sense could be determined. The next day, Deiden at the end of her tether. Those brats have got to go. Excuse me, shit, we've been caught. Please ignore that last statement, I'm going insane from stress and lack of sleep. Deiden bows and apologizes, then realizes she hadn't summoned Garp, but instead there was a grumpy-looking man in a bucket hat and a young green-haired woman standing in front of her. I'm sorry to bother you. We're looking for Luffy and Chaos. We were told they live here now, I think? Makino asks. As if summoned, Makino, Luffy shouts as he rushes out of the house and hugs the woman, Chaos walking out and waving with a smile. Oh Luffy, you've gotten so big since you left, Makino giggles as she ruffles his hair. You boys seem to have taken to the outdoors pretty well. Can't believe it's been 6 months already, Woodslap chuckles. Good morning Mr. Mayor, Makino. I missed my 2 favorite visitors, and the piano misses you dearly, Chaos. You could play it every once in a while, the purpleette mutters. I would, if the bar wasn't so busy. So, Garp was telling the truth. He really has you shacked up here with some mountain bandits. Woodslap grunts. You got a problem with that? Deiden growls. Of course I do, the mayor shouts, especially the mountain bandit part, you ruffian. Ruffian? Is everyone from Fushia village this annoying? I brought presents, Makino says with a clap, partially to draw attention away from Woodslap and Deiden's fight. Knowing Garp, you boys probably just about have the shirts on your backs, so I brought you both some I thought you'd like. She smiles, passing a star shirt to Luffy and diamond shirt with Boros on the back to Chaos. Awesome. Luffy cheers, thanks Makino. Chaos smiles. It will be nice to wear something besides a plain black t-shirt for a change. I also brought some for your friends, but they'll need to come out in order for me to fit them correctly. Come here boys, Makino calls, Ace and Sabo realizing they weren't being as subtle as they could be at that precise moment. Please, she adds with a sweet smile which convinces Sabo to come over to Ace's annoyance, before finally joining them for a fitting. I heard this Ace boy is pretty naughty and a ruffian, but you seem like a rather nice kid. Little rough around the edge, but who isn't at that age? Makino giggles as she sizes the grumpy boy. Where'd you hear that? Ace asks defensively. What a dork, Sabo chuckles. Ace is blushing, he wants Makino to be his girlfriend. Luffy laughs. Ace's blush deepens as his face twists into a scowl. Shut up, you little brat. Hold still, Makino scolds the flailing boy. Those two, I'm gonna kick their asses later. Thinking they can make fun of me? Ace mutters darkly, which Makino ignores, fairly sure these kids can handle fights amongst each other, given they live with mountain bandits. You two know you're several shades of fucked, right? Chaos asks, rather liking the feel of his new shirt, same as the other two. Worth it, Luffy and Sabo say with matching wide grins. To commemorate the visit, Makino also helped to make food for the boys as well as the entire Deiden family, as a token of her gratitude for taking in Luffy and Chaos when they clearly had two boys of their own to look after. Nobody wanted to tell her A. None of these boys were their decision, and B. Sabo showed up after Luffy and Chaos. It was this happy air, which was ruined by the arrival of a certain man. This food is so good, I hope when I go out to sea I can find the best cook in the world for my pirate crew, so I can eat like this every day, Sabo moans as he stuffs his face. Well, too bad, I'm going to recruit the best cook in the world for my pirate crew, and I'll eat meals this good every night, Ace boasts. My crew will have the best cook in the world, the best everything, Luffy declares. I pray whichever of you idiots decides to let me stay. The cook is at least decent, Chaos sighs, then feels a cold shiver run down his spine causing him to look up and all the color drain from his face. You brats still spouting that pirate crap? Garp bellows from the doorway. FUUUUUUUUUCCCCKKKKK. Luffy and Ace think mid-spit take. You boys are all gonna become Marines one day even if I have to beat the dignity into you, he declares, then punches both boys into the ground with single punch. Then why are they staying with us? The Deiden family wondered. Living with mountain bandits would make becoming a criminal easier, not becoming a Marine. Deiden, yes Garp. The woman nods, then groans as she joins the boys on the ground. Why'd you hit me too? Because you're doing a shitty job of raising my boys correctly. Geez, your grandpa's a scary guy, Sabo whispers, getting a nod from Chaos and Garp's attention. Who are you, Squirt? I hear you spouting that pirate crap too. He's not a squirt, he's Sabo. We all shared sake cups and became brothers with the promise to become pirates one day. And nothing you do or say will stop us, Luffy shouts, voice filled with determination. Does this dumbass ever shut up? Ace groans from the floor. Oh really? Well, I'm a Marine Vice Admiral, and if you're going to act like criminals then I'll have to tan your hide like criminals, Garp scowls, cracking his knuckles. And that's different to what you were going to do anyway because, Chaos mutters, earning his face planted punch to the floor for the evening. Better start running. I pray those boys live long enough to escape this island, Woods Lap sighs as he and Makino head home, concerned about Garp's parenting skills, but unable to actually do anything about it. Sometime after midnight, Luffy, your grandpa is fucking nuts. Sabo groans painfully. All four boys beat into fuck in their room, Garp's snoring echoing through the house. That's why we need to do something, the old coot's gonna kill us otherwise, Ace scowls. Because for once he decided to not immediately fuck off after beating us up, like almost every other time, Chaos sighs, ignoring hubby's suggestions to shank him while he's passed out from drinking all of Deiden's booze. Meaning he's probably going to be just as stubborn as Luffy about making us not be pirates. He adds, causing Ace to shiver, remembering how nothing he did could stop Luffy from following him around, translating that to Garp. Yeah, they were all going to die, weren't they? But I don't want to die, Luffy whines, and I don't want to give up my dream. Then we have only one option, Ace reveals. It's time to grow up, who's with me? Please explain, nod from Sabo while Luffy had already agreed to whatever stupid idea Ace had just come up with. Okay fine. It goes a little like this, the next morning. We will stand on our feet, Klaus, was what the note pinned to the support beam of the Deiden house said, and promptly sent the bandits into a frenzy. Garp meanwhile showed his excellent parenting skills by not giving a shit. Are you kidding? I may not like looking after the brats, but they've managed to piss off basically every gang on the island if they get caught off guard. That's nice, well off to work. Be sure to turn those 4 ragamuffins into hard-working honest Marines by the time I get back, okay? Garp orders as he walks off, proving chaos wrong as without the kids around to beat up, he got bored and went home. Hopefully Sengoku had some pirates for him to fist the ever-loving shit out of. Deeper into the woods. Okay. We got away from Grandpa, now what? Luffy asks. I'm a little surprised they didn't send someone after us already, Sabo hums. Ace shrugs. It's fine, Dayton's wanted me gone for years now. She's probably too busy throwing a party to care. Back to Luffy's point, for a change. What do we do now? Chaos asks with a tired sigh, just as the sky begins to rumble. Shelter. Shelter. Come on, there's a tree with a big enough hollow for us to stay in until the rain stops, Ace orders, leading the group to their current safe zone, where they even ended up curling up in a massive pile and sleeping through the storm. Chaos complaining about Sabo's elbow in his ribs and Ace complaining about Luffy foot in his face being the only issues the next day. What's that? Luffy asks the next morning, coming over to a drawing Sabo was showing Ace and Chaos. I designed us a hideout for us to live in. Until we have our pirate ship it should be more than adequate, plus we can store our treasure here and keep it safe ourselves, rather than hide it in a crevice and just hope it doesn't get found and stolen. The blonde boy explains, and this tree would be the perfect place to build it, it's big and sturdy enough to make a decent structure on it. Our own hideout? Luffy repeats, then grins widely, awesome? What should we build it with? Ace asks, we live next to a mountain of trash, remember, we'll find what we need there. Now, onward. Sabo declares, getting a sharp, aye from the other three boys. And so the four future pirates began their operation, showing a surprising level of construction skills for a bunch of kids, that they not only built a treehouse, but a multi-leveled base camp proto-pirate ship. Our own hideout, so cool, Luffy cheers once the building had been completed. I have to say, this went a lot better than expected, Chaos admits with a low whistle, grinning widely as he watches the flag flutter. We did a good job, guys. Hey Ace, is something wrong? Sabo asks, seeing Ace was the only one of them not smiling. This is a secret base, right? Then it's missing something important, booby traps, he states before flashing a wicked grin, causing the other three boys to laugh. Wow, we can see so much from up here, Luffy cheers. You can see Grade Terminal, Fuchsia Village, and even the East Blue. Yeah, but we can see those any day of the week. What's your point? Sabo asks in confusion. Yeah, but it's different seeing them from up here, it just doesn't feel the same. The three shrug and climb up to join their idiot brother, and were blown away by the sights. Wow, it's all laid out like a map up here. You're right, Luffy. This is nice. Up here it all seems so small, but peaceful. This was a good idea, building the hideout up here, aye guys? It was your idea, dummy. Chaos deadpans, lightly flicking Sabo's nose. I know, but you can't deny it. He laughs, fair enough. Now, who wants to play pirates? Oh I do, me, Luffy shouts, bouncing up and down on the balls of his feet. Dayton family hideout. What do you mean you haven't found them yet? Dayton bellows. Sorry boss, we asked around, and people have seen them in Grade Terminal, and in the woods. But nothing specific or useful when it comes to locating them now, the bandit admits. But it's been 2 weeks, how can we have found nothing? Oh no, you don't think that tiger ate the poor boys up and there's nothing left of them? Dayton begins to panic, spiral. Boss, we found them, Dogra shouts as he and Mogra rush back to base. You did? Where are they? Are they still alive? Yeah, they're fine. Even built a hideout of their own deep in the woods in that massive tree. Dogra explains. It's true, we can even take you there to see it if you want, Mogra offers, knowing it would do the boss's nerves some good to see the boys were alright. Instead of letting him do so, Dayton instead snuck out that evening to check on them, an unconscious smile crossing her face as she sees her boys so relaxed, content and peaceful sleeping in their treehouse base. They're little monsters when they're awake, but they're surprisingly nice when they're asleep, she muses. Especially seeing Luffy practically crawl on top of Chaos and Ace while somehow still being asleep himself. With a sigh of relief, Dayton shuffles back down the tree, heading back to her base to sleep, knowing those brats would be fine, for the moment at least. We rejoin the boys in the depths of winter, doing what you'd expect from them, being chased by a giant bear. Fuck. This was all your fault, Luffy. I wanted to fight the tiger, not a bear, Less talking, more running, Sabo shouted as the bear gains on them. And all seemed hopeless until a scruffy old man comes running in the opposite direction. First, he throws a large hammer at the bear, stunning it and stopping it in its tracks, before closing the distance while it was unable to attack. "Who's this crazy bastard?" Ace mutters. "Whoever he is, he has a death wish," Chaos agrees. "I've seen him around Grade Terminal. His name's Nagari," Sabo answers. Just as the bear gets up, "Run, old man. He's going to kill you," he then shouts, but Nagari seems to just ignore him. Then, just before the charging beast hits him, a rush of something fills the clearing, kicking up the snow, and when it clears, Nagari was fine. The bear was just standing there right in front of him. "Leave these boys alone. It's time to return to the forest," Nagari requests. The bear growls in response, at which point it turns into an order. I said, "Turn around and leave us be." Which seemed to work, given the bear almost looked to sigh and pout, before skulking back into the forest. "Well damn, the old guy's tougher than he looks," he stopped it, just like Shanks, Luffy grins widely. A little later, "Wait, you used to be a pirate captain, Nagari," Sabo shouts as the 4 kids and 1 old man set up a campfire to roast the fish they'd caught before the whole bear incident. Indeed, Nagari drones, as he tends to the fire. I already knew that much. He did the cool thing. Old pirate captains do that. Luffy almost cackles. "Cool thing? Yeah, the thing you did with the bear. I saw Shanks do it to a sea king over a year ago," Luffy explains. "Oh, I see," Nagari says with a chuckle and awkward scratch of his head. "He never seemed tough enough to be a pirate," Sabo mutters. "Not to me. He was just weird." Course that doesn't say much, as lots of people in Grade Terminal are weird. But this guy would gather junk all day and then hammer it into. I don't even know other guys, and Blue Jam's crew would make fun of and pick on him, but he's just sit there and take it, never fought back, or even said a word. Seemed pretty weak and frail to me. Or those dumbasses weren't worth his time, Chaos argues, getting a nod and grin from Luffy. Shanks was the same, just laughed off a mountain bandit wrecking at the bar he was in and spilling booze on him, because the guy just wasn't worth beating the shit out of, or even getting mad at, just laughed off when the fucker left. "Yep, pirate captains don't care about what losers think of them," Luffy says, puffing up his chest. "Hopefully Ace learns to do that before becoming captain, or he'll set a bad example." The purple-haired kid smirks, and Ace, rather than beat the shit out of him, just gave him the smallest part of the fish when he split the first one between the 5 inches. Better, petty rather than violent. "So Nagari, you're clearly no pushover, probably still pretty badass even given your age. So why are you here in a dump like Grade Terminal, instead of out there on the ocean?" Ace asks as they munched. Nagari hums, "That's not exactly a pleasant story. If it's a problem we can drop it. We're not going to pry or force you to talk," Ace assures him, but the old man just laughs. "Oh, it's no trouble at all. Just wanted to forewarn you boys before I shared is all. I presume you, like everyone else, know of the famous pirate Gold Roger?" he asks. Ace's face screws up while the others are focused on Nagari so don't notice. "Of course we do," Sabo says with an eye roll. "He's the king after all," Luffy cheers. "He started the whole pirate craze from what we've heard," Chaos smirks but nods. "Well, back in the day my crew challenged Roger and his men to a fight that we lost." "That sucks," Luffy frowns, "but I guess the Pirate King should be a great fighter and have a crew of powerful pirates too, so it makes sense. Put in our place, we all split up. Everything went downhill after that, until I ended up in this place. Frankly, it makes me wonder if my life was worth anything to begin with. Never mind now." Nagari sighs, puffing his pipe and blowing a small smoke ring. "You fought the king, win or lose that makes you cool," Luffy assures him. "The fact you fought him and lived to talk about it even a decade later helps. You're made of strong stuff, Nagari," Chaos adds. "Doesn't feel like it, especially not after me and my crew were beat to shit by Roger and his. Because that's the thing about pirates, one man is never enough. It's the strength of the entire crew that matters, and the men who sailed on the Oro Jackson were the best of the best on my generation. Their teamwork and camaraderie, it was an honor seeing them fight side by side, even if it was as an enemy." Nagari concludes smiling softly as he goes back to his pipe, at which point the boys notice Ace had wandered off. "Hey, where'd Ace go?" Luffy whines, having just gotten Nagari to agree to train him, and now realizes Ace has vanished, 5 minutes behind his brothers. Sabo sighs deeply. Yeah, about that. Things got kind of awkward a minute ago, I'll explain. What? Roger was Ace's dad, and he never told us. What the hell? Luffy shouts. He really doesn't like talking about it, plus it's a super big secret, so please don't blab about it in random conversations, okay? Sabo begs, as he and Chaos pack up the remaining fish and wave goodbye to Nagari, or mention it to Ace. I want to keep living at least a few more years. I don't get it, Luffy hums. It's a mystery to me too, Sabo agrees. But Ace has issues with his father, and let's just leave it at that. Hard to see how. Roger was already dead before Ace was born. Far as I can tell, Chaos sighs but agrees, the boys making the trek back to the hideout in silence. Hey Ace, so this is where you disappeared to. Didn't know you'd be home already, Sabo greets as the three return and enter the hideout. Hey Ace, didn't know Roger was your dad and you hate him, Luffy shouts as he follows Sabo in, his head meeting the floor as fast as Ace's hits his folded arms, courtesy of Chaos slamming his fist into the back of his head. That's literally the opposite of what we discussed. Luffy, Ace says, his voice oddly calm. Chaos, who told you guys about my father? Shit, goodbye world, I didn't even get to see another island. Play dumb Luffy, for once in your life behave as if you literally are retarded. Oh, Sabo told us, Luffy chirps as he gets up off the ground, still grinning like a moron. Welp, we're boned, Chaos and Sabo mentally cry, before actually crying when Ace started to beat the three of them black and blue. Never speak his name in my presence again. I just want to hear cool pirate stories, Luffy whines. At least give me a minute to explain myself, Ace, jeez. I'm not sure why I'm being attacked, besides not stating clearer that Roger was dead before Ace was born, so he has no memories or stories of Roger. Though that does make me wonder why you hate him so much. Yeah, come on Ace, we're brothers, we're not supposed to have secrets between each other. Plus at least you know who your parents are, you whiny little shit, Chaos shouts, the head trauma finally getting to him. Me and Luffy don't even have that. Just a physically abusive old geezer who only hears what he wants and punches things until they comply. That's enough. You bastards are dead to me. You hear, it's over between us, Ace pants. Exhausted from fighting all three of them as well as the few blows they managed to get in past his guard due to his anger. Well fuck you too Roger's bastard, Luffy shouts, getting one last combo punch from Sabo and Chaos who would really like the rubber brainlet to shut the fuck up already. Dayton Bandit House. We will have a visit this spring, Dayton reads with a frown. Dogra? Mogra? The fuck is Goa? It's the country and island we live on boss. Mount Corvo, Fushia Village, and Great Terminal are all part of the Goa Key. I knew that. Dayton blusters, huh, so you can read, neat. Morga smiles, then whines as Dayton smacks him with the newspaper like a misbehaving dog. Anyway, these dumbos are making a big deal about this visit. But it's not like these prissy bastards are going to haul their asses all the way up our mountain, Dayton scoffs. Not that I'd want to see any of those pompous windbags anyway. Celestial dragons, they can all fuck right off. 1 week later after their fight, Luffy went off to get training from Nagari, Chaos went who the fuck knows, and in a strange parallel of future events, Ace decided alongside Sabo to try to kill that giant tiger, failing every day no matter what he tried. The animal didn't even seem all that bothered by the boys, more swatting their attempts away and chasing them until it got bored. Maybe we should use poison mushrooms in the bait next time, Sabo brainstorms. Or, given it's still a cat even if it's a huge one, maybe we should try catnip to distract it, then stab it. Hello, are you even listening to me? The blonde scowls as Ace just keeps walking. So, how do you think Luffy and Chaos are doing? It's been a whole week since we've seen hide or hair of them, Luffy with his secret training, and I honestly don't know where the lanky bastard fucked off to, but it's probably important. Don't you think we should at least check up on them or something? Ace keeps moving silently. You know how Luffy is, by now he should be crying and whining about how hard his training is and that he wants to come back. More silence. Shit, what if that magic sword thing finally killed Chaos, and that's why we haven't seen him? Ace takes another 10 or so paces before stopping and turning his head. You say something? He asks with a disinterested expression. Oh fuck right off, I know you care and worry about those two dumbos even if you're hiding it under your cold-hearted asshole persona. There are little brothers. At least admit to some concern, Sabo shouts. Ace shrugs. They left us, remember? Not my problem if the brats get themselves killed. He huffs, but before Sabo could retort, both boys had to leap out of harm's way as a massive tree tilts and falls with a loud creak and crash. Oh, ops! Shouts a voice from the tree's base, which as the dust settled was revealed to be Luffy. Nagari following not that far behind him. Sorry, are you okay? Luffy calls, before realizing who he nearly just killed. Luffy, Ace, Sabo, Luffy cheers. What's up guys, how's it been? It's been a pretty busy week, huh? You could say that, we've been fine, Sabo laughs awkwardly, while Ace just frowns. Nagari's camp. Is that a tiger? Sabo mutters, looking at the hanging board. Well, you clearly haven't become a better artist since we last saw you. It's my target, wanna see my newest super cool move? Luffy asks excitedly, practically bouncing on the balls of his feet. Sure, let's see what your training has got you, Sabo nods as Luffy swings his arms to build up power. Gum Gum Pistol. Luffy's arm shoots forward at incredible speed. The only problem was it completely missed the target, sailing right past and clocking Nagari on the side of the head. Impressive distance and power. Your aim still sucks though, Sabo chuckles. What kind of training you been giving the kid? Ace asks off to the side near where Nagari pulls himself to his feet. Nothing really, I've had him chop some wood every day which might be increasing his strength, and essentially given him somewhere to train, but that's about it, the old man as he settles down once again. Ace hums, then closes his eyes as he remembers the last time he saw the man. You hate him too, don't you? I'm afraid I don't follow this conversation, Nagari shrugs. Because he defeated your old crew, Ace continues as if he hadn't said anything. Ah, you mean Roger? Nagari realizes, I was rather devastated, that much is true. But the only reason I lost was because I wasn't strong enough. In that respect, he taught me a valuable lesson. Ace's eyes snap open and he turns in confusion. What, by kicking your ass? He asks, probably unconsciously not linking this incident with every time Garp came to visit him and kick his ass as Marine Prep, or whatever bullshit the old man was spouting that time. Nagari chuckles. In a way, yes. Gold Roger was a man of extraordinary character indeed, and that's why I. Cut the crap, old man, if Roger's so great then why does everybody hate him? Ace shouts. Did those men who hate and complain ever face Roger in battle, or even seen the man with their own eyes? In the pirate game, defeat means death. But Roger chose to spare not only my life but my entire crew's. If any of them ever faced Roger they should be grateful to still be here. Complaining is a luxury men like us don't get to have often. If Roger had a son, you think he should be grateful too? Ace scowls, finally getting to the root of the problem. Honestly, I'd feel sorry for him. Regardless of what he does or where he goes, his father's name would haunt him for the rest of his life. With a legacy like that, I would understand how someone could grow to resent or even hate the man. A man they've never met, never will. I'll tell you this, if I were his son I'd never have become a pirate. His name would be a mark on my record from the moment I stepped onto the sea, and it would do me no favors but instead just paint a target on my back. What do you know, you old coot? I'm sick of your lectures. If you think you're some strong pirate then fight me, Ace shouts, leaping at Nagari with his pipe, only for the old man to block it with almost comedic ease. Holy crap, Sabo whispers, him and Luffy drawn over by the yelling. I wouldn't advise this boy, like I said before, when pirates fight you bet your life. I'll never lose to the likes of you, Ace sneers as he lunges with his pipe. Nagari stands and dodges the strike, holding off Ace with his hammer staff, his age less of a hindrance than the two spectators would have expected, before with a single counter disarms Ace and sets his hammer on the boy's shoulder. You've got a lot of growing to do yet, boy, Nagari hums. Screw you, I don't need another lecture. Now get this over with already. I'll spare you the lecture and a violent death if you come with me, Nagari states, removing the hammer and leading the boys down to a hidden cove not far from his campsite. Elsewhere, Shing zap. Ow. Fuck. Chaos hisses as he's blown back, his hands twitching from the backlash, hubby embedded in the boulder in front of him. You're not strong enough yet, the voice purrs, green eyes snap open, tilting to the shadows around him. I can see that, Chaos groans. Hubby has so much inside her, and I've barely scratched the surface. He sits up, moving to pull the currently still katana-shaped weapon from its furrow. Why are you trying so hard? You don't even want the captain's hat. I don't, but I do want to stand alongside my brothers. I don't care what flag I stand under. All that matters is WHO is there beside me. Whether it's Klaus, KL, or some combination in between, I still need to prove myself capable of actually being a pirate. Chaos sighs deeply, hubby reforming into her default as his hands close around her hilt. Section: the master is growing, but you're still just a hatchling. Section, hubby hisses, coiling around his forearm without biting him. But I have to start somewhere, it might as well be here and now. Agreed, and there is one thing that might work well for you, if you're not worried about scaring people or potential collateral damage. Chaos eyebrows rise. I'm listening back with the others. Holy shit, is that a pirate ship? Sabo shouts, shocked that was what the old man had been hiding down here. Is that what all that junk you were collecting was for? Correct, it's been slow progress working all alone, but it's still coming along nicely. Though speaking of, you boys are pretty tough, think you could lend a hand? Nagari asks, surprisingly both newer boys. Why would I do that? Ace asks with a scoff, because I didn't smash your head on, you little punk. That explains why Ace has to help, but why do I have to? Sabo whines. Well, you did follow us, and seem to have nothing better to do, Nagari hums. This stinks of child labor. Well, the East is notoriously lax with those laws, to the point the other blues laugh at us. So too bad, kiddo, you're going to work, the old man laughs. This is bull, I so have better things to do with my time, like hunt that damn tiger, Sabo shouts. I can throw in some tiger hunting tips if you want. Really, I'll consider it, Sabo concedes. Hey geezer, what are you going to do when the ship's complete? Ace asks, sounding genuinely curious. Nagari smirks and takes a drag from his pipe. Why head out to sea with it? And hopefully, reunite with my old crew out in the vast sea. Are you sure you're still able to? Sabo asks in concern. Why wouldn't I? I was a captain once before, it's not like I'm some young rookie. I know what I'm doing, Nagari defends. That's kind of the issue, the blonde mutters, not wanting to vocalize, you're an old man. No matter how old you are, you can always chase your dreams. I'm sailing again once this ship is complete, and no man can stop me. You kids got a problem with that? Nope, Luffy answers with a grin. Sabo shrugs. Well, I'm sure as hell not going to stop you. Whatever. You spared my life, so I'll help you build that ship, for now. Because I'm beating you tomorrow, Ace declares before walking off. I don't know why I expected anything less. Hey Luffy, you seen Chaos on your travels? Sabo asks with a sigh. Yeah, he's already come down to check up on me a couple times since Nagari took me on as his apprentice. Maybe he'll be around tomorrow. Luffy responds with a shrug. Another pair of hands would speed things along, especially given I don't think Ace will be working all that hard, nor be able to. Sabo sighs, worried his brother will eventually piss off Nagari enough that he actually kills the stubborn dumbass. It took another week before Chaos next visited, and he was more than happy to help the others build Nagari's ship, mostly out of his own curiosity, but also because he could see one thing the man was doing: unconventional training under the guise of other tasks, as well as teaching skills that would be useful for life as a pirate. None of them would ever be shipwrights or anything, but given this was the East Blue, not the Grand Line, as long as it can float it should stand up to the minor storms that occasionally rock through the local island chains. And so the four fell into a routine, working for Nagari, building parts or construction sections of his ship, then learning aspects of piracy from the man and sparring with each of them. Chaos and Luffy very slightly more, as they needed something to do when he sent Ace and Sabo into the ocean to swim for stamina training. Winter slowly crept away into a late spring, which was common enough in Goa that it was just called spring, and once more Luffy manages to miss all his accepted targets in a spar and smack Nagari right in the nose. Ops, sorry, always the face, damn brat, Nagari mutters as he stands. You kids have been doing this enough. There's more to being a pirate than beating someone senseless with a pipe. Surely you want more than just strength? Yeah, but that junk comes later. We need to be stronger now, Sabo argues, because the strongest one of us gets to be captain. Or I have the troublesome job of picking the captain if I somehow win this game. Chaos sighs, hubby forming a walking stick cane sword due to a rather severe-sounding crunch to his lower leg from one of Ace's pipe swings. Remember, whoever beats the tiger wins. Luffy shouts, a little annoyed Nagari hadn't been listening their first meeting. The tiger, again, Nagari sighs. I agree that the captain needs to be strong, but there's something more important than just brute strength. There's another kind of strength that can triumph over any foe, he says, getting all four boys' attention. Can you teach us that? Sabo asks. Oh, curious now, are you kiddies? Nagari chuckles. It slipped my mind, he says with a deep belly laugh, pissing off three of them, and getting an eye roll from the fourth. That evening Nagari pauses his hammering, feeling a presence behind him. Turning, he sees one of the boys was still awake, and had come down to him for some reason. Hello. Can't sleep. Sorry if the banging is keeping you awake. I was sure I was far enough away not to disturb you. He apologizes, but Ace just stares at him. What does it take to be a captain? Ace asks directly, not beating around the bush at this late hour. If there really is a way to be stronger, I have to know what it is, so tell me, damn it. Nagari sighs. Okay. I'll tell you, he says before dropping down to where the boy had been standing. Even after all these years, I don't know, he admits. Frankly, I don't think I was a good captain, but my crew, they clearly thought I was. Right to the end they called me captain without a hint of doubt or hesitation. So in a way, I'm still captain of the Nagari pirates, even if it's only me these days, not because of my physical strength, but because of the approval and will of my crew. That's the true test of a captain, to be a man that others will follow into battle or even the gates of hell with. 3 more days passed and the ship was finally ready for its maiden voyage. All 4 boys there to see it sail. We did it, Luffy cheering, bouncing around like a toddler on a sugar high. Yeah, we did, and it's a beaut, Sabo grins. I'm still surprised we made something seaworthy, an old man and 4 kids. Just doesn't seem right, Chaos chuckles, but there it was. The girl won't pass an inspection, but she'll float, Ace argues, which is all the geezer wanted after all. I couldn't have done it without your help, at least not for another few years at the minimum. Thank you boys, Nagari says from the helm. So, are you really leaving right now? Sabo asks. An air of melancholy filled the kids, realizing this might be the last time they see the old man. Not quite yet, there's one last loose end to tie up before I go. You still need to complete your training, Nagari laughs, as the boys blink in confusion. So, are you boys ready to go tiger hunting or what? Nagari asks with a wide grin, which the foursome mirror perfectly. Yeah, the forest, so, we're really doing this, Luffy mutters, cracking his knuckles as Sabo and Ace ready their pipes and Chaos uncoils hubby into a sword shape. Yeah, we are. And we better, because here it comes, Sabo hisses. The rumble felt as much as heard as the massive saber-toothed tiger lumbers through the forest in their direction. Well, he's certainly not gotten any smaller, Nagari thinks sarcastically as he watches from a far enough distance. He will only have to step in if the boys get in trouble, but can otherwise just observe. Predictably, Ace took point, in that he charged straight at the tiger, leaving the others in the dust. The kill's mine. I'm a lot faster now, Ace shouts as he dodges a paw swipe and runs up the tiger's front limb, then leaping off to land a pipe swing directly to its face. The tiger groans and seemed to wince, but otherwise was unharmed, as seen from how easily he tail-whipped Ace away from it, slamming him into the ground with a thud. Get over here. You gotta pay attention to me, big guy, Sabo shouts, getting a weighted line around the tiger's neck before it could pounce on the downed Ace. Just give up already. He groans as he pulls, causing the tiger to tilt in the blonde's direction, before with a mighty swing of its neck pulled Sabo toward him instead, before proceeding to bitch slap him into the ground same as Ace. Ace, Sabo, Luffy gasps, then screams as the tiger turns his attention to him. Please work this time, he thinks, swinging his arms around like always before launching a gum pistol, for once hitting the target dead center, but the rubber boy's fist bounced right off the tiger's nose, not even slowing the animal down. Luffy, shit, run away dumbass. This is getting out of hand, Chaos T rounds out, forming into something best described as a rapier. I don't wanna die, Luffy screams as he falls over in his retreat. Slam! Just before he could be killed though, the tiger's paw was stopped by Ace and Sabo's crossed pipes, the animal's position then compromised. Trap tricks. ensnared by a large quantity of barbed wire coiling around its hind legs. "You guys saved me," Luffy gasps. "Yes. No move before somebody drops their load or the wires snap," Chaos orders, pulling hubby's tethers tight as the tiger struggles to free itself. "So heavy, I thought we were strong," Sabo groans, as even sharing the weight with Ace, the tiger's paw was huge and not something he'd be able to hold up for very long. "It's because we still lack the most important part. That other strength the old man was blathering on about," Ace argues. "We've come too far to die now. Okay guys, new plan. Teamwork." "What?" Luffy and Sabo shout, in shock after hearing noted lone wolf Ace suggest such a thing. "Ah, seems these boys might actually learn something from this fight," Nagari chuckles from the hillside. The three roll out of the way as the paw drops. "We're not fast enough to stop it, but with Luffy's help we might be able to make something happen. Chaos, cut him loose before you start getting dragged around and help Sabo keep its attention. Me and Luffy will get the big guns ready." "Fine with me," Chaos nods, hubby returning to her normal form, the wires retracting but at least managing to cut into the tiger's flesh as it was recoiled. He then moves opposite Sabo and spun hubby around and swung at the tiger's face, both sticking to opposite sides to keep its attention spread and unfocused on either boy. "Luffy, grab those trees and walk back until you can't stretch any further," Ace orders and Luffy complies. "Chaos, Sabo, get it to come over here." "Gotcha. Chaos, you're on that side, be more annoying," Sabo yells just as the lanky kid accidentally complies, by slicing the tiger's ear, and removing the very tip. "Ops. Well, guess I'm gonna die if this plan fails," Chaos shouts as he's now the tiger's only target, and so runs toward Ace and Luffy praying this actually worked. "Almost there. You know what to do now, Luffy, fire at will." "Gum gum," Luffy begins. "Rocket," Ace bellows as he flies through the air, swinging his pipe just as he hits the tiger dead in the throat, toppling the beast and knocking it down in one blow. "We did it," all four cheer, then the realization sets in. "We just helped Ace be the captain," Sabo mutters. "Fuck," Luffy screams. "Not how I expected this to turn out, but oh well," Chaos shrugs before falling back and lying down tiredly. Ace sighs, "Shut up and stop complaining, I'm not going to be the stupid captain, okay?" "What?" Sabo, Luffy, and even Chaos shout. "What? But why?" Luffy adds, managing to keep the whiny tone from his voice. "I don't know, doesn't feel right. You guys kicked just as much ass and were just as important in taking the tiger down as I was. I just dealt the final shot." "Fair enough." Sabo nods, agreeing with his logic. "Though that's just for now, one day, I'll kick so much ass you'll all be so impressed you'll be begging to join my crew," Ace boasts. And all was once more right with the world in his brother's eyes. "I couldn't have asked for a better ending. My work here is done," Nagari mutters to himself, happy to see the boys had learned what he was trying to teach them, and that it was now time to set sail, while he still had some good years left in him. About a month later, "Can you two dumbasses stop tempting Mother Nature to fuck with us?" Chaos shouts as he reels Luffy in after nearly being thrown off the top of their base due to the current storm, of which all of them were having the moment of pirate cosplay and telling the storm to do its worst. "You clearly don't understand how pirates work. We tempt the fates so future adventures and more importantly fights are more fun and interesting," Ace argues over the wind. "I have to agree, but the fact the storm is starting to damage the structural integrity of the treehouse makes me lean closer to Chaos' side," Sabo retorts. "I don't know what that means, but save me," Luffy screams. The next day, just as Sabo pointed out, the base was kind of trashed, meaning they had to resupply and rebuild, as well as explain to Luffy that a telescope would be too complicated to make out of the scrap they would find in Grey Terminal, and to wait until they had a real ship before they just buy one to put on it. So the four boys split up to get as much material as possible to rebuild and improve their base. "Not much wood this month, but a new pipe is always a bonus," Sabo mutters to himself as he carries a small stack over his shoulder, then stops and gasps. "No way. Shit, is that an actual telescope? Luffy's gonna freak when I bring this back to him." The blonde laughs as he picks up the small scope and pockets it. Only then do some scruffy-looking thugs and head thug Blue Jam make their presence known. Who would have thought that one of the 4-grade terminal brats was from a noble family? The pirate captain scoffs, just loud enough for Sabo to hear. Oh really, and who told you a rumor like that? Sabo asks, getting ready to fight, then grimacing as he realizes he was completely surrounded and on his own. Try not leave much of a mark on him. The noble prince will complain and might not give us as much money if his precious angel is damaged, Blue Jam orders as his men lunge at Sabo. You jerks want a piece of me? Come right and get it, Sabo growls as he dodges and kicks one of the thugs in the face. Just before a barrel comes rolling right at them, the barrel exploding to reveal Ace and Luffy, who swing and punch at the first pirate they come across. My aim's getting better, Chaos chuckles as he slides down the same trash pile he'd shoved the barrel down. Hey Sabo, need help with these assholes? Not even a question, with the four of us, even real pirates don't stand a chance. The real question is if he's ready to kick all these asses or just watch me do it for him. Ace grins viciously. In your dreams, Sabo chuckles, readying his new pipe as Luffy swings his arms and Chaos begins to spin hubby. Well, since I'm dreaming, you have no problems with just plowing through all these underlings and taking out the captain here and now? Ace taunts, getting devious smirks from his brothers at the thought. Yosh! Klaus pirates attack. Luffy screams as the foursome charge, smacking aside or cutting down henchmen on their way to Blue Jam himself, who in response draws his pistol and fires a shot at Ace's feet, prompting the boys to duck into cover, Luffy and Chaos on the right while Ace and Sabo were on the left. Just give up nice and easy kiddos, Blue Jam orders. We never give up, you hear us, Ace retorts, only for the fact they're all still kids to rear its ugly head as they're grabbed from behind and manhandled into compliance, Ace and Sabo being held by the neck. Luffy face first in the dirt and Chaos with a boot on his chest. Things were looking rough when armed goons in what looked to be hazmat gear and rifles rocked up for possibly the first time in Grey Terminal history, as well as a man in a hot hat and smug aura. Shit, my dad's here, Sabo thinks with a shiver. He's caught and we didn't harm a hair on his noble head. So take him and pay up, Blue Jam grouses as the noble nods and the thugs move to allow him to inspect Sabo. Get away from him, Ace shouts as he tries to free himself from his captor. He wanted to find me so badly he hired pirates. Something's not right here, but I just don't see it, Sabo thinks, a grimace growing on his face. Those other boys, they tempted Sabo into a life of debauchery and wickedness, Sabo's sperm donor sneers. Hey fuck you, Sabo was like that before we even showed up in this place, Chaos shouts, getting a boot to the ribs for his troubles. Give him back, you stupid jerk, Luffy screams. You clearly don't understand, Sabo is of noble birth. He's meant to walk the path that I laid out for him, and you degenerates have tried to saint of a petty thief. Why did? Was it for my money? Screw you and your money, Ace bellows as he continues to squirm until he's slammed face first into the ground. Hey, you stupid pirate, stop being so careless with how you handled that ruffian, you'll get his delinquent blood on my nice clothes. It's disgusting, Sabo's father sneers, wiping blood from his cheek with a silk handkerchief. With the man holding him distracted, most likely because he assumed the job was over, Sabo was able to slip free. Hey, stop hurting them. Those boys didn't tempt me to do anything, I left because I chose to. I made a decision for myself. I'll discipline you for his act of rebellion later, Sabo. Men take him away. Two hazmat goon grab Sabo and begin to drag him away. As for the others, deal with them as you see fit, the noble dismisses, not caring what happens as long as they weren't around his son any longer. Blue Jam smiles. No problem, sir. You've already paid us quite handsomely. We'll ensure these brats never darken your path ever again. I'll spare you the gory details, they might sour your delicate sensibilities. Sabo panicked before he shouts, Blue Jam, stop. Call them off, Dad, I get it. Get what? The noble asks. Don't do it, Sabo, we'll think of something. I'm gonna kick all your asses once you get off me. I'll do whatever you say, live whatever life you've mapped out, just don't hurt them. They've done nothing wrong. I can't stand to see them hurt like this, they're my brothers. They're all I care about in this world. Sabo begs, eyes misted with unshed tears. Shit, I don't think Sabo was meant to admit that. Are we going to be released or murdered in front of him by tight britches for that statement? Chaos wonders with a grimace. If that's what you want, then go home and stop playing pirate in this trash heap with these low-born ingrates. Sabo's father ordered. Sabo whimpers, but nods, the hacksmack goons letting go of him as it was clear he wasn't going to resist anymore. tears streaming down his face as he's lead away. The other three boys yells and screams for him to run and be free, echoing in his ears. "So boss, what do we do with these brats?" one thug asks. "Take him to the hideout," Blue Jam orders Blue Jam Pirate's ship. "You cheating bastards, untie me and fight," Luffy shouts from his position tied back to back with Chaos and Ace in a triangle, circle configuration. "Why do you bring us here? You should have just killed us," Ace scowls. "As much as I don't want to die, Ace is right. Why are we still alive?" Chaos asks, peering over Ace's shoulder at Blue Jam. "Must be nice, being a noble," Blue Jam comments, not answering and probably not even listening to the boys' yells or questions. To them, we're no different than the trash heaps we're forced to live in. They just sit back and laze around, while we do all the dirty work. It's a pretty cushy life your buddy's living, I'd say. "You have no idea what you're talking about," Ace argues. "Pirate life is way better than being a stupid noble," Luffy shouts. "Plus, from what Sabo tells us, being a noble as a kid just means assholes telling you what to do all hours of the day," Chaos adds, basically agreeing with both of his brothers on this one. Blue Jam takes another swig and chuckles. "You brats are so hopeless I can't even. Men, untie them and be quick about it. Why do you think a kid from a noble family ran off into the shithole that is Grey Terminal? He was mocking you and everyone else in the terminal, same as adult nobles do when they're bored and want the plebs to do something to amuse them. Like that smelly guy Sabo told us about," Luffy mutters as the three stand now they've been untied. "I hate to break it to you boys, but Blondie's no friend of yours. Never was," Blue Jam continues, annoying all three of the kids. "You don't know a damn thing. Sabo isn't like those pompous assholes," Ace shouts. "Yeah, he's our brother, he even said so in front of everyone," Luffy adds. "Yeah, sure, whatever you kids say. But the important thing is, you're not going to go bother that boy or his family anymore, are you? Because if that's the plan, I'm afraid I'm going to have to kill all of you right here and now. I did promise that rich prick he'd never see you again after all. Best for all of you punks to just let him go and let the brat live his life." "No way. We made a promise," Luffy screams, before getting a light slap to the back of the head. "We don't have to storm the gates right now, Lou. We have plenty of time. Might even be more fun to rock up to Hightown with a pirate ship and rescue him from his gilded cage," Chaos hums, clicking his tongue with a smile that doesn't quite fit his face. "You're shitting me? You want to leave Sabo in that hellhole?" "No, I want to wait for his father to get complacent and drop his guard, then shove a cannon up his ass to see if it will dislodge the polearm he's clearly got stuck up there," the taller boy growls. "Anyway, if you boys are done fantasizing, I have a bit of a proposition for you," Blue Jam smirks at their confused faces. "Until a while ago I had a bone to pick with all four of you for what happened involving Porkamy, but with the gift of time and hindsight, I'm actually kind of impressed how tough a bunch of kids actually are. The problem, and reason for this offer, is that I'm a little short-handed due to some of my guys being dead and all that, so I need some extra muscle to move some cargo for me," the pirate explains. "It's actually quite a simple job. I have some packages I need you to distribute all throughout Grey Terminal. You'll see them marked on the map to your left with X's. Think of it like a reverse treasure map. Rather than digging up where the X is, you put one of these items, then move on to the next." "Okay, we're listening," Ace says, acting as the trio's spokesman, "but what about pay?" Blue Jam twitches slightly, but his smile widens. These kids might actually be worth his time. "Grey Terminal. My head's tired. Why are we doing this? Hauling stuff's no fun when Sabo's not around." Luffy whines, one box in his arms, the other on his head, while Ace and Chaos had one under each arm, same as the goons. "You're not the only one, Luffy. I want to go rescue Sabo too. But we have to at least give him a chance to live his own life, and if that doesn't work and he comes back, then we win," Ace states. "Plus, I never said not to rescue him, just not to run in half-cocked like the thugs we usually beat up in the terminal and Lowtown," Chaos adds with a sigh. "I want Sabo back too, but we don't stand a chance against Hightown's security if they're actually trying." That evening, "So, what do you think Sabo's doing right now?" Luffy asks as the three lie in bed. "Sleeping," Chaos answers flatly. "He's the one who usually sleeps through your questions and snoring. I thought we agreed to not worry about Sabo. For now, he'll be fine. That bastard put too much effort into finding him to do anything bad the same day," Ace adds, giving his two berry. Just go to sleep. He stops already hearing Luffy's snores. Dumbass, he muttered, getting a hissed cackle from the middle sibling. Next day, we've been waiting on you, Blue Jam comments as Luffy, Ace and Chaos make their way to near the middle of Grey Terminal. Sorry about that, the storm broke our clocks, so we're kind of eyeballing this shit. Chaos apologizes with a tired shrug. Do you have any more boxes for us to move? Ace asks. Yeah, I got a fair few left to haul, and I've got a bigger job for you boys to do later tonight. But we'll discuss that closer to the time, the pirate answers, to which the boys nod and collect more boxes to distribute. Hightown, they're gonna burn it all to the ground, kill all those people and nobody even cares. I need to do something, anything to stop this. Ace, Chaos, Luffy, I'm coming for you, if nothing else. I'm going to save my brother Sabo, thinks as he runs through the streets of Hightown, adrenaline and panic rushing through his veins late afternoon. You're going to burn down Grey Terminal. Why the hell would you want to do that? Ace shouts as Blue Jam finally let the boys in on the big plan. It does seem really stupid given you live here too, Chaos mutters, but he never saw the pirate as the brightest bulb even in this trash heap. Not so loud, kid, we gotta keep quiet about this, else it won't work. And there's no point complaining, I'm just following orders the same as you, Blue Jam admits, then with a heavy sigh, because Luffy, as usual, doesn't listen and starts screaming and complaining orders. Hold the brat and shut him up. Now, in case you hadn't figured out yet, all those boxes I've had you lugging around were filled with explosives, so you can see just how big and widespread this operation really is. Seems kind of risky, putting a plan this delicate in the hands of 3 kids. You've seen how clumsy Luffy can be, Chaos sighs, himself and Ace held by their shoulders just in case they decided to join Luffy in pitching a fit in anger. Doesn't matter in the end, boys, because nothing will survive that fire. Nothing, and no one, Blue Jam laughs and all the pieces slot together as the color drains from the brothers' faces. But, everyone, Luffy whispers, Blue Jam, you bastard, don't you dare, Ace shouts, but the pirate just laughs. Really, since when did you punks start to give a damn about other people? There's a difference between not caring about people just going about their day, and not caring that they die in a fire, Chaos scowls. Not that it matters, Blue Jam continues. His question had been rhetorical after all. Now you know the plan. You're stuck here. We can't have you running off and telling everyone about it before the big event. But, since I've got you here, I need to ask, is it true you boys have hidden treasure in those hills? He asks and the boys tense. Yes. But only Sabo knows where it is. What? We didn't want something like this to happen. So only one of us knew where the treasure was being kept. Chaos lies. Explains. We chose Sabo, which seemed like a good idea at the time. Evening kaboom. Who knew this plan would be this much fun to pull off? One of Blue Jam's goons laugh as they set off the explosives via shooting the crates. Mount Corvo, boss. You're gonna want to see this, Mogra shouts from the lookout. What now? Dayton groans as she steps out, then her cigarette drops from her mouth. What the fuck? It's a massive fire. Is it the town? No, it's closer than that. I think it's Grey Terminal. Grey Terminal anarchy. That sums up what was going on in Grey Terminal right about now, especially as the security for the town more or less tipped their hand by closing the gate to the city in the residents' faces and locking it tightly, leaving them all to die. The fire was spreading too fast for any of them to do anything, already cutting most of them off from both the shore and the forest of my Corvo. Blue Jam and the residents of Hightown were clearly very thorough and meticulous when it came to setting up those explosives, it would seem. It's been nice here, but there's a certain level of joy watching this dump burn. The pirate in question chuckles. But we're off to better things, men. After what we've done, we're on the path to nobility. The king of Goa will even grant us wealth, power and titles. Can you see it? Blue Jam grins. Sir, we left the kids back at the hideout. One minion speaks up. Hey, fuck him. We have more important things to worry about, the last few boxes to detonate, and then we can head to the Great Gate and the military will let us enter our rightful place in Hightown. The pirate hand waves, his greed outweighing whatever self-preservation he had, given he was the one who'd told the boys nobles couldn't be trusted. Blue Jam's hideout. Why did you tell them only Sabo knew where our treasure was? Luffy asks as he squirms in the ropes he, like the other two, were tied to poles with. Never mind that. Why are you unarmed the one time we need it? Ace shouts angrily. I'm not, it just takes some effort to put it in and take it out. The technique is a work in progress after all, Chaos hums. Silver-colored material covering his cupped hands, before a blade hilt began to rise from the goop, plus. Really didn't want Blue Jam to get any ideas and try to steal her, as killing the captain would set all his goons on us, during which I actually would be down a weapon. He explains, sighing contentedly as his weapon sits in his hand once more, before getting to work freeing himself. As for the Sabo thing, it was the easiest way to deter Blue Jam from torturing the location out of us. If he believed the only person who knew wasn't here, then he'd have to give up. Sure, he could have killed us for being useless, but he could have done that at any time, so I didn't count that as an option, the 10-year-old boy explains, moving to free Ace and then Luffy from their binds. Back at the gate, Captain, it's locked up already, a crewmate shouts, but Blue Jam seemed unperturbed. It's nothing, they just don't want the riffraff getting in and rioting or scaring the prisses inside. I'm supposed to give them a signal so we can get in. He explains, walking up to the gate before announcing himself. Hey, it's me Blue Jam, we're here. Silence followed, annoying the pirate. Hello? Open the damn door. Captain, you don't think we've been double-crossed, were we? Another asks. Rather than acknowledge the question, he just continued to shout, hey come on, what's the big idea? This isn't funny, open the gate. We had an agreement, you bastards. He bellows, beginning to pound away at the metal barrier. To no avail. We did everything we were told. We were supposed to be allowed to evacuate this hellhole. The king promised to make us nobles for this. He wouldn't. It was then his brain finally clicked. Fuck. The king set us up, that spineless, lying fucker. Hightown, they say, third time's the charm, and when it comes to escape attempts from his asshole family, it seemed 3 was the magic number for Sabo too. Breaking out of the cellar he'd been locked in and running full pelt toward Edgetown and hopefully onward to Grade Terminal and his real family. Predictably he encountered resistance from the guards, though only after he managed to reach the wheel that controlled the gate lock, at which point they beat him mercilessly with the butt of their rifles and dragged him away, Sabo screaming and squirming the entire time, until being slammed into the wall of an alleyway about a block or 2 away. I'm sorry guys was his last thought before passing out. Wind howled as a large man in a cloak approaches the downed child, kneeling close to check on him. What happened to you boy? He asks in a hoarse gravelly voice. Sabo raises his head painfully, his blurred vision piecing together a gruff face with a bold red tattoo going down the left side of it. Who's there? He wheezes, then reaches forward, grabbing the man's arm. Whoever you are, please listen. The nobles are the cause of this, you gotta believe me. Sabo begs. Hightown reeks more than Grade Terminal ever did. Monsters not even fit to bear the title of human, hidden behind their so-called noble veneer. It makes me sick, how they don't care about anything, besides making themselves look good. Screw anyone who stands in their way. His grip tightens on the man's deep green cloak. I need to get away from here, otherwise, I'll never be free. He cries. I'm ashamed of my noble birth. I often wish I'd been a commoner like my brothers. The stain of this life marring my very soul. Go a kingdom, look what you've done to this child, a kind soul, burned by the life forced upon him, Dragon thinks, holding in a scowl as he sympathizes with the child's pain. I know how you feel, the man finally speaks. I too was born in this country, but I alone do not have the power to change this world, and maybe I never will. He sighs tiredly. But, at least you're actually listening to me. That's more than anyone else in High or even Edgetown have done. Sabo argues frantically. Of course I am. Dragon answers, GR boy. And I'll never forget, he says, even as Sabo passes out once more from his injuries. Somewhere in Grade Terminal. Hey, do you think those old guys we passed a while ago made it out? Luffy asks. Who cares? Ace growls as he leaps back from more flaming debris. Right now, Blue Jam may be a bastard, but he's right about me not caring about the rest of this place. While our lives are at stake. Chaos scowls. Now, where in this trash heap are we? Who said you little fucks were allowed to escape? Came the pissed off voice of Blue Jam. Nobody, that's what escaping is. Luffy replies before the other two could stop him, looking at the pirate like he was an idiot or something. What are you still doing here? I thought you said you had an escape plan or something for after the fire was set. Ace asks, his grip on the pole tightening. Guess nobles really are all SI Blue Jam? Chaos smirks. Fairly sure they were all fucked anyway, so why not poke the bear a little? Shut up you punks, Blue Jam shouts, before a not quite resigned smile crosses his face. You do know it's pointless, right? The whole reason for this fire was to kill everyone. There's no way out. He explains, then begins chuckling. There's a certain irony to this situation. A new perspective even. Humans are funny creatures, don't you think? I've hit rock bottom. The very land around me is burning to cinders. And all I can do is laugh. Ja 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 ja. Section humans aren't so different to other intelligent beings. They all break when under enough pressure, and madness is the easy out section. They're acting really weird, Luffy mutters. Luffy, chaos. Run for it, Ace orders. The three turn to run just as Blue Jam tells his men to grab them. More goons appearing out of the flames, laughing like maniacs as they surround the trio. Where do you think you're going? We did this job together. It's fitting we all end it together. The pirate laughs as he approaches the boys. We're not going to die with losers like you. We don't die that easy, Ace declares, trying to put as much bravery into his words as he could. Luffy is pretty stubborn. He might actually outlast the fire. Chaos chuckles, beginning to twirl hubby between his fingers, as something flickers in his eyes, and his grin extends across his cheeks. You know, since we're all stuck here, tell me where the treasure is. But we told you, only Sabo knew where it was, Luffy frowns. Yeah, but, and this may surprise you, I don't trust punk kids who steal from my men and beat the shit out of them on a regular basis. So I think you're lying, and I'll just kill you one by one until I get my answer. Then you'll be up 3 dead kids and down some treasure, Chaos bluffs. Stop it, we'll tell you, Ace sighs. It's not worth it, we can just find more, but we need to survive in order to do that, he argues before either of his brothers could retort. Blue Jam smirks. I knew you'd see it my way. Now show me where it is. Right here, hidden in the hollow of the tree, Ace explains, using a crude drawing on some unburned wood to show their hideout's location, which Blue Jam snatches up. Sounds simple enough, he muses, passing it along to one of his goons, before with a nod signaling them to grab the boys. Hey, what gives? We told you where it is, Ace yells. Yes, but as I already pointed out, I trust you as well as I can throw you. Now about the treasure, let's go. This is going in circles, Chaos groans. Blue Jam's really lost the plot, Luffy agrees. You moron, we won't have time to get away, and I'm not dying here, Ace scowls. Blue Jam's neck twinges, then he pulls a pistol on the oldest boy. Listen here kid, don't you dare piss me off. I'm not above stealing from or murdering kids. Mark my words, I'll have my revenge on those bastard nobles. They'll rue the day they double-crossed me. The pirate sneers. They're all S, and to think you still call one of them your brother. Sabo's different. He hates the nobles almost as much as you do. Probably because he already knew they were all pieces of shit on the inside. That's where you're wrong, brats. Sure, he roughed it out in the woods with you boys for however long it was, but he was just using you to sat his boredom. You were nothing more than live entertainment to him. And now Daddy Moneybags arrived to bring him home just before they burned down his playpen. Sabo is our brother, Ace scowls. He's probably the most stable of the 4 of us, Chaos mutters. Hubby shifting around his hand and up his arm while Blue Jam was complaining again. All Sabo wants is to be free, including from the shitty nobles. Luffy shouts, before freeing himself by biting down on the man holding his arm, though the man retaliates by pulling his sword and swinging down on the boy, cleaving through his pipe and cutting his face. Luffy, both brothers shout, the youngest rolling on the ground in pain and crying. Meanwhile the pirate slowly approaches, lining up his sword for a killing strike. You leave him alone. Get the hell away from Luffy, Ace screams, a heavy pulse flooding the clearing, the pressure actually extinguishing the nearest flames, though the spreading fires quickly replaced them, as well as causing most of the pirates around them to pass out and drop to the ground like dead weight, freeing the boys, though only Ace was on his feet right now. Blue Jam was shocked, the pressure wave of Conqueror's hockey snapping out of his insanity, though it was quickly replaced by fear and rage lunging for Ace when he turned to check on the teetering Chaos and bleary-eyed Luffy. What did you do? He shouts, throwing the boy across the clearing following him to pin the 11-year-old under his boot. You really fucked up big time brat. Try that trick again before I blow you brains out, I dare you. Get off me USBAG, Ace growls as he wriggles and squirms. Time's up. Enjoy hell, Blue Jam laughs, Ace, no. Bang Blue Jam scowls, was it so hard to kill one measly brat, now they have reinforcements? Dayton. Luffy shouts, which has Chaos grinning widely and Ace snaps open his eyes. Sure he'd been about to meet his end a second ago. But there above him, was Curly Dayton, having made it in time to throw off Blue Jam's aim enough to miss Ace's head by about 3 inches. Don't you dare. Hurt my boys, Dayton scowls, biting through her cigarette as her eyes blaze hotter than gray terminal. I'm not afraid to kill S like you, she declares, swinging her axe at what was presumably Blue Jam's neck. Though he managed to block it with his cutlass, it still shoved him off Ace and a fair distance backward. Hope started to bubble inside the boys as it turned out Dayton had just run off ahead. The entire Dayton family bandit trope was just behind her, rushing to the aid of their brats. Given they may drive everyone in that house insane. The word family existed in their title for a reason, they stick up for their own. We're not too late, are we? Mogre pants heavily near the front of the pack. You alright, Special K? He adds, getting a nod from Chaos as he pulls himself to his feet. Damn, you got roughed up pretty badly, Luffy. You gonna make it? Dogra asks, checking the boy for any more serious wounds. I'll make it, Luffy wheezes, sitting up with the man's help. And where's Sabo, shouldn't he be with you guys? Mogre asks, noticing they were down one blonde kid in a top hat. His asshole noble of a father showed up and took him home. Meaning the only good news is he should be safe from this mess in Hightown, Chaos answers, scowling at Blue Jam as he does. I know you, you're that bandit gorilla from Mount Corvo, Blue Jam sneers as he looks Dayton up and down, trying to find a weakness. Bandit? Yes. Gorilla? I oughta fuck you up just for saying that, but that's beside the point right now. The main thing is, these kids are my responsibility, they're my boys. Even if I've wanted to kill the brats myself a couple of times, that doesn't mean I'm going to just let someone like you do it. Dayton scowls as Luffy is picked up, and both Ace and Chaos slink closer to the bandit chief. So I'm going to repeat myself just the once. Nobody hurts my value this one chance to walk away with your life, Blue Jam, but if you don't take it, I guarantee you'll be sorry. Unfortunately, Blue Jam was past the point of caring as he smirks and responds with a simple statement. Well, I've got nothing left to lose. Well then, everybody run, Dayton shouts as the bandits make a strategic retreat. Well, almost everyone. Come on Ace, you need to move, Mogre groans as he tries to drag the stubborn brat away from his death. No, I'm staying, Ace declares, pulling free of the chicken man's grip. Always have to do things the hard way, must be genetic. Mogre turns to his right and was surprised to see Chaos had also stayed, having expected the purple-haired kid to go with the smart and safe option of running the fuck away with everyone else. But go figure, he stayed too, and given the blank expression on his face and shadowed eyes, that was a very bad sign. Go to damn morons. You've got nothing to gain from sticking around, besides death by fire, Dogra shouts at the boys, while Dayton turns on her heels, panic and fear for her kids flickering in her eyes. Plus Blue Jam's a hardened criminal. Kids like you shouldn't be trying to fight him to the death. There are simpler ways to die, dumbasses. Let me go. I gotta help then. Luffy whines and squirms, the bandit just barely holding onto him. Get Luffy out of here, Dayton orders, stepping forward. I'll stay and take care of the other two. No matter how many asses I gotta kick, she growls, slamming her axe down on the burning ground. Cute, but at the end of the day, you're a woman and 2 kids against a pirate. Think you can win with odds that stacked against you? Blue Jam sneers. I'll take those odds because you've really pissed me off, enough to actually want to use this for live target practice. Chaos replies with a voice that's not his own as an all-too-tight smile splits his face, as a sharp chill runs down everyone's spines, despite the oppressive heat of the roaring blaze of the trash heap. Evisceration. He shouts as a black mist erupts from both boy and blade, causing Blue Jam to have a moment of worry before his confidence returned, while Ace and Dayton look to their brother, son in concern. RMMRMMRMMRMM, Shasasha, Chaos cackles as he leaps out of the smoke at the pirate. All 3 combatants having a momentary brain fart as the lanky 10-year-old comes out swinging a double-headed chainsaw staff. Blue Jam just barely managed to bring his sword up to block the overhead swing, sparks flying as it ground against the steel blade. "Well, he's officially the one I'm the most worried about mentally," Deiden mutters. "Don't just stand there like a lump, Ace. You wanted to fight this asshole, so go do it." Ace blinks. "Right, sorry. Really should be getting used to weird shit involving him and Luffy, devil fruits and magic swords and all that crap." He sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose before running in. "Save some pirate for me, bastard." "Stay on his left," Deiden shouts. "No you dumbass, Chaos left. Blue Jam's right. That cord means he can't switch hands, you dumbo." "Glad to see someone pays attention," Chaos says with a lopsided grin, swinging the staff erratically as it clashes and bounces off Blue Jam's blade, managing to use it to block one of his bullets in the process. "You little shit, just die already, gah," Blue Jam groans as Ace manages to get in a blow in his ribs with his pipe, though is quick to counter with his sword cutting across the boy's chest. "Ace, now you've made me mad," Deiden yells, swinging wildly with her axe as she charges him, but Blue Jam just chuckles as he raises his pistol at the bandit. "You make this too easy, bitch," he laughs, going to pull the trigger, if he still had a right hand. Section. "And now you've finally reached the point where I'm pissed off. Good fucking work, Section," Chaos hisses, an aura of rage and malice flooding the clearing, as well as snapping Deiden out of her berserker rage long enough to stop and avoid being skewered by the chainsaw blade. "Kid, whatever you're thinking, you'll pay for that, you bastard," Blue Jam screams, rage blocking the pain. "Though not for long. I will have my revenge. Once I kill you, that punk and the gorilla, I'll get to Hightown and gut that noble bastard for daring to cross me." "No you won't," Chaos grins, pointed teeth shining in the flames before leaping forward and slamming his weapon straight into Blue Jam's guts. The pirate howls as with a pained heave, Chaos digs the lower half of his weapon into the dirt and raises it like a flag, the spinning blade tearing through flesh and bone until it exits through the back of Blue Jam's neck and the flailing and screaming stops. "Motherfu," Chaos, Ace groans, clutching his stomach before seeing the carnage in front of him. "Are you okay?" he shouts, seeing the boy covered in blood and viscera. "It's not mine," he pants, "but Blue Jam's one heavy bastard. I think I'm done here." He sighs, mostly unheard over the rumble of Habi, though it soon cuts out, dropping the pirate's corpse before the purple-haired boy flops backward, into Deiden's arms. "Stupid boy, this wasn't something kids like you should be doing," she mutters, hefting the unconscious boy onto her shoulder. "Come on, Ace. Let's get the hell out of here before we burn to death, got it?" Ace snaps out of it and nods. "Got it, Deiden. We should get back before Luffy and the others start to worry." He tries to joke, but it falls flat as he follows his mother figure through the flames to the edge of the forest, burying the fear in his heart, something to worry about in the far future. Plus he had something else to distract him with. The fuck? When did that happen? Deiden turns and sees what had Ace so shocked. The area they were running past looked like a shockwave had shot through it, clearing a trench-like path between them and the coast where a large ship was moored. It must have happened during the fight, since it sure as hell hadn't been there when the bandits were running toward the boys. Not a clue, kid. But it seems someone out there does give a crap about the beggars of Grey Terminal. Deiden hums with a sad chuckle. "Now speed up, boy. I'm not taking the heat from Garp if you get lost and die in this fire," she adds angrily, snapping Ace out of his confusion and actually causing him to run on ahead. "See something you like, dragon?" Aversa grins. Only her face visible and recognizable under the heavy green cloak she and the other revolutionaries were wearing. "This place means a lot to you. Must be bad to see it in flames like this," she notes. "Goa was always rotten at the core, it's just spreading out as time progresses. It's also a reminder of what I will prevent the rest of the world souping to. That is our goal," he grunts, watching the bandits and kids rush off with his hockey, his lip twitching as he sensed his son amongst them, as well as the energetic chaos that was synonymous with the rest of the D-clan in him and two more. "Let's go," he bellows, his three companions nod before setting to work, the former residents of Grey Terminal following their lead. A week later, the day of the World Noble visit, this was it. The day you would finally be free of this hellhole. Sabo grins as he slips out of the house once more. With everyone else at the docks, his father had only left a single guard to watch over him, which after all the fights he'd gotten into living with Ace and the rest of his brothers was literal child's play to knock out, steal the keys from and leave. With everyone focused on the Celestial Dragon's ship, security was reduced basically everywhere else, meaning Sabo was able to sneak into the harbor, unlatch a ship, after making the necessary modifications such as his current prototype pirate flag, crossbones with a big blue S over them, and getting the hell away from this island. Nice weather we're having, it's a perfect day to set sail, Sabo grins to himself. Sure, he would have liked to wait and go off with his brothers, but it was safer for all of them if he kept his distance for the moment. They'll meet up again eventually if they were meant to cross paths. Eames his asshole parents have no reason to go looking for Ace, Chaos or Luffy to find him. It was the closest to a perfect plan as the nearly 11-year-old Sabo could come up with. Hey, are you nuts, kid? Get back here, came an angry voice from the pier, but Sabo paid it no mind. I'm not afraid of anything, as long as I can be free. I just have to be far away from here, he thinks, smiling widely, tilting the wheels slightly to the left so he was clear of the wake of the ship heading toward the island. I may be a pirate in the future, but I'm not an asshole, they clearly have right of way, he chuckles to himself as both ships pass without incident. It's a nice ship though, hope my pirate ship will be as cool as that one someday. He grins, though puts his fantasies on hold until he was clear of danger. Kaboom! I'm not afraid of anything, as long as I can be free. I just have to be far away from here, he thinks, smiling widely, tilting the wheels slightly to the left so he was clear of the wake of the ship heading toward the island. I may be a pirate in the future, but I'm not an asshole, they clearly have right of way, he chuckles to himself as both ships pass without incident. It's a nice ship though, hope my pirate ship will be as cool as that one someday. He grins, though puts his fantasies on hold until he was clear of danger. Kaboom! Flashback. Earlier that week. Do you think the boss is going to be okay? Mogra grimaces as Luffy twitches but otherwise barely stirs. She was going up against Blue Jam with 2 kids. I'd worry about her chances, except those kids were Ace and Chaos. Dogra chuckles bitterly. Fucking idiots, but stubborn. They'd have made good bandits if they weren't so set on being pirates. True. The larger man smiles, before a commotion brings their and all the other bandits' attention to outside. Flinging open the door, a mildly burned Ace was running, limping towards the home. Dayton not too far behind, more heavily injured and lugging an unconscious Chaos over her shoulder, looking like she'd taken more than a few tumbles on the way out of the flaming hellscape that was currently Grey Terminal. Boss, you're okay. The bandits cheer, the woman grunts and stumbles her way into the home, dropping her middle child like a sack of spuds before sitting down beside Ace and allowing themselves to be checked up on and their injuries bandaged up. Are you okay? What happened back there? Blue Jam's dead. He won't be coming after my boys again. Dayton mumbles, clearly running on fumes. Ace having already passed out and Chaos hadn't awoken. The fire had only gotten worse since you guys left. I was worried I wouldn't get out, but I had to get them to safety somehow. Even if it killed me, I needed to protect my sons. She sighs deeply, though seeing Luffy, Ace and Chaos, alive though unconscious, asleep, it helped her relax enough to take the medicine and crawl into bed herself. Mogra and Dogra moving the boys upstairs back to their old room in case they woke up in the middle of the night. 2 days later. I'm bored, and these bandages are itchy, Luffy whines as he stares out the window. That's 'cause you're injured, dumbass. You have to sit around and let your injuries heal, not go running around like that idiot on the roof is. Even if he says he's just helping keep watch, Dayton grumbles, knowing Ace was just as stir-crazy as Luffy was, and both were just as worried about Sabo. How come all Chaos does is sleep and eat though? He's usually at least trying to play parent and limit the stupid of the day, Luffy wonders aloud. He's being a good patient and letting his body recover before doing the next stupid endeavor. You might want to try that sometime, Dogra scowls. Plus, that fight with Blue Jam, it did something. I think it drained him on the inside, and while it's not the best, he's filling that recovery time with quiet contemplation, rather than doing my head in. The bandit chief adds, punching Luffy lightly on the head. Still boring, Luffy huffs, walking over to annoy the dog, as at least he'd want to play with him. Back to the start of the chapter, timeline-wise, oh my, he hit the fishing boat. Is the child okay? The brat shouldn't have gotten in the celestial dragon's way like that. A black flag on a ship is a mark of a pirate, everyone knows that. A commoner should know better. Don't cross my path, you filthy pirate brat. Kaboom! The second shot finally did it. taking out the little ship till nothing was left but flotsam, jetsam and flaming timbers, the people on the docks, and the mountain bandits on the hillside frozen in shock and horror. Oh no, the boys are going to be devastated, Mount Corvo. I wonder which one's gonna win. Luffy grins as he pushes the beetles toward each other, hoping they'll fight sooner or later. Maybe they're just not in the mood to fight, Chaos hums, having recovered enough to go back to his unofficial job of Luffy's primary babysitter. Don't bother them too much or they'll decide to fight you instead. He chuckles, then frowns as Dogra comes out of the tree line with a 1,000-yard stare. Hey, is something wrong? You said you were going to check out the commotion in town with that noble guy coming to visit. Did something happen? Oh, something happened all right, Dogra mutters, walking robotically into the house before relaying the news, Luffy and Chaos following him curiously. What, you can't be serious, Ace scowls, jumping at the short man. You lying bastard, don't even joke about something like that. Ace, get off him, Deiden growls, though he heart wasn't in it, lifting the squirming brat off one of her best men. I wouldn't joke about something like this, Ace. I liked the kid too, and even if I didn't, I saw how close you all were. It all happened so fast, by the time I understood what was going on, it was too late. The ship had been sunk, Dogra explains, his tone frantic and hands shaking. Fuck, Chaos hisses, for once it seems Luffy was right. I was, said Boy blinks, confusion momentarily overtaking sorry in his mind. How? We should have gone to High Town, fuck the consequences and kidnapped, rescued Sabo. Then, even if it meant being on the run for the next few years until we officially became pirates, at least he would still be alive. I shouldn't have suggested we wait, he scowls, knuckles white as they clench around hubby's hilt. Mogrit quickly tries to dissuade this line of reason. Hey, don't be like that. You had no way of knowing this would happen. Just like the fire, nobody could have known the noble would sink Sabo's ship just for being nearby. As far as you knew, he was safe for at least a few years. That's what you said, Ace sighs. Let Sabo live his life. His father spent too much time and effort to just kill him now. Well, it seems whatever he did do, turned Sabo's stomach enough he would rather set off into the abyss without us. It's not your fault. It's the bastard WHO murdered my big brother's fault. I'll gut the noble shithead and string him up by his entrails. You idiot, nobody can hurt a celestial dragon. It's impossible, Dogra gasps. Just watch me, Ace yells, grabbing his pipe and running for the door, almost succeeding, only for Deiden to grab him by the head and pin him to the floor. Enough of that, Ace. I get it. You're pissed off that Sabo was killed, but what can you do against a world noble? You think he's just some thug, and while he may act like it, you wouldn't even get close. You'd die alone and unnoticed, swept under the rug and not even a mention in the papers. The bastard may have pulled the trigger, but it was this rotten country that killed Sabo, this whole Goda-forsaken world. Your father, on the other hand, changed the world with his death. When you get to be as famous as that mustachioed fucker, then you can have your revenge, when your life matters to more than just the people in this room. You understand me, you stupid punk? Deiden screams into his face, then turns to her men. Tie him up. Make sure he doesn't go anywhere until he's cooled off, she sighs, turning to her other two kids, both crying, though while Luffy was going off like an air raid siren, Chaos was silent, though the tears streamed down his cheeks onto Luffy's straw hat, the taller boy holding him like a teddy bear, no, like he would disappear too, if the purplet loosened his grip even a fraction. Next morning, you done acting like a feral ape, and at least calmed down enough to use words? Deiden asks, Ace giving her a death glare, but nods slowly. That will have to do. Boys, cut him loose but keep an eye on him for the moment, she orders. This whole week was just one headache after another, and that damn news coup was just making it worse. Holy shit. Guys, we got a letter, and it's from Sabo, Dogra bellows, rushing over after collecting the bird's message. He must have sent it just before he headed out to sea. Ace's eyes widen. Give it here. He barks. I promise, that letter's for Luffy, Chaos and I, isn't it? Speaking of, I don't hear his crying anymore. I don't know if Chaos fell asleep before or after Luffy, but the kid tired himself out crying and eventually passed out. Both were out cold when I went to check on them about an hour later. Mogra answers as Dogra passed Ace the letter. Then I'll read it myself and tell them about it when they wake up. Can I have a minute? He asks, oddly nervously. We won't be reading over your shoulder or anything, but we'll be keeping you within line of sight, so don't run off on me, okay? Dayton compromises. That'll do, Ace nods, tearing open the envelope before walking into the woods to read it. Ace, Chaos, Luffy, I hope you all survived or were somehow spared the fire. Maybe you'd been building a new base camp that night and were nowhere near Gray Terminal. I'm worried about the three of you, but my gut tells me you all made it out alive, even if I'm also feeling I should be deeply concerned for at least two of yours mental state. Anyway, I have a special announcement to make. By the time you get this letter, I'll be long gone. Oof, poor choice of words, but the kid's not psychic, so we'll give him a pass. That's right, I'm heading out to sea. One thing led to another and I decided to head out before any of you. I don't know where I'm going, but I know one thing for sure, anywhere is better than this place. Don't worry though, I've not given up on my dream. I'm still going to be a pirate. I got a head start, but I'm sure you'll all catch up to me pretty quickly, even you Chaos. There's a pirate in you even if you don't want to be a captain, not everyone does. When we meet again we'll be unstoppable, believe it. We'll reunite on the Grand Line one day, 4 pirates, brothers of fate and choice, because that is a bond that will never be broken, and will always be my greatest treasure, more than all the riches of the seas. Also, as the new eldest brother, keep an eye on our little bros. They need all the help they can get to be real pirates. Winking face, I need you to step up for me, Ace, and take care of them now. I can't. I'm sorry to leave like this, but I make a promise as your brother, we will meet again. Sabo, no last name, pirate captain of the Sabo Pirates. Standing on the edge of the island staring out into the sea, only Dayton as a witness, Ace finally cried for the pain and injustice of the world. But more importantly, cried at the loss of his oldest friend and big brother. Ace kept the letter to himself that day, partially so he could process it alone, though showed it to Luffy and Chaos the next morning, as it was addressed to all of them, and they deserved to read what was now essentially Sabo's last words to them. Chaos, he laughed, actually cackled for a solid minute, before starting to cry again. Then as he sat down muttered, "Optimistic little bastard, wasn't he?" with a deep sigh. Meanwhile Luffy seemed to be inspired, or maybe something had finally clicked in his head due to Sabo's sudden loss to their lives. "I want to get stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger, until I'm the strongest there ever was or will be, and then, I'll protect everyone, I'll never lose people precious to me ever again." He shouts even as tears and snot runs down his face. "You both gotta promise me, don't die, okay?" Ace groans and slaps him upside the head. "Dumbass. You're the one we're worried is going to die along before we do. You're the weakest out of everyone. Ask me that again when you can at least hold your own in a fight with me. Got it, crybaby? Not that it matters, because I'm never going to die," he declares, then sighs deeply, as you read. "Sabo told me to protect and keep you two dummies safe, so if it makes you feel better, Luffy, I promise not to die. Happy?" "Yes." Luffy sniffles. "Good. Now, we're going to set sail and be pirates just like Sabo did someday, but until then, we train, until we're the best damn pirates in the East Blue. Then the Grand Line, nothing will stand in our way, as long as we live, with no regrets. This will make us lots of enemies though, we might even have to fight Garp someday, but that's the price to pay for freedom. Let's agree to set sail at 17, just like Sabo planned." Luffy nods, a determined scowl on his face, while Chaos had less enthusiasm but still agreed. A pact was made, and their journey was just beginning. 1 month later Chaos groans as he comes to. "Ow, what hit me, and why am I outside?" He hums, sitting up and feeling something tug at his neck. Looking down there was a silver chain with a pendant or locket attached, one side reading Kutabara, fuck off. The other Koko ni wa nanimo hyujisaramasen, nothing to see here, and the edges sealed so whatever was inside was both unreadable and inaccessible. "I have a very bad feeling about this," the boy mutters, taking the pendant in his hand and moves to snap the chain and throw it away. Only he couldn't. The same when he tried to remove it the correct way, he was just unable to perform the action and remove the item. "I feel like I'm being pranked, but this is way too complicated to be Luffy's doing, so I'm stuck with this stupid thing for at least the foreseeable future." Great, he sighs deeply, seeing only one option left if he wants to avoid the chance of the thing snagging or being pulled by a thug, or Luffy being a dumbass and choking him. From experimenting and tinkering with his devil fruit, Chaos had found it capable of creating what amounted to a pocket dimension within the reflections. So as his skin gained a silvery sheen and rippled, the weird trinket sank into his body like it had been dropped into a lake. Good, you finally woke up. I knew I didn't hit you that hard. Chaos turns to see Garp enter the clearing he'd been dropped in like a dead cat. Luffy and Ace following the old geezer in concern? Like your new accessory? After Dayton told me about the Grey Terminal incident, I paid a lot of money to have some weirdo in a bucket hat give me that to ease your burdens. With that thing on, there's no way you'll even be able to think criminal and rebellious things, nor can it be removed by those with ill intent. With this baby you'll be the greatest marine the world has ever seen, Garp bellows before laughing his ass off. Laying it on a little thick, but Chaos wasn't much older than Luffy. And Luffy was dumb as a crate of rocks last he checked, so Chaos would be just as easy to fool as him, right? Marines or death, an interesting conundrum. Chaos hums before pulling hubby from his jacket, not that Garp noticed until. Chaos, don't do it. Shing the Marine finally looks down. His jaw drops seeing Ace had run to and thrown himself at Chaos, who now had hubby's blade cutting across his cheek, before extending several feet behind him and impaling a bird to the tree behind him. You idiot, the old man is clearly talking shit. You don't need to kill yourself. Ace screams at the taller boy. I'm aware, Chaos responds flatly, and Ace notices his throat was covered in the silver fluid of his devil fruit. I just wanted to see how far it would take to call his bluff, and sending hubby through my reflections seemed the easiest method, and if she happened to damage this talisman in the process, then that's great, he adds with a humorless chuckle, flashing a smile with too much teeth. Watching hubby retract, Garp scowls internally, it's already taken root. I need to stop this before the effects become permanent and uncontainable, he thinks before cracking his neck and beginning to walk over to the lanky kid. That's a pretty dangerous toy you got there, kid. As you'd expect from a pirate, so allow a marine like me to show you how to properly dispose of such a thing. He gives a serious look and an attempt at a comforting smile, before cocking his arm back and swinging with a black fist at the sword. Fist of Justice, clang, snap, crunch, which at its owner's will melts and encompassed his right arm all the way up to his shoulder, forming a gauntlet greave combo which he used to try meet the punch, barely even flinching one in his arm, though both boys can see clearly that criminal and rebellious thoughts being stopped were bullshit, given the murderous rage clearly blazing in his eyes, as well as the fact, hubby didn't break. Next time you want to kill me, be upfront about it, Chaos drones, arm now hanging limply by his side, though even as he turns to walk away his devil fruit starts trying to warp and contort his body into a stable condition, Ace and Luffy chasing after him to check on him, as well as get as far away from Garp as possible. His eyes weren't on the boys though, but his own bloodied knuckles. He knew in his head that wouldn't work. The hubby no oni no mi is a seijo o wazimono. He might as well have tried to snap Yuru with his bare hands. But he just wanted his grandson to be safe and free from that thing's corruption, before it made him a monster like its previous master. Though in hindsight he should have seen this coming, like it or not the boy was a Kuja at his core. And they were stubborn, some even as much as a Monkey Clan member, and if he was anything like his mother, the Marine just stepped on a landmine. Flashback, Marine Black Site 15 years ago. This isn't right, the things you've done, it doesn't matter if they're complying or following orders, they're better off dead. Crash, splatter, squelch, Garp, do something, stop her. This isn't justice, it's sick, and while I can't kill you, I can break every one of your toys until the message sinks in. You don't get to just fuck with people's heads and call it justice. Flashback ends and yet, here he was, from the kid's and probably his mother's, Goda rest her soul, point of view, instilling his will upon the boy and removing his freedom in the process, when he was simply doing what was in the boy's interest, protecting him from the darkness of his weapon, and any traces of the man it once belonged to. Later in the year, Gum Gum Pistol, Luffy shouts as he's throwing his long-range punch to the face of his grinning brother. Sprung, I mean, you almost hit your target this time, Chaos hums. While Ace was a little busy laughing as not only did Luffy miss, but the kid managed to punch himself in the face on the rebound. You'd think you would prioritize aim over power by this point. He sighs deeply, knowing Luffy wouldn't listen, but feeling the need to at least say it on the off chance it sunk in. Exactly, Ace smirks once he'd stopped laughing, power doesn't mean crap if you can't hit anything. I've been telling you rubber's a crappy power for what feels like years now, at least when it comes to fighting. You take that back, Luffy shouts. No, I can prove it. Chaos, go beat the crap out of him, Ace orders. Both brothers blink in confusion before they shrug. I'm not going to go easy on you just because I'm mad at Ace. You know that? Luffy asks, raising his fists, while Chaos draws hubby into his body and stretches his limbs. I'm aware, and I wouldn't want you to. No fun that way. He smirks, letting the younger boy charge him. On the bright side, when not trying to use what would essentially be super moves, Luffy at least knew to get as close as he could to his opponent so that he couldn't miss, and in the bright sunshine, it was really easy for him to see whenever Chaos used his fruit as a blocking method, though even then it was mostly his hands and gut. However, Ace wanted him to make a point, so he did, muttering, Akuma Kagami, under his breath. Catching Luffy's fist, Chaos threw his other arm back, and to the surprise of the other two boys, it stretched back about 80% more than it was supposed to, before shooting right back and slamming Luffy square in the stomach, sending the boy flying backward into a tree as he'd let go just before impact. Gomu Gomu no pistol shot. Damn, Ace is right. This is a crappy move. He laughs before continuing. See? Your biggest problem is simply your inability to hit a barn door while on the inside. Chaos laughs. His knuckles glint in the light before moving to help Luffy up. That's some bullshit right there. How'd you do that? Being stretchy is my thing. Luffy whines. My devil fruit is the reflect fruit. Therefore I decided to see if, due to the nature of reflections, mimicry was something I could do, and it works, sort of. Guess I've finally found Luffy a teacher. Saves me a lot of crap, Ace chuckles. Don't even think about it. Just cause Chaos is my favorite doesn't mean you get to slack off. What did you say? Ace yells, slamming Luffy's head into the ground. See? Only you ever randomly hit me. Chaos and Sabo were nicer. Luffy groans, deciding to stay down and recover. 2 months later, didn't we fight this bear already? Chaos asks, the scar on its face seeming familiar, or at least distinctive. Less chatting, more helping, Luffy yells, this bear is really big. Hey, you got this covered, Ace shrugs, lazing around on the branch the older boys were observing from. As it turned out, Luffy didn't have it under control, his attacks doing little more than annoy the bear, before it finally decided to just swat the rubber boy like a fly, slashing deep across his chest, and sending the other two into action. Fuck. Chaos thinks as he carries Luffy, Ace running on ahead to alert Dayton and hopefully have the medical supplies prepped for their arrival. We really shouldn't have let him do that all by himself, he adds with a grimace, which deepens as hubby remains painfully silent the entire trek. You guys made it in time, though if the wound had been any deeper it would have been a completely different story. Mogra sighs, watching over Luffy's sleeping form, while Ace cried and Chaos practically collapsed in on himself. Moron, that's what I am. Training with Nagari showed us it's not about going it alone. Individual strength isn't what makes you a captain. I'm not good enough. I'm still not enough. I'm sorry, Luffy. I let you down. I'm a failure of a leader and a brother. Ace cries, burying his face in his hands. You're not alone, Ace. I could have helped too, but I just sat there with you until after Luffy got hurt. You're an idiot, yes, but it's for trying to carry everything on your shoulders. Chaos sighs. Fighting one-on-one is important, but yes, teamwork is the best method of task completion. We are brothers. Why can't we all fight side by side? Sometime later, hey, Makino's here, and she brought booze, one of the bandits shout. You want to know how to properly say thank you? Makino repeats for clarification, to which Ace nods. And what's this about paying respects? She adds, holding in a chuckle as this was not what she expected a boy raised by mountain bandits would even want to know about. Ace grins, as a pirate, and Luffy's big brother, I have to pay respects to this Shanks guy. He explains, Luffy says he owes him his life, so it's really the least I can do. Just buy or steal him some booze. Chaos shouts from his current position as lookout. Nobody asked you, you lanky fuck. Ace bellows up, before turning to Makino with a tired look, so, can you help me? Makino does giggle this time, I'll see what I can do, first after a meal. A week later, Edgetown, it's a dine and dash. Somebody catch those hooligans. This is surprisingly good stamina training, Even when the city guards aren't called to catch us, Chaos chuckles, before almost running into Ace's back. Shit, we almost forgot to pay respect, Ace gasps. Right. Luffy nods, then all three boys turn to the tired chef and Bo. Thank you for the meal, it was delicious. Keep your thanks. Are you going to pay me for my food? Nope, they answer, then continue running away. Another victory for Ace. The older boy laughs, after kicking Luffy into chaos, sending both of them into a tree. Clearly a battle royal was a bad idea. The taller boy sighs, before throwing Luffy at Ace, only him to sidestep the flying rubber boy. Bear attack, take 2, Luffy shouts, himself and Ace wielding pipes while Chaos was using hubby in a canebo form. Teamwork makes the dream work, Ace chuckles, the boys bouncing around, keeping the bear each other until Ace manages to gab his pipe into the bear's throat. Then with Luffy and Chaos assistance impale the animal through the skull, taking it out and giving the trio a choice of bear meat stew for today's dinner. After a while, the local gangs and ruffians realized it wasn't worth the time or effort to try to fight the boys, preferring to flee and keep their bones unbroken, than fight and get the ever-loving shit beat out of them by a bunch of kids. The animals of Mount Corvo, though, were still a problem if they weren't careful. They did learn giant centipede tastes like shit though, so knew to never hunt it again. Garp showed up periodically to beat the crap out of them, but with their futures decided and hearts set on the path, it was just free training for the three teens, and to a certain extent, they believed Garp knew it too, so decided that if they were going to be pirates, they better be tough enough to survive anything the world throws at you. Maybe it was childish optimism, naivety, or wanting to justify his treatment of them to themselves, we will never know. Finally, the moment arrived. Ace was 17 and about to set out on his journey, but he had one thing to do first. I know you're not leaving next year, he states to Chaos. Even now a little pissed he had to look his little brother in the eye. You're going to stick around and leave with Luffy. He's the one you decided will be your captain. Chaos nods, not seeing where this was going. Well, as the eldest brother, I pass on the responsibility of watching over our little troublemaker. Keep him alive at least long enough to make it out to sea, will you? He chuckles, getting a smirk, and head slap from the also grinning Perpolette. Good luck, Ace, you'll be fine. I know that, dumbass. And I better see you both on the Grand Line with a proper pirate crew in at least 3 or 4 years' time, you got me? Promise. Chaos nods, giving a very cold, reptilian smirk. Everyone turned up to see Ace off, the entire Dayton family, Makino, Mayor Woodslap, and of course Luffy and Chaos. Luckily not a single Garp in sight. Waving as he kicked his little boat off into the relatively calm waters of the East Blue. Take care, Ace, see you soon. Luffy cheers, waving frantically. Yeah, I'll be waiting to hear about your exploits. Keep training, you might even be as good as me one day. Ace winks, feeling the need for one last jab before setting off. Sesei, just you wait, in 3 years' time my wanted posters will be everywhere you look, Luffy declares, getting laughs from the whole gang, and Ace's grin softens into a gentle smile. He knows Luffy will be fine, though he'll still worry, he is a big brother after all. Keep an eye out for me in the papers, I'll make a big splash soon enough, he calls back, before fading from audible range. A few months later, Luffy, Chaos, get over here, Mogra shouts, running to where the boys were training. Something wrong? Chaos hums, relaxing his devil fruits coating over his limbs. He was right, Ace made the papers, the short man explains, passing it to the rubber boy, Chaos reading over Luffy's shoulders. You're right, Ace is doing great. He's got a ship and a crew and everything. Luffy cheers, laughing as he does. But I'm going to be even stronger someday. 3 years later, we're leaving Dayton, and the guys. Hey, aren't you going to see us off? Luffy asks from the doorway of what's been his home for nearly a decade at this point. Are you dense, kid? Don't answer that, I already know the answer is yes. Makino and the mayor may tolerate us, but we'd scare the shit out of all the other civvies down in Fushia village, Dayton grouses. I mean, you guys may be bandits, but you're a lot nicer than that bastard we met back when Shanks was in town. Chaos hums, a little disappointed all things considered. Oh, okay then, Luffy pouts, before bouncing back as best he could. Goodbye then. Catch you around one day. Oh, and thanks for caring for me all these years. I still think mountain bandits are lame, But you guys are awesome," he says with a slight bow, before leading the march to Fuchsia, his brother following with long lazy strides. "What a nice kid," Dogra smiles, while Deiden tries and fails to hold back the waterfall of tears escaping her face. As all her kids have left the nest, she may not have wanted to take them in the first place, but they were her boys, damn it. "Fuchsia Village, Luffy, no offense, but I think you should take my old fishing boat, that one won't last very long out at sea. It's barely big enough for the both of you," a villager notes. "I was thinking the same thing, that boat's much too small for you boys," another pipes in. "I want to start small, but I'll find us a big ship soon enough and fill it with a super badass pirate crew in no time." Luffy grins, getting a chuckle from Chaos as he adjusts his cloak and hat, currently sitting on their supply barrel. "Sabo, Ace, and now us. I may be the last, but I'll be the best soon enough. Watch out for me, Sabo. I'll make you proud," Luffy declares to the sky. "Why are you talking to yourself? Is it some kind of pirate ritual?" one of the dock workers asks jokingly. "No, it's a challenge to our brother Ace, and a prayer to our brother Sabo," Chaos answers, the villagers understandably not knowing who either boy was, so shrug and let Luffy do his thing. "Okay, I'm good, we're leaving for real now," Luffy announces before the two row out into the sea proper, ready to start their adventure. "I knew this was coming eventually, but it's still sad to see them go," Makino sighs, her eyes sad though her face holds her smile. Woodslap groans, "Sad indeed, like this world needs more pirates." The mostly happy mood shatters when a sea king rises from the depths, the lord of the coast ready and able to devour the little ship in a single bite. But while the residents of Fuchsia village were panicked, the brothers weren't, for damn good reason, as Luffy aimed his perfected long-ranged punch at its face. "Gum Gum Pistol," Luffy shouts, one-shotting the beast with a rubber-powered fist to the jaw, sending it flying out of their way like an animal 100 times smaller. "That's my boy," Deiden grins proudly, hidden as she was alongside Mogra and Dogra. He might actually do it, achieve of that dumb dream of his. "Someday, I'm gonna be king of the pirates," Luffy bellows before the journey begins properly, as you all have seen already. Winking face. Present time with Luffy on the mend and now actually sleeping. Chaos moved somewhere quiet to check on a private matter. A silver chain dropping from his skin for the first time in 9 years. He grins maniacally as his shadow ripples and expands, extending like he was standing in the path of the rising sun before leaving the ground and standing itself. The being in front of him towered over even his own impressive 9 feet stature, mostly due to its long neck, with a smile that extended just past the midpoint of his head. It seemed to lack eyes, though whether it never had them and Chaos merely misremembered, or it was a sign of the Echo's age, he neither knew or cared. It worked then, the shadow croons, the voice, which had returned as a whisper when he ate the hubby hubby no mi, finally returned to its original tone and volume. "Your suicidal gambit paid off after all." Chaos nods. "I was right that it would take a marine to break the charm. Garp would have commissioned it so only the hands of justice could remove it. The fist of magma was a more than adequate substitute," he smirked, glad he had been able to shift the talisman to the center of his chest when he used his devil fruit to open a hole for the Admiral's attack to pass through, destroying it in a flash of heat, and if he was honest, ensuring Chaos had enough access to his second fruit that he was able to fully transform and survive the attack in the first place. By the time they realize what's happened, it will be far too late. Apophis Shade laughs, the dual-toned echo showing all three of them were in agreement. The Navy just fucked themselves. Gazan talk Gazan tat tat brack. Section It's time for salvation to finally and I'm feeling it strong. This weeping and wailing has gone far too long, nothing left but to yell, yeah, yeah. I know you feel it, too, so keep on singing this song. Even when they abuse us we'll keep singing along, we'll start another big bang when we all sing as one. United, we're fighting, bring them down with our Song of Ruin. Section 1. Chaos cackles madly, his devil fruit warping and contorting across his form as his hands turn black as night before he slams them palm down onto the stone floor, with a scream of Black Vortex. It's good to be whole, once more, Zaysazisis, Amazon Lily. Ace sighs as he stares out into the calm belt. Luffy was on the mend. Chaos was actually more giddy and energetic after nearly dying. He wasn't touching that WTF with a ship mast. And even he was starting to get his strength back after his time in Impelled Down. He'd even spoken to Pops, and some allies would be passing by Amazon Lily soon to drop off one of his speeders, so he could leave without having to worry or burden the Kuja pirates, or trample on their traditions, as Elder Nyan and Kikyo keep bitching about, any longer than he actually has to. Not that Whitebeard himself was really going anywhere just yet. With the Moby destroyed, the man needed a new vessel, and so was offered a ride by the Demon Eyes to Water 7 for a new ship, on recommendation from both his son and an old friend. The fireman grunts, knowing the friend in question was Roger, but he had no right to be mad. His pops being friends and rivals with his birth father was widely known, and given the man was dead before Ace had been born, their friendship had probably gone on longer than the boy had been alive. Just before he was about to find a quiet part of the forest to train, like old times, he felt one of the locals approach him. Turning his head, it was one of the Boa sisters, Marigold he believed, the one not either behaving like a love-struck teenager around his little brother or staring at him like he's a chew toy. Admiring the view? She asks, clearly at least trying to interact with the male pirate. More just away with my thoughts. Ace admits, things were easier when I was the middle child. Being the eldest is a pain. He mutters, seeing the woman's confusion. As far as she knew, Ace was Chaos and Luffy's big brother, actually making Chaos the middle child. Middle isn't quite the right word. There is no middle in a family of 4 inches. He huffs a small puff of deep red flame. We had a brother, Sabo. He was the rational, smart one, or as Chaos would put it, the sane one of us. He died nearly 10 years ago, and there are times when I wonder if he could have done better, mostly whenever I fuck up as a big brother. Like letting my little brothers go into a war zone to save my ass. There was nothing you could have done to stop them. I only knew them for a day and figured that much out. Marigold chuckles. Luffy was always going to charge head first into danger, and Chaos was going to avoid the stupid part and still reach the same endpoint, that being Marineford to rescue you. Sonia and I would do the same if Hancock had been taken. You don't get to mess with our family without paying the price. Her face darkens and her pupils contract into vertical slits. If you say so, Ace hums. Marigold, right? If Boa Hancock died tomorrow, would you be able to fill her shoes to Sander Sonia? Be the eldest sister the way Hancock was? No, Marigold answers flatly. I couldn't replace my sister, but I can be me, and I've always been Sonia's big sister. Losing Hancock wouldn't change that fact. Her lip curls and she punches Ace with a hockey-coated fist. Stop comparing yourself to this Sabo kid. I guarantee he'd be thinking the same if you had been the one who died and left him as the big brother to those 2 dumbasses, feeling he wasn't living up to your memory. That's not what you should be doing. Don't try to replace your brother, just be the older brother you already are to those 2. They love you even when you screw up. How do you know that? Ace sighs. They dropped everything to come save you. That's love right there, idiot boy. Marigold chuckles. Goa Kingdom, Fushia Village, Garp's back, and he brought a battleship. Should we run? I doubt a big shot like him would be bothered fighting bandits like us. Garp tiredly smiles as he walks down the street, helping to raise the hopes of the people. Sure, they lost the war with Whitebeard, but that doesn't mean the Marines were going to slack off on their duties of protecting the common citizens. Are Luffy and Chaos okay? After what Whitebeard did, the pirates are just getting more cocky and aggressive. They'll be attacking the village any day now. Not today, they won't. I sank 3 ships on the way here. Bunch of blowhards, the lot of them. Now, Whitebeard may have given the Navy quite a shiner the other day, but we'll make sure to deal with the mess he's made and have everything working as it should before you know it, Garp announces. Then gestures behind him at a sign his men were erecting. And since this island is so far from the base, I had this made to help scare off anyone dumb enough to try anything. Security by Navy Vice Admiral Garp. That'll work for sure, one local cheers. Hey, Vice Admiral, while you're here I was wondering if you could deal with a situation. About a week ago some mountain bandits came to town, took over Makino's bar, and haven't left since, another asks timidly. Garp hums. Is that so? Before making his way to Party's bar. Please reconsider, this is a very bad idea. Makino warns, but she's pushed aside, more gently than expected, but it still counts, as someone much larger and angrier steps out, and punches Garp square in the nose. Garp, you bastard, you got a lot of nerve. Or maybe just balls of steel, showing your face around here after what you did. Deiden shrieks, eyes ablaze with rage. Oh, she's really done it this time, Dogra grimaces. Vice Admiral, the Marines shout, though only 2 rush over to check on the man. Keep your distance and hold fire, she's an old friend, Garp groans as he sits up. You're a sick piece of work. You know that, Garp? You raised those boys to die, didn't you? Actually, that gives you way too much credit. You didn't raise shit, just dropped 3 punks on my lap, told me to make them Marines, and then came around and beat the shit out of them whenever you needed to get your rocks off. Some hero, Deiden sneers. Finally done with the old man's crap. If she was finally getting arrested, it was going to be for sticking up for her boys. Deiden, Garp sighs as he's helped to his feet. You were right there, and you did nothing. In fact, you decided to help make things harder for them. I've never been prouder of Luffy than when he punched you in that smug self-righteous face of yours. And we watched him cold-cock the Lord of the Coast when he left the village. Luffy took out that monster, Kobe whispers, remembering catching a glimpse of the Sea-King on the way to the island. His words, though, caught Deiden's attention, and in doing so, saw how Garp shifted his position, blocking her from the boy, keeping her attention on him. Finally found one who wants to be a fucking Marine. This the 4th or 5th attempt, huh? She wonders aloud, surprised to hear an angry growl from the man in front of her. What just happened? Helmeppo asks. I actually managed to piss him off with the one thing I said that wasn't intended to. He can handle me accusing him of not caring about his grandkids, and of loving the Navy more than his family, but he gets pissed because I was curious if he saw Sabo as one of his own or not. I never understood how your brain works, Garp, Deiden groans. You stay away from this village, Garp. We've got our own deterrent for riffraff. My kids have done more in the name of justice than the Marines in the East ever did. She scoffs, though she was right. Given just above the bar was a plaque, reading, Hometown of the Straw Hat Pirates captain and first mate, with the current crew's bounty posters all in a row. Much like Whitebeard kept pirates in his territory behaving themselves, knowing this island was important to the Straw Hats, was enough to keep the weaklings in the East Blue on their best behavior, and would continue to do so as her youngest 2 got stronger and stronger. Garp, the Marine turns as Mayor Woodslap approaches him. What happened to those boys? The papers said Luffy and Chaos vanished in the aftermath. Garp sighs deeply. That they did. We don't know where they went, just that they were obviously picked up by one of the ships leaving the bay. I don't doubt it for a second that they're all fine, or at least alive Skyus when he was last spotted, same with Chaos. He explains, which surprisingly raised people's spirits. Those 2 weren't just pirates, they'd grown up at least partially in this village, they were part of their community, they actually knew them. Amazon Lily, Arena, Rankiaku, Rosin, the older Kuja hears as she enters the arena. The explosion that followed the energy spiral would have drawn her attention even if she hadn't already been heading in this direction, but it amused Arachne that she didn't need her observation hockey to find this lanky child. You know, if you'd been born like that, you might have just been accepted into the tribe, maybe even been a Kuja pirate yourself by now. The spider lady coos as she approaches the woman, panting heavily and tail drooping against the ground. Did you scare away the other girls? Fuck off, here to try and kill me again. No, the Empress would sooner have my head than allow me to take yours. Am I not allowed to see my nephew? The girl scowls as she turns, giving Arachne the first proper look at her. She was tall for a woman but shorter than her male form, only about 7 feet, give or take a few inches, with a lithe, sinewy build and a smaller bust than she'd expected. The height difference and average chest size meant she looked like a girl wearing her boyfriend's jacket while wearing her waistcoat and breast bindings. She was also barefoot with the first toe of each foot twisted into a sickle-like talon and a narrow, whip-like tail, black with a purple tip. Finally, the face showed she'd clearly inherited more of her mother's looks as a woman than as a man, but the eyes, though they were tinged purple, a worrying sign in the Kuja's eyes, had the spark seen in Newgate's eyes rather than the cold determination of Medusa. Given you clearly viewed me as an abomination, no you're not, she scowls, and there was her mother's icy glare, even down to the slitted pupils. There's no point in moving against you now, you've earned your place in Kuja society. You are basically a Kuja warrior in spirit if not name. So what are you doing here? Most people would be resting after the ordeal you went through. Training, The girl responds curtly before deciding to continue. For the first time in years, I don't feel like an anchor around my neck. It's like lightning in my veins, and it's honestly a little giddy at getting to play with it after so long. Plus, I picked up a good few new tricks over at Marineford I want to test out and see if I can add them to my repertoire. Like the instant SX change, Arachne Muses, Eva's Horu Horu no Mi, is quite a fun little toy, and as long as I'm careful I won't wreck myself like when I tried to use Pop's Gura Gura. Though I think this, she grins and does the finger gesture with her hand. The first section of her index finger glowed yellow, before shifting to a deep purple. Then a short burst of energy blasted from her hand and decimated a target, Uncle Kizaru's. Pika Pika no Mi's laser blasts, and at least I already have aiming down. That was Luffy's biggest problem back when we were kids. Arachne schools her features to hide the shock, settling for a polite smile. My. It seems you've quite a treasure trove to explore and tinker with. Though if you'd like I would be more than happy to spar. Ensure your previous victory wasn't a fluke, she coos, confirming Chaos' suspicions that the entire Serpents clan are a bunch of snarky, sassy assholes. Though before we fight, may I ask my niece's name? The girl rolls her eyes before giving a serpentine grin. Edward Saria. Drop the DIC, makes sense, it seems to only end up in certain members, like your mother. Oh, you misheard. Problem with having two Ds so close to each other, they blend. Let me try again, slower. Edward D. Saria. Later, in the forest, Luffy, you need to slow down, give your body time to heal. That's what I've been telling him. Law sighs, pushing his hat over his eyes as Luffy punches another tree into pieces. You don't get it. I need to get stronger. I couldn't protect my crew. I couldn't protect my family and Chaos. He nearly died because of me, because I was too weak. He shouts, then starts to cry. How can I be a captain if I'm this useless? Do you want to, or should I? You do it all the time, let me have a turn. Smack. Luffy groans from the hockey-infused slap to the face, and as he sits up, sees both Ace and Chaos had shown up during or maybe even before. He was kind of out of it, his screaming rant. You idiot, where'd my cocky little brother go? The one who thought he could be king of the world at age 8. Ace sighs, running his fingers through his hair. He grew up, and realized he was a little punk. Luffy mumbles softly. No, just that we're not ready to fight admirals in Yonko. But it's not like we planned to do that so soon. Zay. Chaos smirks, catching Luffy's chin and raising his gaze so their eyes met. What happened to me wasn't your fault. I made the decision to protect you from Akainu, as the older brother should. Given everything that happened that day, it's a miracle you didn't crash sooner. And you forgot something very important. Despite everything, we both survived, and not only that, but we rescued Ace. We won. He grins. You broke into and out of impelled down, made it to Marineford, and despite everything the Navy threw at us, made it back here. I'm still a little annoyed my little brothers had to come to save my ass, but that's because it means I didn't do a good enough job of keeping them safe and leading by example on how not to get caught. But I'm proud of you both for everything you did. Ace adds, ruffling Luffy's hair, and slapping Chaos upside the head. Just try not to do this too often. My blood pressure can only take so much, stupid, you hear? Uncle Luffy. The rubber boy turns seeing Artemis walk over, holding her mirror to her chest. Maybe, you should try talking to Aunt Vivi or Alvida. Remember what you're fighting for, what you're living for, she suggests, thrusting the object toward him. You really are Robin's kid? Luffy smiles as he accepts the item, getting a chuckle from a lightly blushing Artemis. Wallachia, Gloom Island, just my luck. I discover this island is full of violent, intelligent, and blade-wielding monkeys after you show up. Perona whimpers, hovering about as high as the cross tree as human rolls swarm the duo. Like you'd have stood a chance if you'd run into them before? Zoro grunts, the hollow girl not having a decent retort, so he simply readies his swords, just in time as the big one lunges for him. Zoro blocks its swings, but the ape makes good use of its hand-like feet to switch his sword hand on the fly, keeping the swordsman on his toes. Plus, as expected, the beast hits like a sea cane. Seeing as it wasn't going to stop or go down easy, Zoro switched from just blocking and parrying, or at least attempting to, and moved on to actually named attacks, in this case, his three-sword style. Bull Demon Courageous Talons, lunging with his swords pointed out and slashing at the humandrel. destroying its armor and dropping it in one shot. One down, like 100 more to go, Perona grimaces, hope fluttering for a second when Zoro took out that big one so easily, but against those numbers, she didn't think her swordsman could survive, meaning neither of them were going to survive this encounter. Especially given some dumbass taught them not only have to use bladed weapons, but high-powered firearms, or whatever you want to call a monkey wielding a sniper rifle. They're smart, not only can they use weapons, but they're being tactical. To a certain extent, Zoro thinks as they're first held back and observed him attacking the larger beast, and now attempting to overwhelm him with their numbers. Shame he had an attack built for these sort of encounters, 3-sword style. Dragon Twister. Unfortunately, even as the attack sent many flying, more showed up to take their place, Zoro dodging and slashing, but given everything that happened, on Thriller Bark and Sabaody, as well as Perona's novice medical skill in all cylinders, and the human drills were more precise than he'd expected them to, the efforts reopening some of his wounds, as well as losing him one of his swords. When it seemed he was on his last legs, a human drill with a large mallet stomped over to the swordsman, and slammed him into the cross tree. "You're not dead, right Zoro?" Perona whispers, hovering over to the face-down verdette. "Not yet, but I'm also not in the mood for your snark right now, princess," Zoro grunts, before shakily pulling himself to his hands and knees, and sees the horde has descended upon them. "Well, I'm fucked," he thinks, moving to a more comfortable seated position. Then to his and Perona's shock, the beasts freeze, when the click of boots on stone echoed through the clearing, and as the source of those footsteps walks out of the mist, the monkeys scatter in fear. Meanwhile, the two pirates try to avoid having a heart attack over whoever or whatever was powerful enough to scare these beasts away without even doing anything to them. Turns out, it was the cross-sword-wielding, warlord of the sea, Dracul Mihawk. And suddenly the feeling of impending doom made sense. "Save your strength, Rorinoa," Mihawk drawls, seeing the man reach for his sword. "Your injuries can be ignored no longer, and no offense, but you'd be less than a warm-up for me if you lost to those apes." Zoro scoffs, "So, what brings you here?" "I live here," Mihawk states flatly. "What are you doing here?" "Kuma blasted me here with his bullshit devil fruit power. Probably sent the whole crew to the four corners of the world." "Me too," Perona pipes in. "I see, that does explain why Straw Hat was running with a different band of pirates at Marineford. Besides Mirror Demon, of course." The warlord hums. Zoro's body tenses as he stares up at the older man. "You saw Luffy and Chaos? Are they okay?" Mihawk's lips curl into a smirk. "That boy, actually both of them are completely insane. I was sure Shanks was exaggerating, but it seems he was downplaying it, mostly the older one, or maybe he just got worse with age. They should both be alive, though they left Marineford in poor condition." "What happened?" Zoro growls, Perona floating down to hear too. "The Navy tried to execute Fire Fist Ace, Straw Hat, and Mirror Master's big brother, pissing off Daddy Dearest and setting the whole Whitebeard crew on their heads. The pirates won for the record. Ace is still alive, so is Whitebeard somehow. I blame the demon eyes, they did tip the balance a little, as did Whitebeard's son showing up to topple the apple cart. Your first mate is a true devil, you know that, right? Even getting impaled by the Admiral didn't stop him, just pissed off the Yonko and got his arm lopped off by the serpent god himself." Mihawk finishes with a laugh that was more of a cackle. "Birdie Kingdom, South Blue, for fuck's sake not again," Chopper groans as he's once more dangling over a giant pot of boiling water. "We caught raccoon again for dinner, my favorite," the man laughs. "I'm not a raccoon, you morons," Chopper shouts, then starts to flail and scream as the water splashes him, burning his furry rump. "Hey Papa, why raccoon say he not a raccoon?" a small, round child asks. "You talk silly, everyone know raccoon no speak words," his father corrects. "You dimwit, I'm saying words right now. Maybe if you'd shut up for 5 seconds you'd hear me. I'm not a raccoon, I'm a reindeer, and not only that but I'm a trained doctor, damn it," Chopper screams, really pissed off right now, and in pain from the water burns. "That's stupid, no way can you be talking Dr. Raccoon," the tribesman argues. "But Papa, if he can't talk, how you know what he's saying?" the boy asks, and the look on the man's face could best be described as, well, fuck. "I'm glad we've come to an understanding. Any chance you can let me down now?" Chopper asks, his body sagging with relief. 5 minutes later. "Me helping," The man cheers, pulling down Chopper's shorts, and rubbing ointment on the reindeer's burned hind quarters. Chopper nearly leaping into the air, only to giggle as the cream tingled as the burning pain waned and faded. Awesome, Chopper laughs, his tail shaking giddily. This special cream for burns. We use many plants on island for healing and healthkeeping. Is there more where this came from? I'd love to see it, Chopper asks, eyes sparkling at the opportunity to acquire new medical knowledge. We no have them, the man answers. Solemnly, big tree have plants need to make medicine. But last year, mean birds make nest on mountaintop. No way get plants. So medicine soon run out, his wife continues. Almost have no medicine left, but more and more people sick. The man explains, leading Chopper to where they were doing their best to treat their sick and potentially dying clansmen. Friend have big cough. The boy explains as Chopper examines another small round child, this one wheezing and seeming to have pain drawing in air. She could die from this. Those birds have done so much damage to this civilization without even knowing, Chopper frowns. It ends here, the man declares, several of the able-bodied tribesmen alongside him. We fix bird problem forever, he shouts, all the men waving their spears around. We only do what have to do, me not afraid, for island and family. Yura, Papa. The boy cries out, rushing to his father. Son, me sorry, you protect mama now, he responds, ruffling his child's hair. Chopper grimaces as all around him families say final goodbyes, until he steps in. Wait, don't go just yet. As a doctor, I can't just let all these sick people lie here and wither away. Please, at least let me try and go to the birds and ask them to stop picking on you, okay? You talk to birds, for us? The villagers ask in surprise. But we try eat you, 5 times, yeah, but as long as you don't do it again, we're good. Plus, like I said, as a doctor just leaving you all to die isn't in my nature. Chopper explains, before beginning the long trek up the tree, towards the bird nest. It was easier than expected for Chopper to gain an audience with the birds, mostly just standing on one of their nesting sites, and waving up at them, the bird dropping with a thud to examine him. Hello, I've come to ask a favor from you. There are humans on this island who could die if they can't climb the mountain and get the herbs they need, but they can't do that if you keep attacking anyone who comes near the tree. Caw. Chopper blinks, and tilts his head in confusion. Huh? You won't let them take the treasure? What treasure? He asks, but clearly, the bird was done talking as it tried to spear Chopper on the tip of its beak. Then more dive-bombed and began to overwhelm him. Damn it. This didn't work, Chopper grimaces as he fishes a rumble ball from his hat, chomping on it before entering arm point to block a beat to the torso. Though the speed of the attack still slammed him into the trunk of the tree, knocking the wind from him. What treasure are you guarding? Why do you hate humans so much? Why do you want them to suffer? Chopper wheezes, before backup arrives in the form of the tribesmen. Talk no work on mean birds, only action, the chief bellows, pointing his spear at the flying menaces, then firing it, only to watch in horror as their little buddy leaps in and blocks the explosive payload with his guard point. Raccoon no, he screams as Chopper falls. This sucks, I can't get the humans or the birds to listen to me, and now I'm going to die from this height, Chopper cries as he falls, before to his shock, someone catches him. What? He squeaks, looking up at the sky before hearing a familiar chirp. Hey, you're the bird from before. How you doing, buddy? You sure doing better than last time? Chopper chuckles as he hugs the ball of fluff, while its parent carries both of them back to the center of the conflict. Okay, let's do this again, Chopper shouts, though decides to let the mama bird talk for them, or at least convince them to hear him out this time, which she did go to blessed. I confused, did Raccoon make friend with birds now? So I can explain, Chopper calls from the bird's back. The birds here, they used to collect shiny things from all over the world and store it in their nest. But some bad people came and stole it, as well as attacked them when they tried to get it back or even come near their home island, which is why they ended up migrating to yours. When they got here, they had no reason to believe you would be any different to the other humans, and tried to hurt them and steal their treasure too. We no need shiny, we need plants for medicine, the chief argues, getting a nod from Chopper. They understand that now, so go pick the flowers you need, things will be better from now on, Chopper declares, getting cheers from the islanders. The birds had one more helping hand to give, as they carried the men and their supplies back to the village. When his mission was complete, Chopper passed out from exhaustion. "It doesn't hurt, the medicine around here really does wonders," Chopper mutters as he awakens, coming out to see the humans and birds getting along, and wondering how much time he'd missed, though if everyone was happy he wasn't going to complain. "Cuckoo, oh a news coup?" Chopper grins, as it drops a paper at his feet. "Thanks buddy." He waves. "I wonder why I miss." He stops as he reads the main article, as well as sees the various images captured of the Den livestream. Foo cccckkkkk. Weatheria. "Hey assholes. How come I'm the only one working over here? I asked to learn about the weather, not plow a field while 3 old men gawk at me and complain about how low I'm going." Nami screams at the top of her lungs. "Such a rude young lady. For one, this is no ordinary field. This weather field is where we grow our weather orbs, which are the crux of our research. Plus, true scientific might requires hard work." A brown wizard argues, scolds. "Well, you could have told me that sooner, not give me a hoe and told to dig," the navigator huffs. "Fair enough. The news coup with today's paper. What's all this about pirates?" He muses as he leafs through it, until Nami rips it from his hands. "Young lady." Those morons, and similar reactions were seen up and down the Grand Line, as the news of Luffy and Chaos exploits were made public, for anyone who hadn't had access to a visual Den Mushi at the time. Meanwhile on Amazon Lily, "Hey, Chaos, can I borrow your mirror too?" Luffy asks, waving around Artemis. "That one faulty or something?" Ace asks in confusion as Chaos reaches into his cloak. "No, just seems unfair to call my girls one at a time. Might make them feel like there's a hierarchy or something to us." Luffy hums. "Only reason I talked to Vivi before Alvida last time was because I called her by accident and it would have been even worse to hang up on her and then call her back," he explains as he receives the second mirror. "Plus, this way all 3 of us can talk." Ace chuckles. "Well, it seems you're finally maturing, Makino would be proud." Kaboom! Was that a cannon? Should we be worried, Papa? "Only if it's going to hit us, though why anyone is firing at Amazon Lily is anyone's guess." The purpleette shrugs as something flies overhead. "We have returned," Grima laughs as she drops down into the assembled group. "Also a friend of yours wants to see you at the shore, Luffy. We did offer to give him a lift but the asshole decided swimming was better," she says with an eye roll. "Come on dummy." She coos, pulling the rubber boy to his feet. "You 2 boys. I'm here to deliver transport for one, and kidnap the other. Now go." The pirates quickly turn and follow the elder's orders, finding out where Law had disappeared to while they were talking when he and his crew were slack-jawed on the island's edge where their ship was docked, surrounding Dark King Silver's Rayleigh. "Rayleigh, I found them. Also we have company in the form of Local Color, aka Gloriosa, and some kids. You know, just because I wear glasses doesn't mean I'm blind, Grima." Rayleigh sighs as he puts back on his shirt and coat. "And even if I was, my observation hockey is just as good as yours." "How are my beloved and my sweet little brothers doing?" Hancock coos as she appears, accompanied by her sisters, Elder Nyan, and several monkeys pulling carts of food. "Hi Hancock, hi Rayleigh, what are you doing here? How did you get here?" Luffy shouts in confusion. "I swam, one," Rayleigh responds bluntly, getting looks of shock from all the new arrivals bar Grima. "Also, hello Ace. It's good to finally meet properly. Also, you may not want to hear it, but your old man would be proud of the man you're becoming." He smiles, even as a scowl flickers across Ace's face. "But that's not why I'm here." "Rayleigh, is that really you? Oh Gloriosa, it's been what, 10 years, you seem shorter," he chuckles. Rayleigh's back, and he seems to be doing well. "You're supposed to ask, not just assume." "I'm fine, thank you for the implied question," Rayleigh chuckles as the arguing Boa siblings. "How is Shikayaku? Is she in good health?" Hancock asks. "She's fine, probably better than ever. She thinks big things are coming on the horizon and you Kuja always seem to get riled up and energized when that happens," the old man grins. "You guys know Old Man Rayleigh?" Luffy asks in surprise. "He was the one who saved us after we escaped slavery," Marigold answers. "With Shikayaku, they were the ones who brought us back to Amazon Lily," Sandersonia adds. "While it's rare for Kuja to admit, we owe him our lives," Hancock admits with a heavy sigh. "But enough heavy talk. We come with nourishment for 3 recovering pirates." Well, you don't need to tell me twice. Come on Anchor, get a munching, you'll feel better in about 5 minutes. Ace chuckles as he pushes the boy to the massive pile of food, Chaos and Artemis following with wide grins. You see it, don't you? Grima asks Rayleigh, correctly guessing she was watching them with her galaxy eyes. That they all have traits that match Roger. Yes, though you probably mean how much of Serpents matches Mayhem, he retorts. Both actually. Ace is truly his father's son. Luffy has Roger's undying will, and Chaos, tempered madness and a serpentine cunning that makes me nostalgic. Though his father's knack for forming family on the waves is clear as the sun. Grima purrs, then smirks as Hancock and Sandersonia sit either side of Chaos. Marigold choosing to sit between Ace and Luffy and continue talking to the older boy. Not that it isn't lovely to see you again, Rayleigh. Grima not so much, but if you could find these boys so easily, I fear the Navy will soon be knocking on our doors looking for them soon enough, Nyan frets. Rayleigh gives her a reassuring smile as he answers, not really, they have little to no reason to search here. Straw Hat was last seen in the care of Trafalgar Law and the Heart Pirates, while Mirror Master and Fire Fist were on the Demon Eyes ship alongside Whitebeard. It's actually more likely they'd have gone looking for them at Water 7 or the New World than Amazon Lily. Especially given, minus some hormone play from Eva. Those three are very clearly male, and therefore would normally not be allowed to set foot on the island, never mind as honored guests. My beloved and his brothers are welcome anytime they need, Hancock declares. Rayleigh blinks before nodding. Lovesickness? Nyan sighs deeply, she's got it something awful. Even worse than Shikayaku. Good thing Mirror Master returns her feelings, or the poor girl would be acting even more oddly. Well, thank Goda for small mercies then. Also, I had something the government didn't, even if it was only a direction, it was still given by Kuma himself and at least gave me a place to start in my search. It's sheer chance Amazon Lily is the first place that line hits. Most would simply assume the boys were catapulted back into the East Blue, like Nico Robin and Nefertari Vivi. Plus, there were other things that narrowed the information down to this island, such as Luffy's infiltration and escape from Impel Down. Just after the warlord Boa Hancock went to me a week's worth of booze by the way, as she thought Hancock helped them because she fell for Luffy. Meanwhile, I bet on the serpent so to speak. He laughs, getting a chuckle from Grima and an eye roll from Nyan. The girl's infatuation is sickening at the moment. Indeed, but even if it's clear as day to us, it sounds too insane for anyone in the Marines to act on, so you should be safe, for what little time they're all still here. Rayleigh muses before calling out to the rubber boy, hey Luffy, you said you were heading to Sabaody, right? Once I'm allowed leave, I'm heading straight there, to meet up with the others. Luffy nods, before continuing to eat. That's sweet and all, but is that the best decision, kiddo? Rayleigh asks, after all. Remember how your last trip to the archipelago ended? He says calmly, while Luffy blue screens for a moment, remembering the pacifista, head with the axe, and Kiyozaru's attacks, as well as Kuma sending everyone flying all over the world. The way you are now, do you think you'd do any better against those enemies again? No, Luffy admits, getting a sharp nod from Chaos, both knowing the crew basically got their asses handed to them that day. I don't need to ask if you want to reunite with your friends, only to be torn apart all over again. It's clear in your eyes. I have some advice, but feel free to do with it what you will. Rayleigh grins, knowing he had the boys' attention now. Rubber King and Mirror Master, the tempering of a dream. I hate to say it, but the old man has a point. Luffy, Ace muses after Rayleigh lays out a potential plan for his youngest. Is now really the best time to figure this out? None of it matters until Luffy has actually recovered from the war. Hancock argues, but Luffy waves her off. Oh, figured something out? Chaos smirks. The others, they wouldn't know if I agreed to this. Luffy more states than asks the Dark King. That is true, they would most likely try to meet back up in Sabaody as soon as they could. Rayleigh nods. The war itself is well publicized, though both of you are noted as missing, but presumed alive and in decent condition, much like Ace himself to be honest. I promised them that I'd meet up with them at Sabaody, and so that's what we'll do. Thanks but no thanks, I just need a ride back to the archipelago, Luffy decides. Rayleigh nods but sighs, I figured, but can I make another suggestion? Does it involve the mirrors? Artemis asks, causing the other two Straw Hats to facepalm and Rayleigh to look confused. "That'll do it, sweetie." Chaos grins, pulling her into a hug. "Oh, thank Goda. I was beginning to think Rayleigh was going to pull a Gloriosa and throw out plans until you gave up and agreed to one." Grima sighs. "Hey, I wasn't going to do anything of the sort. The kid was free to ignore my friendly advice," the former pirate argues. "Except when he said no, you went. But wait, there's more, and we're about to go off on another spiel," Grima counters, getting a chuckle from the Boa siblings. "Rayleigh, is there a way for us to get a message to the crew publicly, so nobody will know about our ability to deliver them privately?" Luffy asks. "I can think of a couple ways, but why risk the messages being intercepted when you have your own way to communicate?" Rayleigh asks curiously. "Because it's still new and being worked on," Chaos admits. "They won't all remember they have them, or might even have been broken when Kuma Bubble shot everyone across the globe. So if we can't get them my way, we need to get them a simple message that we'll have to make do until we all reunite," he continues. "Then the simplest way to do that is going back to Marineford, make a little bit of a spectacle, and ensure your hidden message is photographed by someone from the World Economic Journal," Rayleigh explains, getting a spit take from both of Luffy's brothers, Artemis and Sandersonia. "I'm sorry, did you just say go back to Marineford?" Hancock shrieked. "Yes," the Dark King replies flatly. "If that's what you think is best." Luffy hums. "Then I agree, I'll go back to Marineford for this part of the plan." "I'm coming too. If Robin is still alive, a personal message will be required to ensure she alone gets it." "Pony GLPHS," Luffy guesses, getting a matching grin from the father-daughter duo. "Just don't go too over the top. We don't want to draw attention to that part of our performance." A few hours later, Gates of Justice, Marine Vessel 204 requesting permission to enter, urgently. "Understood. Right on schedule 204, we just need your code number and we let you on in problem." "Oh right, 5,963 inches, code confirmed. We're opening the gate now." "See, was that so hard?" The Marine shivers as the Den falls asleep, turning to see the rest of his men tied up between Straw Hat and Mirror Master. Though the one who spoke, standing behind and to the right of the Dark King, was the dragon Grima herself. "You boys okay down there?" "I'm fine. I'm good. Nothing hurts anymore," the two teens call up, Luffy sporting his trademark grin as the marine ship is sailed through the gate, onward to Marineford. Marineford, or what's left of it after the war. The destruction is incredible. Of course it is. This was ground zero for a massive battle between the Marines and one of the strongest pirate fleets the world has ever seen. The reporter chuckles, partly for causing his coworker to jump. "It's a miracle there's even an island left to rebuild on. So, what are you doing here?" "For a story, of course," the woman chirps. "I'm from Alabasta, you see, so the fact Straw Hat, Mirror Master, and former warlord Sir Crocodile were all here is a big deal. The Straw Hats are kind of important back home after the Civil War, you see, so any news about them will be great for my readers to hear. I don't know if the lack of Miss Vivi is a good or bad thing though." She wonders aloud. "Given there are already rumors those two are dead, I'll lean on good," she sighs. "I wouldn't put too much stock in those rumors. The Navy would want us to think all pirates were dead if they had the chance. Given the pirates came out on top, I get the feeling both were treated to the best medical care a Yonko like Whitebeard could command." The woman nods. "Given their heritage and connection to one of his crew, that makes sense. Plus the Marines have been pretty busy after Whitebeard's own announcement, lighting a fire under a lot of Morganier's asses, so it makes sense they don't have the manpower to confirm or deny claims of Straw Hat or Mirror Master's death. A shame for them. Speaking of, looks like some more Navy soldiers are on their way right now. Maybe we can get a few words before the big boss sends them off for another assignment," the male reporter suggests, pointing to a vessel that was just a few minutes away from docking in the bay, except it didn't dock. "That's very strange, and given the last week, that's not a good sign." "Think the captain snapped?" the woman asks, though only half jokingly, just before the ship opened fire. "Shit. I didn't want to be right," she whines. "He can't be. Holy crap, it is." They overhear the Marine on lookout panic. "It's Straw Hat Luffy," he bellows, causing shock and a little panic to spread throughout the group. "Sink the vessel." The highest ranked Marine orders the cannons fire, but the blasts are redirected, only those on the ship hearing the reason why. Thrust paw cannon. Chaos hums. Luffy watching with a small hint of amusement as the older boy snipes the cannonballs out of the sky with pressure bubbles. Shit, this might not end well. That's Dark King Rayleigh piloting the ship, and if I'm not mistaken, Dragon, Grima on deck with Mirror Master. The lookout grimaces as the ship does a loop of the island. Their tauntiness, barrage that ship the moment it enters the bay, the highest-ranked marine bellows. Kaboom! Huh, that was easy. Something seems off, one of the reporters hums. Why go to all that trouble, just to get blown up? They didn't even counterattack, just stop previous hits from damaging the ship. She wonders aloud just as the answer made itself known. Luffy stretching his way into the plaza. Chaos just behind with wings made of mirror shards. And Grima herself carrying Rayleigh over in her hybrid form. Well, we're here. Time to have your little song and dance Aikido. Grima cackles. Luffy grins and nods before running off. Go with him. These punks will be no trouble for Ray and I to handle. If you're sure, Chaos shrugs before following, his cloak billowing while the merc just grins. Eyes already contorting into their Mangekyo as both veterans draw their swords. Not too fancy to fight an old man, are you? Rayleigh taunts, his tone cold and serious, and really, pulling that out so quickly? Don't want them to get in a lucky hit. My hockey is strong enough to handle these fools, but you can't be too careful, Grima smirks. Gum gum whip. Excuse me. Passing through, Luffy mutters as he bats aside whole platoons of marines. Chaos following behind at a brisk pace, the reporters just far enough behind him that they felt they were in a safe zone. Straw Hat is looking for something, but what? The Alabastan reporter muses. That or he came back to bring the whole island down. Why else would he, Mirror Master, Dark King and the Dragon Lady all come back, especially when they won? Turns out, Luffy was looking for an old bell, specifically the Ox Bell. Both Straw Hat pirates jump onto the platform and after a silent discussion Luffy grabs the rope and begins tong. Bong 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 bong. He then stopped and swung it over to Chaos who rang his own 8 bells. The task complete, both boys hopped down and began to leave, ignoring the camera flashes, and besides one marine who was frozen in shock and had to be shoved aside, made no further actions toward or against the men stationed at Marineford, besides stepping over the groaning idiots who thought fighting Rayleigh and Grima was actually a good idea. At the crevasse caused by Whitebeard and Akainu's clash, Chaos pulled flowers from his cloak before both boys dropped them in and stood in respect, Luffy with his hat off and pressed to his chest, while Chaos stood to attention with his arms behind his back and eyes closed. I think we're done, Chaos croaks, getting a half smile from Luffy before they rendezvoused with Rayleigh, Grima and a surprise addition, the Dragon Zone, happy to provide transport, especially as her parting fireball scared the shit out of the still conscious Marines. That was really weird, but one thing is for sure, this story is going to sell out, the world over. Marie Joyce, Gorosei Chambers, for a bunch of rookies, those two boys are really starting to become a headache. What did you expect? One's Garp's grandson, the other is not only Whitebeard's son, but the son of our previous rising star, Serpens Medusa. CPX would be a fitting position if we could separate him from Straw Hat. Doubtful, the conditioning would be unlikely to stick, especially given his biology. True, nobody has ever eaten 2 devil fruits and survived. Least of all that bastard's power. The only worse combination would be Yeeg and Cypher. Exactly, the kid is a wild card. Speaking of, what about the Blackbeard situation? He made a play for Whitebeard's throne and lost, though he's clearly the closest anyone has come in decades. Makes the fact Newgate's boy handed him his keister all the more amusing though, but on the other hand, he is borderline Yonko level. Best we can hope is that Whitebeard decides to handle this in-house, deal with the attempted usurper out in the New World. He's already in the process of handling those who tried to hassle his territory while he was on the Paradise side of the Grand Line. Samurai Gandhi sighs as he stares into the reflection of his sword. The D-Clan always seemed to stir up trouble, Roger, Portgas, and now Teach, Monkey and Serpens. They're putting that name in the paper and in people's faces much too often than it should. Marie Joyce, World Government Commander-in-Chief Office. I did everything I could, but after everything that happened at Marineford, Garp is for all intents and purposes retired. He still technically holds his rank and titles, and we need him to stay on board to train our new recruits, now more than ever. If you do intend to retire as Fleet Admiral, will you at least stay on in a similar capacity, Sengoku? Commander-in-Chief Kong asks, staring at the most likely former Fleet Admiral, who stares back silently before sighing deeply. Yes, sir. I can accept that offer. It's far from the worst way to spend my retirement. Kong agrees. If his similarly deep sigh is any indication, the two men who shaped the Marines most heavily since Roger's era are finally retiring. This is going to cause quite the splash, I can tell. You will be greatly missed. Including the prisoners Blackbeard set free from level 6. There are still dozens of dangerous pirates running around, with all four Yonko being right at the top, of course. This so-called Great Pirate Era is in a transitionary period, Sengoku muses, looking down at the paper on Kong's desk, showing Luffy and Chaos' trip to Marineford. Blackbeard tried to make it his era by killing Newgate, but even though the assassination attempt failed, he still basically handed it over to the new generation. The Marines should do the same, rather than cling to old men like myself. The basis for justice changes with the passing of time. Kong chuckles. Sounds like you're ready to retire, old friend. I think I am. One more thing while I'm here, I want to nominate Aokiji as my replacement. He'd do a fine job, Sengoku suggests. A little later, those idiots actually came back to ring the bell, huh? Aokiji chuckles as he finally gets around to reading the paper. That's what the reporters and the men on base say. Smoker nods. Those boys seemed strange, but that was a little excessive even for them. Kizaru smirks before feeding his familiar with some sea king meat. The wyvern croons and nuzzles as he does. They caught my sweetie's eye though, and they ran off with our magical expert. They did what? The ice logia asks, eyebrows shooting up. You're just telling us now. Well, she's not actually a marine herself, so it's not like we could stop her. She's a Grimleal with Kuja roots. Makes sense Grima and Chaos would want to snatch her up while they were here. The lightman says with a lazy grin. Of course, they'd steal the cultist. Smoker mutters with an eye roll. So, sorry to bring this up, but have you heard anything about my transfer? Not yet, but I'm sure Borsalino or I can bring it up with Sengoku when he comes back from Marie Joy's. Are you serious about this though? Not the kind of thing you joke about, is it? Smoker retorts as he puts out his cigar in the ashtray, then retrieves another. No, I guess not, you least of all. But as you might expect, we don't exactly have a backlog of people clamoring to join G5. Besides, I think you and Toshigi are on 7-7 for the moment actually. Oh, warlord inspections. Fun, Kizaru smirks while Smoker grimaces. Don't remind me, transfer can't come soon enough, he mutters. Revolutionary base. It must be nice to know your friends are okay, Miss Robin. Koala smiles as she passes the newest paper to Robin, getting an amused giggle from the archaeologist. Very much so. Do you happen to have a mirror by any chance? Robin asks. I'm sure there's one around. Why? My serpent left me a message. See the marks on his chest? Are they pony GLPH? What do they say? Koala gasps as another member returns with the requested mirror. Absolutely nothing. Because they're reversed. Robin grins. But when I take this mirror, it reveals a very simple message, though a little more complicated than the captain's, of course. She winks. So, what does it say? We will reunite soon enough, and both be stronger for it. It's rather sweet actually. Coupled with Luffy's message, it means I have a lot of work to do, Miss Koala. So if you would be so kind as to take me to see your boss, I believe he's expecting me. Out at sea, Grand Line, Captain. A messenger badge just arrived. I thought only the Navy used them, Severa shouts as she rushes into the captain's quarters. They do. But Auntie and Mother's letters probably have something to do with it, Nori hums as Morgan and Century skim through both. You can open it if you want, Severa, especially if it's what I think it is, Morgan hums. Okay boss, holy shit, you're being considered for one of the open warlord positions, the redhead shrieks. Are you going to take it? Nori asks. It's not like I have any reason not to, and it would get Mom and Lucy off my back. The brunette chuckles, though this letter is more concerning. Yeah, getting an assassination letter from your mom would be, Century smirks. It's not an assassination letter, just a suggestion to ensure we are actually chosen for the position, Morgan argues. What did she want you to do? Ashton asks curiously. Deal with a fellow potential, show that I'm a better option for the position. She wants us to take out Edward Weevil, the false son of Whitebeard. Given we've met the real one, that title is going to stick to the chunky dimwit for however long he manages to survive these waters. Nori laughs. All he's got going for him is the mustache. Nothing else makes me think son of a Yonko. Either way, he's strong enough to be considered, so I have to be better, Morgan states before putting both letters away. We're heading to the new world to find this dastard. Aye aye, Captain. I really hope this works. Mirror Gat shouts, the reflective material rising and then flying onto the wall, splitting out into 14 squares which rippled before settling, images forming as with a grunt of effort Chaos flares his power, silver tears streaking down his cheeks as the connections all form, and circuit-like tendrils spread out from each mirror to those around them. Damn psycho, maybe you should have waited a little while before calling, Alvida teases as she answers the call. Good to see you didn't die while Luffy and I were busy doing shit. He retorts with a pained grin. Then his eyebrow rises seeing someone in the corner of his vision. Hey Usopp, glad to see you're alright. You seem different, new haircut? You lose weight? Usopp, and your friend is quite rude. You clearly gained a lot of weight since you arrived on this island. The armored man behind Usopp yells loudly. Oh Usopp, Kaya sighs, impulse control is not your friend. As nice it is to hear from all of you. Was there a reason for a message in the paper and a FaceTime chat? Zoro grumbles, the researcher noticing Perona peering over his shoulder from the other side of the room, as well as Mihawk pretending to read the paper nearby. We wanted to make sure everyone got the message. The papers may not get to where you were sent, and the mirrors could have been broken since we last saw each other, Luffy answers before Chaos could reply. Like Mom, Artemis chimes in. We hope she saw the notes as we haven't been able to contact her any other way. Exactly. Now we'll explain the message in a second, just need to deal with a shoddy connection. Chaos sighs before slipping his arm to the elbow through one of the gates and wrapping his fingers around the old man's throat. This isn't for you, so letting our navigator go would be in your best interests. Saw. GHRDFJEFJB. The old man splutters as Chaos grip tightens. Yeah, that means nothing to me, but given the hand gestures I'll point out breaking the mirror will just piss me off and ensure you die screaming. Read the paper if you want to know if I'm bluffing or not, the researcher growls. Hey. Calm down, sonny boy. This is clearly a misunderstanding, another old man with a long beard in a bathrobe attempted to placate. I'd recommend listening to him, Nami pipes in from her bubble jail cell. You'll find it on the paper that started this mess. It's in the bag with the newest issue, as well as all the research notes I was trying to take off this island with me. Hello Nami, glad to see you're unharmed. I presume you reacted badly to news of the war? That's one way to put it. The second paper helped a little, but I'd already stolen their work and was trying to hijack a ship, so it was a little late to backtrack by then, the navigator admits with a slight laugh. Sounds accurate. If Nami returns everything, will you let her work under you for the next 2 years? That was my original offer until she went nuts and started assaulting and stealing from my fellow weather colleagues. She'll need to apologize. Which I have no problem doing. Just let me out, I have a deadline to become New World certified, Nami declares. Fine dearie, but no funny business. The older wizard nods while Chaos lets his associate go and retracts his arm, just before the mirror is passed to a now free Nami. Okay. One less thing to worry about, Chaos sighs. Hey psycho. Any chance you can get this asshole to listen to me? Talks in circles and hasn't told me anything useful the entire time he's been here. Even made me admit that shitty marine sketch was me, Sanji bellows. Ah, it seems you were speaking the truth. Greeting Mirror Master, Inazuma nods as she smiles from behind Sanji. Hey, it's Scissor Guy, does that mean Eve is there too? Luffy asks with a grin. I'm here, Straw Boy, Mirror Boy. I'm glad to see you are both alive and well, even if your crewmate is quite rude. Ivankov scoffs. Eva, we're taking a 2-year break from adventuring to train ourselves so we can actually survive the new world. Any chance you can help Sanji get to that level? Chaos asks, deciding to be blunt and getting a nod of approval from Luffy. Oh, it would be my pleasure to get the Candy Boy up to snuff. Sanji sighs deeply. Then I have a request. But it can wait until after this talk if you don't mind. No problem Candy, I'll let you have your privacy. The Afro Okama grins before bouncing away, Inazuma giggling as she similar makes her leave. Okay, So everyone seems to be checking in. Did you all see the paper? I presume you mean the marks on Luffy's arm, 3D2Y? Vivi asks, because if you meant the scars on your chest, I have less chances of translating. That was for Mom, only she could read them, Artemis says with a proud grin. Well, so can Pops and myself, but you get the point. Of course you're giving out secret messages to your girlfriend. Hope she's alright given her mirror apparently broke. Victor nods before another face peeks in under his. Hi Vic's friends. The girl chirps, her hair antennas bouncing around as she waves. GG? Val asks, causing Giselle to emit a loud squeal of joy. Please leave sis, this is a private conversation. Victor sighs, though ruffles the girl's hair before she bounces out to go annoy Bambi, or something along those lines. So, 2 years boss, think that's enough? Only one way to find out, Luffy admits. We'll all meet back up where this breakup began. Sabaody, in 2 years' time, understood? Question. Will we be doing regular updates and potentially collaborating with each other for training purposes? Valentina asks. We can, but there's probably no need for like weekly progress reports. Just whoever wants to collab can contact each other or Chaos and try work around each other's schedules. Luffy decides off the top of his head. Great. First order of business, can Chaos hand these out? Knowing your elemental affinities might help you with future training plans. Especially those of us who ate devil fruits, as they tend to alter your specialties. In my case, gaining an earth affinity alongside my lightning primary after eating the kilo no mi. Valentina explains before Chaos accepts a small stack of papers which he distributes through the mirror gates. Is this safe? Usopp grimaces as he accepts the page. Honestly, besides one, you should all have normal reactions to the paper once you figure out how to flare your chakra or activate your haki. The blonde shrugs just as the room Chaos was in lit up, his pupils narrowing to slits before the light fades once more, and there it is. Who was that? Are they hurt? Chopper frets, money on it being the witch? Zoro sighs. If it is, then my prediction was correct, Valentina agrees. Your page more or less exploded into a light show. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Nami growls, basically confirming that it was her. Yeah, because that seemed like a flashbang in paper form, like the bombs you had Artemis make back in Merviel, Frankie agrees. All flash no bang though, Victor muses, or else we'd have heard as well as seen it, and Nami would be complaining more. Correct. In fact, Frankie accidentally hit the nail on the head as to why Nami's paper reacted how it did. Her exposure to SIQ, it affected her elements, in this case overclocking her lightning affinity to the point it overshadows everything else. Now she might be like me pre-kilo and is solely a lightning user. In which case the lightning dampening paper will just give a normal reaction to a user. Otherwise it will reveal her other elements. But it takes time to order and prepare those kinds of pages, so I'll get back to you on that one. Speaking of Chopper, Orochi Nissan wants a sample of SIQ and the IQ plant to examine and experiment on. Any chance? Most of the material is still on the Sunny, but I'm sure Chaos kept a personal stash he wouldn't mind parting with. The reindeer answers, giving the researcher a side glacé, to which he just grins before nodding. Thanks, he should have something useful out of this stuff in no time. Egghead Island, New World. Oh, this is a very complex substance quasar. An old man muses, Q. And there's so little. How do those jackboots expect us to get results with barely a SPECIMIN jar of material? A girl bellows angrily. I know, it's why we should just fill a syringe and jab it into a test bunny. A woman cackles, the gleam in her eyes leaning heavily on the mad side of mad genius. This is why you don't get test subjects, Lilith, they wouldn't last a week. A calmer sounding man sighs deeply. Well, if I don't get to play with the superdrug, at least tell me when his material will arrive. The things we're seeing. We might just have the key or even just the first step to fixing our devil fruit problem. Or maybe even stabilizing the Seraphim program. That's what the Project Mystic notes are for, you stupid girl. Ensuring harmony between the varied origins of the materials for their creation, and keeping the offspring viable, the man repeats. A fat lot of good that did. We only had one success and she was lost by dumbasses in suits, the woman sneers. Which is why we can't fail again, especially not with the newest projects. Dr. Vegapunk announces, set up the analyzer. We'll need it working at peak performance in order to reverse engineer the formula to ensure it's fit for human testing and consumption. Munch munch munch, but didn't the report say it was already consumed by humans? Those straw hat kids? A woman asks between stuffing cake into her face. Anecdotal evidence at best. We need to prove it's possible before letting it go to trial Quasar. Now let's go. Back with the straw hats, is it supposed to split in 4 and have all different reactions? Sandersonia asks curiously and with a little worry. Shit. The blondes hissed, curse telling them it was a big deal. Elemental harmony. Of course, it would be Artemis who had all 5 elements. Honestly, it means she can use all forms of elemental magic equally well and easily. Besides that, I don't know. I know like 2 people who are in the same boat. One is Nissan. The other is his boss, and he has the Rinnegan, so you can tell he's op as fuck, and help show just how big a deal the kid could be when she finishes training. I like this. We'll need to add element training to Miss Thara's lesson plan. The artist muses, flashing a proper D grin to the entire group. Chaos, a moment of your time if you're not too busy, Brooke politely inquires. Everything okay? Actually no, I kind of got kidnapped by long-armed. I'm going to go with thugs. So I'm kind of locked up and need a little help, at least freeing my limbs. I'm sure these men won't be too much trouble after that. The skeleton explains and requests. Can I please threaten them, Lou? Go nuts if you want to. These people hurt our musician. Have fun? Luffy chuckles while Chaos grins reaches his ears. One moment everyone, we'll continue this discussion momentarily. He nods before activating the gate feature of Brooke's mirror. Who wants to bet he kills someone? Alvida cackles. Fool's bet, of course he will. Zoro scoffs. My beloved has self-control like no other. But harming his family does seem to be the exception to that iron will. Hancock muses, causing Sanji to shoot backward in a mountainous nosebleed. That's new, really hope it's not a regular occurrence. Chopper sighs, getting a similarly tired look from Kaya. Kenzan Island, it's going to be one of those days, isn't it? Brooke mutters to himself. As the universe's sense of timing goes off, his captor's going over just as his mirror begins to bubble. Hey, what are you doing this time? Didn't you listen? Long arms don't believe in curses, ya freak. Sankrin sneers, one of his men slapping against the bars of Brooke's cell, until a clawed hand wraps around the man's throat. Oh, it's no trick, just my friend coming to check on me, Brooke replies, sounding rather relaxed despite his current situation. Especially as the man was thrown across the clearing and smashed into a stone formation. Are you okay, Serpent-san? He asks as the silverly fluid solidifies fully into chaos. I've been better. These the people who kidnapped you? Correct. I crash-landed in a village of Satanists who these men were terrorizing, and during a failed raid and capture, I got kidnapped. Sorry. He explains as chaos cuts his restraints with a slash from hubby. Just great, another freak. At least he's still a weakling with a single arm joint, so should be no trouble. Sankrin grunts. Well, get on with it and kill him. He shouts to his henchman who leaps at the pirate with a sword. Myro, Oku, Chaos mutters as he seems to flicker out of the cell and weave around the sword swing, before grabbing the thug by his second elbow and swiftly yanking it outward with a crack. You know the others are betting on you killing everyone, yes? Brooke hums as he dusts himself off. That partly makes me want to do it anyway, but also kill as few as possible and just maim the rest. Chaos sighs. Speaking of extra joints with no other structural changes, just makes the arms easier to break, he notes before kicking the long-armed thug in the ribs and tearing his arm off. That does seem like a reversal only Miss Robin would have predicted. Brooke nods. So, what now? Bang bang bang. Your aim sucks. Chaos muses before slamming Sankrin up against the bars of Brooke's cage. Now I have a few simple things to say. You stop your shit and let my friend go, and if by any chance you break his mirror or try to run and hide, well, I know where you are and can find you very easily now, so don't make me have to try, understand? He threatens. And why should I listen to you? Sanction tries to sneer, hard to do with your head in a vice grip, though he was sure his minion coming up behind this lanky freak could take him out. Because I don't have to let you live. Chaos sighs, letting the man go and spinning around to impale the goon on hubby. Rather glad the only difference between these people and normal humans were the extra arm joints, as it meant the heart was in the same place it always was. Hubby reverts and the body drops by his feet, now Long Feng. My name is Sanker, don't care. Point being, if you want to live you treat Brooke well. Otherwise, this will look like mercy the next time I'm here. He says, then without breaking eye contact with the man charges a quake bubble into his left foot and slammed it down on the dead minion. Bits going everywhere as reality cracks and explodes from the perspective of everyone in the area? Understood? Crystal. The long arm squeaks as Chaos shoves him aside, trying to hide his limp, and luckily the man was too afraid to notice. That seemed a little dangerous. It also seems Nami wasn't the only one with long-term side effects of SIQ. The skeleton chuckles, as Chaos flips him off. Will you be okay here? I could ask someone to come round and pick you up? I'll be fine, your threat will keep these men in line. Plus I have 2 years to train, I won't slack off just because I'm on some random island, yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Good, see you soon Brooke. Chaos smiles as he taps the mirror and drops through the gate, during which Brooke picks up the paper he sent through earlier. I wonder, he thinks aloud before the paper splits in two. One side becoming damp like he dipped it in water, but the other side flash froze, shattering like glass when it hit the floor of his cell. Most peculiar. I'll ask Valentina about it at a later date. Jormungandr, that was probably ill-advised. Chaos sighs as he drops into a chair. So, how many did you kill? Alvida asks. 1. Maimed another and scared the shit out of the third. You're getting sloppy, Val teases, getting a smirk from the purplet. Probably, but that's what this little off-season is for. And now everyone knows what's going on. We can find out something important, where everyone is. Any volunteers? Chaos asks. Mojave, West Blue. Kaze responds, ship heading for the South Blue. Vivi answers. Currently the East, but on the way to the Silburn in the North Blue. Victor responds. South Blue I think for now, apparently the tavern can move, it's just not happened yet, Alvida grumbles. Sky Island Wetharia, who the fuck knows, Nami sighs, was that for? Zoro shouts. You're in Wallachia on Gloomy Island in the Grand Line, Perona explains. The cute ones never listen. Boine Archipelago, probably the paradise side of the Grand Line, Usopp adds. Kanaha, West Blue. Valentina answers, Kenzan Island. Grand Line, Brooke pipes in. Karakuri Island. Grand Line, Frankie answers. Apparently the former homeland of Dr. Vegapunk. Oh, if you see any medical stuff send it to Chaos so he can send it to me. Also Birdie Island. Probably the Grand Line, Chopper requests and answers. Hell. And that hell is called Kamabaka Island, which has to be on the Grand Line because it's too insane to exist anywhere else. Sanji growls. Amazon Lily, East Combelt, Artemis chirps with a grin. Rayleigh says this place is called Rusukaina, Luffy finishes. And finally, much like Vivi and Victor, I'm currently on a ship heading for who knows where. Chaos chuckles just before the door swings open. Garrig Mach. That's where we're heading. It's been the primary base of the Demon Eye on the Paradise side since the captain took it over and killed the previous ruler. Honestly, in the magical communities, it was a despotic hellhole on par with the Hachinosu. Though whether comparing rocks to that dragon bitch is a fair one is hard to say. Grima laughs, either way, we'll be there in a week so it should be fun when we get there. Good to know, and honestly surprised you didn't barge in sooner. Chaos smirks. Unlike some people I have an impeccable sense of timing. Good luck Straw Hats. You're going to need it, she cackles as she once more leaves the room. Your new mentor is insane. Alvida states, getting nods and sounds of agreement from about half the group. Yes, but that doesn't actually surprise you. Have fun everyone, I'll hopefully hear from you in the coming weeks, and I'll actually see you all in 2 years.